The story began by revealing a black sun set against a crimson sky in a desert landscape. Monsters were already flooding the area, and they were already ready to devour anyone. We then see our main protagonist screaming at the top of his lungs as he grips a small dagger with him. He directed the attack towards this monster, who looked like a giant worm with a lot of sharp teeth. In a closer perspective, the monster let out a cry as our MC successfully landed his attack. Although he nearly lost his arm along the process, his hands trembled as he realized what could have just happened if he hesitated even for a second. A few moments later, the monster had finally collapsed beside him, and he let out a sigh of relief. He caught his breath as he tried to wipe the blood of the monster that was splattered on his face. Our MC then uttered that he can now finally defeat a monster using his own power. But his thought was interrupted as someone called him unawakened. His attention was then directed elsewhere. Right in front of him was a gruesome battlefield. Corpses of monsters were already piling up, and humanity continued their hunt. The man that called him earlier then shouted on what he was doing. He addressed our MC as a mere porter, and he commanded him to just do his job and collect the drops from the monsters. The guy beside him agreed. Our F-rank porter was then flustered, and he immediately apologized. He was reminded that a fool like him should not space out around. The two men had already turned around to proceed on their hunt, but they still commented that the porter was such a useless bastard. Our MC's expression turned serious as he was reminded what's his role in this cruel world. The emotion that he felt was overwhelming, and the only word he could utter for this situation was, fuck. In this world he lived in, everything changed after the abyss was discovered. It's another dimension where monsters that only existed in fantasies actually existed. And after the discovery of the mysterious place, people have started to awaken transcendental powers. Using those powers, they defeated monsters and continued to explore the abyss. As a result, the conventional method of evaluating individuals shifted away from assessing their personality or effort, but on their awakening rank. If someone's awakening was high enough, they are guaranteed to live a good life. As our MC continued to check the corpses of the monsters that were defeated, he got this purple gem. He then remembered how the abyss changed his life. Not for the better, but for worse. He spent his life working as a porter because he's unawakened and has never even opened a status window at the age of 35. He knew that the comfortable life that he was dreaming of was still unreachable as long as he's not awakened yet. Shifting his focus, our MC turned around to inform the players that he already got the loot. But his expression changed as soon as he saw what's in front of him. The once battlefields that were full of monster corpses were changed into the bodies of the players being piled up. All the humans that came up with him were dead, even the guys who just berated him a while ago. While wondering what the hell just happened, his expression turned more grim and horrified as he heard an ominous voice that told him that he was the only one left. He then turned around and saw the gigantic monster that loomed over him. This one was different from the usual monsters that they hunted from the abyss. This formidable creature, known as Asmodeus, was categorized as an SSS-ranked monster, signifying its exceptional level of power and threat. Our MC knew that this was now a lost cause. There's no way he could survive against one of the most powerful beings in the abyss, but he still opted to muster his strength and dash towards it. The dark arms of Asmodeus then moved and went towards him, and in an instant, his arm was hit by a powerful force that made it instantly detached. As soon as his mind caught up on what just happened, our MC screamed in pain and fell on the ground. But even then, he still did his best to shift his focus and look at Asmodeus so he could understand what just happened to him. His eyes widened in sheer shock as he realized something. Asmodeus was already standing in front of him, and the triple S-rank monster directed a ray of purple light towards our MC. This guy had no way of dodging the attack as it approached his forehead. All he could do now was to watch and wait for his death. While his blood dripped down, he continued to stare at the red, menacing eyes of Asmodeus. He wondered if this is how he's gonna die. Tears fell from both of his eyes as he realized that this was really happening. His end was near. His life was already flashing before his eyes as he recalled the car accident that killed his parents, the time when he was bullied in school, and how he lived a life of being ignored just because he was unawakened. Even more so, his heart was then filled with regret and anger as he realized that he will now be ending his life after only carrying around cargo. He thought that he was such a fucking loser. Our MC clenched his teeth as more blood dripped from his face. It was as if he was already crying tears of it. The scene then shifted as it focused on one of the droplets. The solitary drop then made a transformation. It shifted its color and started emitting a bright light. A vortex of light then appeared, and it showed that all the awakening conditions had been satisfied. The horrifying scene that our MC was seeing a while ago changed into what looked like the vast universe. A white figure also appeared out of nowhere. The F-rank porter then stared at the mysterious being that was descending from the golden stairs. Things were progressing much quicker than his brain could process, and it got him all confused. Our MC's gaze got fixed on the white being that was now in front of him. He then turned around as he recalled that moments ago he was just about to die from Asmodeus. But right now, he was staring at his own self that had fallen on the ground. As he stared more intently, he noticed that the triple S-rank monster had stopped moving. The white figure let out a laugh as he was amused by our MC's intense focus on Asmodeus stopping. The porter then shifted his attention towards the white figure being and asked about his identity. His question made the white figure smile, and he introduced himself as King. But he told our MC that he doesn't need to worry about that. And while sitting on his golden throne, King spoke again and revealed that he shall now be bestowing an authority onto the F-rank porter from now on. Our MC struggled to really grasp what was really happening. He wondered what the so-called King was talking about, even mentioning words like authority. King noticed his hesitation and told him that it's not good to be so distrustful, which alerted him. The king went on to explain that he admired the man's tenacity and strong will, which was the reason for choosing him for this special opportunity. As King held his hand in front of the human, he reminded him that this was the only chance he would ever get. Our MC was still confused and tried to ask King what was really happening. But his questions were left unanswered. But the king assured him that if he waits patiently, the day where he will understand everything will come. A white, blinding light then enveloped our MC's body, and the last words he heard were, "Let's meet again." Suddenly, a monster materialized out of thin air. The white figure made mention of a key in the midst of this unexpected development. As the man slowly regained consciousness, he began to hear a voice, which disparagingly stated that a bastard was still sleeping. He started opening his eyes as this voice told him how he is ignoring them, and this voice decided that it's time to wake him up. As he fully opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a smiling man who greeted him with a warm, "Good morning." However, to his shock, the guy that was smiling abruptly slapped him. After delivering the forceful slap, the man inquired, "Are you awake now?" The man who had slapped him, along with two others, appeared to be familiar. He grabbed our MC and stated that he only listened when given a good beating. It was then that the man recognized this individual as Bae Hyuksu. He couldn't help but wonder how the person who had been a relentless bully during their high school days was now standing before him. The bully referred to him as Tae-hyun and questioned why he wasn't responding. Confusion washed over him, as he had been certain that he was in the abyss just moments ago. As he received another harsh slap, he couldn't help but wonder if the newfound authority he had been granted. His eyes held a distracted look, as if his mind was entirely consumed by the strange events happening around him. He noticed a notification status displayed on his side, which stated his name as Kim Tae-hyun, his age as 19, and revealed his rank as F along with information about his skill. He was taken aback by the appearance of the status window, particularly when he realized that it indicated he was only 19 years old. Realizing that the status window indicated that it had been 16 years since he was 19, he couldn't help but break into a smile. He burst into hearty laughter. The man's unexpected and prolonged laughter unnerved the bully. The bully inquired about what was wrong with him and asserted that he must have gone mad, yet the man continued to laugh uncontrollably. The bully, increasingly agitated by the man's laughter, declared that he truly seemed to want to be hurt, further escalating the tension in the situation. In a sudden turn of events, Kim Tae-hyun delivered a powerful punch to the bully, striking him with significant force. The two other bullies were left in a state of shock. Kim Tae-hyun, despite his previous laughter, continued to smile as realization dawned on him. His smile persisted because he had come to the realization that he had also become a freaking awakened. The four of them were still on the rooftop while the bully named Hyuksu lay on the ground. Kim Tae-hyun rubbed his cheek, and the two other bullies launched forward to attack him. They have their own unique powers, as one yields fire on his hand while the other bully's hand is frozen. The bully tried to hit him with his fire, but he successfully dodged, and then he punched back, while he kicks the other bully in the stomach. He had a serious expression on his face, as he recalled that for 35 years, almost all of his entire life as an unawakened, he did everything he could, from fundamental physical training, to study all the information about the abyss and monsters and learn different skills, even interpersonal combat skills such as boxing, kendo, archery. That's why he's confident that he'll never lose to the untrained bullies. The two bullies advanced towards him in an attempt to land an attack. He fought back and easily landed attacks on them as he claimed them to be someone who doesn't even know the basics. The bullies fell to the ground, and Tae-hyun catches his breath. He rubbed his knuckles as he looked down on those defeated students as he smiled and uttered how he needs to take physical training again. Bae Hyuksu surprised him when he uttered, "What a load of bullshit." Tae-hyun saw Hyuksu standing up, while Hyuksu expressed his shock at how Tae-hyun had awakened, and he cursed at him. Hyuksu unleashed his ability, and his body turned into a sturdy-looking stone as he expressed his anger and informed Tae-hyun that he will be dead. Hyuksu's ability is called Stone Skin at rank C. This ability strengthens the body with stones surging from the skin. Hyuksu tried to punch Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun successfully evaded that stone fist. With fast movement, Hyuksu launches another attack, almost hitting Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun was surprised to witness that Hyuksu had leapt in front of him in an attempt to smash him with both of his fists. This attack caused a huge explosion, making debris and dust fly everywhere. As the area is starting to become clear of dust, it can be seen that Hyuksu is standing still with his fist still in contact with the ground, and in a flash, Tae-hyun was behind him to launch an attack. Upon sensing this, he turned to see his backside, and immediately Tae-hyun came in contact with his face with a strong force. Tae-hyun's other fist was ready for another punch, but something had shocked him. Hyuksu was staring back at him with a smirk, asking him what he's doing. Hyuksu seemed unaffected with the attack since his face had also turned into stone. Tae-hyun noted how he hurt his hand by hitting Hyuksu. Hyuksu launched a counterattack, successfully coming into Tae-hyun's body. And that attack blasted Tae-hyun away. Tae-hyun crashed on the ground with a huge impact that made the ground crack. He coughed blood, and one side of his head is bleeding profusely. Hyuksu confidently walked towards him and mocked him by saying that he should have known his own limits. With a smug look, Hyuksu insulted him by calling him a lowly, unawakened bastard. He asked him if he's going to run like he used to do all the time, or if he is going to choose to struggle with his newly awakened skill. While laying on the ground, Tae-hyun remembered that all awakenings possess a skill and a rank. It starts with rank F, who is not far from being a normal human, and the highest rank is S, who are akin to being monsters. The physical abilities and skills of the awakened rises exponentially, but Tae-hyun knew that what he possesses is a skill unknown and unheard of, but it's the worst of rank. The notification screen shows that he's at rank F with a skill called predation. Therefore, he couldn't help but to admit that he had no chance of winning against Bae Hyuksu, who's a C rank. But for some reason, he felt differently. Bae Hyuksu stopped on his tracks when he noticed something unusual. Tae-hyun's injured hand is covered with a fiery red glow. As he stood up, his body seemed to be engulfed in a sinister aura. He declared that he doesn't feel like he's going to lose. Surprisingly, his aura grew stronger. It covered the area in a red and black hue, while a gust of red wind swirled around him like it was about to start a tornado. Hyuksu couldn't help but wonder what the hell was in front of him. With a strong wind blowing towards his way, Hyuksu couldn't believe that Tae-hyun actually awakened. His disbelief stems from the idea that for him, Tae-hyun is a lowly person. Tae-hyun looked at his hands as they emitted smoke like red hue, and he couldn't help but wonder if that is the skill called predation. He felt the magic move according to his will. He heard Hyuksu declare that he doesn't know what's happening, so he gazed at him with his red glowing eyes. Hyuksu advanced to attack him with his mind filled with the idea that everything will be over once he killed the caster of the magic. Taehyun extended his red smoke-covered hand and released a powerful attack in the form of several circular lights. Hyuksu was surprised with this, especially this overpowered his ability, which made him shed the stones from his body. As his fist came in contact with Taehyun's hand, Taehyun seemed to release more of his power. Red thread-like hue swirls around his body as his hand emits a bright light. Taehyun's face looked serious and focused as he willed his power to his liking. His eyes became fierce as the battle continued, and Hyuksu made loud noises as he did his best not to lose the fight. But his efforts were in vain as the stones covering his body fully disappeared. The students from across the rooftop seemed to be oblivious to the intense battle, until a great red tornado covered the whole sky. The explosion caused thick smoke to cover the whole area. Along with it are debris flying everywhere. As the smoke slowly disappears, Taehyun's is also slowly fading away. The red hue that covered his body was no longer there, while Hyuksu looked like he was roasted with his face covered in black dirt and his eyes had rolled back into his head. Taehyun watched every second as Hyuksu fell to the ground. He didn't leave unscathed as he appeared extremely exhausted from the battle. A notification screen informed him that predation had been completed, and as a result of preying upon a target, his rank went up to E stones, started covering Taehyun's hand. And the notification screen informed him that he has a new skill. Taehyun's arm had looked like Hyuksu's arm earlier. This is because the stone skin has been registered as his new skill. Later that day, at the school clinic, the nurse is surprised with the patient that had come in. It was Kim Taehyun with the two bullies in his arms, and the other one was placed lying down by the door. Taehyun, looking like he's also about to pass out, still managed to politely and calmly greet the nurse. The nurse couldn't help but to let out a scream from the confusion and shock. After the fight ended, Taehyun still initiated to bring everyone to the clinic, and with the nurse's healing ability, she treated Taehyun. When she asked how they got injured, Taehyun naturally lied to her by saying that they just rolled down the stairs. And surprisingly, he managed to deceive her as she did not probe any further. After the treatment, he walked on the streets as his thoughts wander. He felt good that he had awakened and finally got revenge on Hyuksu, but there was still a problem. Taehyun is portrayed in the center while a branch of tree with thorns in spiral shape is on his backdrop. This seemed to be his ability, the predation, which is one of his concerns at the moment. His rank that he barely got to change after training for his entire life instantly increased after a single fight. His rank may be an F rank, but the power exceeds that of a C rank. In addition to that, he can even steal the skills of the opponents that he had defeated. As he ascended the stairs, he started wondering why the white figure called King gave him that power, and even made him go back in time. Countless questions filled his head. Despite that, with a fierce look, he knew that there's one thing that he needed to do. He stood at the gate of a 3-story house determined to find out more about predation. He smiled as he uttered that it has been a while since he came home. After his parents had passed away, he stayed with his uncle. He pictured his uncle and his family, and his smile grew wider. He entered the house as he planned his search for information, while his uncle was out. As the living room came into view, he was shocked by what he had witnessed. A man is sitting in a single chair, while 2 people with their faces covered on each side. And a boy is crouched on the floor to clean up the scattered money. This boy is also surprised to see Taehyun. The boy seemed surprised and in panic as he uttered, "Kim Taehyun?" Taehyun also called out to the kid named Wang Jae-young, and he asked why the boy isn't in school. And then his attention was drawn somewhere, as he focused on the money scattered on the ground. He couldn't help but think of Jae-young as a bastard. This is because even before he regressed, he remembered how Jae-young hung around with the other bullies to the point that he took all the money in the house and caused a huge fuss. Taehyun watched Jae-young whisper to the guy who just stood up. Taehyun realized that a major incident from the past is actually happening today. One of the guys voiced out that he was actually wondering who just entered, but it was just Jae-young's cousin. He told Taehyun that if he doesn't want to get beaten up, he should not get involved and just quietly pass by. This guy assured Taehyun that they will just take what they need and leave. and they proceeded to insult Tae-hyun by patting his head and calling him unawakened older brother. Tae-hyun stared at him with a blank expression, and a sinister smile creeped on his face as he commented how perfect the situation is, and declared that he wants to test something. This confused the guy who was mocking him earlier. Instantly, Tae-hyun punched the guy with brute force. This made the guy cough up as his body collided with the ground. Jae-young and the two covered guys were shocked to see this and were instantly in an alarmed stance. Tae-hyun went on top of the guy to land another attack. As his hand was about to reach the guy's face, the guy tried to stop it by screaming, "Wait!" But this did not stop Tae-hyun as he proceeded to use his skill predation. The three other guys in the room continued to watch the scenario in front of them. Tae-hyun smiled in anticipation. His expression changed into disappointment when he received the notification that the predation function is inaccessible. The guy beneath him looked horrified and confused when Tae-hyun suddenly froze in disappointment and confusion. Sweat dripped down his face as the reality that the predation didn't activate started sinking in. The guy took this as an opportunity to fight back as he raised his fist, and with a strong impact, it landed on Tae-hyun's face. Tae-hyun groaned loudly as his back collided on the floor. The guy screamed at him to die while the other two covered guys assumed a combative stance. They used their ability, with one guy having a C-rank bind skill, and the other one releasing his C-rank poison skill, and the leader activated his C-rank bleed skill. In perfect synchrony, the three attacks were about to close in on Tae-hyun, who was struggling to keep himself up. Once he was able to lift up his head, he was surprised to see this, and a loud, bright light exploded from inside the house towards the outside. Purple smoke covered the entire room. The guy who appeared to be the leader expressed how he pretended to be awakened. He commented that Tae-hyun should know his place. His confident demeanor turned into shock and confusion as he witnessed the scene in front of him. Amidst the smoke, he can see the silhouette of Tae-hyun standing still, and a notification screen indicated that the usage of skill has been detected. Another notification showed that bind, poison, and bleed has been confirmed. These attacks covered the area, but Tae-hyun's body remained still as it glowed with bright light. A notification appeared containing the information that due to a mysterious power, resistance was successful. Tae-hyun's hand is starting to get covered in stones, while he smiled and commented how his skill unexpectedly did not work, but then it neutralized skills out of the blue. He declared that he still doesn't know what's going on, but he focused on the leader of the guys who still had the surprised expression on his face. And immediately the leader was brought down to the ground by Tae-hyun's stone-covered hand. Kim Tae-hyun seemed to be pleased with how strong his power is. While he had an ecstatic look on his face, the leader's face was damaged and he even lost a tooth. Looking neat and confident, Tae-hyun stared down. The defeated men lay on the floor in front of him. He seemed to be pleased with the two things that he had learned because of them. One of the things he learned is that the status window that's only visible for the awakened had detailed information, but not all of it is displayed. He was aware of having sufficient mana, yet predation didn't activate, suggesting that factors beyond mana influenced its use. Additionally, an undisclosed passive effect of the predation skill exists, capable of countering skills related to abnormal conditions, like poisoning or bleeding, although this isn't mentioned in the skill description. With a hand on his jaw, he thought of gradually confirming whether his speculations are correct. His thoughts were diverted to the pressing concern at the moment. He asked what Jae-young was doing when he saw him bowing to him. With great enthusiasm, despite his sweat and snot dripping, Jae-young declared that after he saw his cousin's impressive side, he is reflecting on his actions. He then asked for Tae-hyun's forgiveness. Tae-hyun remained silent with a deadpan expression on his face. Jae-young proceeded to tell him that whether it's licking his shoes or barking like a dog, he'll do whatever Tae-hyun wants him to do. Deep inside, Tae-hyun sees Jae-young as pathetic. He knew that his cousin was a damn fox, but he didn't realize that it was to that extent. He had a disgusted look on his face when he heard Jae-young bark like a dog. He didn't plan to give more energy into this since the urgent issue isn't his cousin, since there was another incident that will happen that day. The said incident would have to do something about a red humongous entity with 4 eyes. This entity is covering the sky, but people in the busy street don't seem to notice. Tae-hyun informed Jae-young that he will forgive him. This made Jae-young enthusiastic and happy, But Tae-hyun continued that he wants something in return, and that is for Jae-young to accompany him to finish a task. In a restricted place, dark clouds covered the sky. The entrance to this place has signage, which warns that the area is restricted and only authorized personnel are allowed. One man in a suit and two women is inside the area and is occupied with the scenario in front of them. They realized that it was a gate break. They watched how monsters showed up from a barrier. Gate break is a phenomenon where monsters appear as a path to the abyss suddenly opens up. If left unattended, a dungeon disaster will occur. The man commented how it has been 10 years since the last dungeon break. He explained that the gate was suddenly created so the monsters came swarming. One of the women expressed that judging from the monsters, if they don't do anything, the dungeon disaster is only moments away. The other woman panicked and asked if they should get the neighborhood areas to evacuate. Someone answered that there's no need for that. It was the man in a suit. He confidently explained that they already have his skill B-rank barrier on their side. This barrier is shown to prevent monsters from passing through their world. The man continued to explain that the gate break is only at C rank. While he explains that, the monsters are forcefully trying to break through the barrier. The man added that since it's just C rank, it would mean that the monsters that come out of the gate are also C rank, indicating that the monsters are not strong enough to break through the barrier. The monsters continued to persist in breaking the barrier so much so that the barrier started having cracks. The man continued to explain something, but he stopped mid-sentence as the barrier behind him broke and the monsters started getting out. The two women witnessed this, and they called out to their team leader with a hint of concern. The man immediately turned around, and with a single kick he was able to defeat several monsters at once. He told the women that as B-rankers, they are more capable of handling it. With his attack, he was able to cut off a monster's head. Jae-young ran fast as he asked this Sir if everything should be all right. He tried to convince Sir that since he knew the control personnel were there, everything should be all right. Tae-hyun told him to stop calling him Sir. Tae-hyun confirmed that Jae-young is right, since the gate break's initial mana estimate is C rank. On the other hand, the control personnel are B rank, so there won't be any issues against C rank opponents. Jae-young enthusiastically told him that it was exactly what he said. But Tae-hyun revealed that everything's okay if it's actually a C rank dungeon. This revelation shocked and horrified Jae-young. A pile of dead monsters' body has been scattered in the restricted area. The man in the suit inspected the bodies while thinking how strange the situation was. He couldn't fathom how the low-rank monsters pierced through his B-rank barrier. And a thought suddenly came to his mind. The possibility that the mana overflowing in the area is actually above his rank. One of the women called his attention to inform him of something unusual in the gate. They saw several mean-looking monsters exiting the gate, and among these is one humongous monster with several sharp teeth. They continued to observe this monster as it kept pushing through the barrier, and the monster opened its wide mouth to let out a horrifying roar. The man's eyes widened in shock. He asked what that thing was. Yet the monster let out another loud roar as it fully broke the barrier, and more monsters passed through the barrier with it. The giant monster is being so loud with its roar. This monster is called a giant ogre, and it's an A-rank monster. The man had a horrified expression on his face as he realized that the gate break is not C rank, but it was actually A rank. In a split second, flames engulfed his vision. Loud explosions happened consecutively. The area was covered in flames. Jae-young continued to talk while running. He assumed Tae-hyun was right, but he couldn't shake the idea that it's ridiculous. He asked his cousin how he knew such a thing. Tae-hyun only answered in his mind. He couldn't tell him that he had already gone through this before he regressed. Jae-young told him aside from the fact that they haven't seen the monsters and an evacuation order wasn't even issued. Tae-hyun answered intuition. This confused Jae-young. Tae-hyun explained that his intuition says so, but Jae-young has caught on to his lie. Jae-young was telling his cousin not to fool him, but he stopped mid-sentence as they heard a loud scream. In front of them are humans running for their lives as the monsters chase them. The people told them to run because there had been a gate break. More people screamed and asked for help. Because of the terrifying scene in front of him, Jae-young turned pale and his mind went blank. Tae-hyun remained calm and asked him if he remembered what to do. He then urged him to do it. Jae-young hesitated and asked what would happen to his cousin. His eyes grew wide. Tae-hyun told him that he will get rid of those fuckers and be right behind him. Tae-hyun walked towards the monsters as his body was starting to be covered with stones. Meanwhile, a large, tall building is being lit by several lights from different angles. A man looking over the city lights admitted that the situation is escalating quickly. He explained that the gate break that was thought to be C rank turned out to be A rank. They can't expect reinforcements since others are busy in dungeon conquests and abyss exploration. He looked at the person that he was talking to and revealed that the only solution is an awakened A rank. With a hint of desperation, he told this person that he's the only hope. He requested this person's help. He called the person An Hyun-soo, the Blade of Lunacy. He's an A rank awakened. This person had tears falling in his eyes as he bit his lip. With determination evident in his eyes, he told everyone to hang in there as he will come to them soon. A status window indicates that his special skill is 8th grade syndrome. A monster can be seen being hit on the head, and then another monster is hit on its face, and another one has been knocked out by Kim Tae-hyun. The last monster that he punched had fallen to the ground along with other dead bodies of monsters. He extended his hand and a red, sinister aura started glowing. And in just one swift move, as he unleashed a red tornado-like attack, several monsters were ripped to shreds. He had a smug look on his face as he continued using his powers. He also seemed pleased to have confirmed his theory that the cause of Predation's failure is based on fatigue. His current fatigue is at 52%, and if fatigue passes 70%, his skills won't activate. Most skills are activated based on the usage of mana. But that doesn't mean that it's the only thing to think about. That's because fatigue also plays a major factor. Fatigue increases if skills are used, or there's physical activity. And the higher it gets, the more power of the skill decreases, and the heavier the physical body gets. He finds it unfortunate that there's several factors to consider. However, Tae-hyun discovered that if he absorbs dead monsters, he can recover his mana without having to spend any. This is because the target's life activity has stopped, so mana will no longer be consumed, and with that, he successfully completes predation and recovers his mana. He smiled at the thought that there's even more good news. His rank has changed to D. His predation and stone skin both went up to D from E. With this, he concluded that the more he uses predation, the more that he can grow. He can already imagine that if it continues at that rate, he can become S rank or even SS rank. Aside from that, he entertained the possibility that he'll be the first SSS rank. After clearing the area with monsters, he declared that he's done and will head back to where Jae-young is. He wasn't able to finish his sentence because of what he sensed from behind him. In an instant, there was a huge monster falling down on where he's standing. This monster is being defeated by a man with a golden sword. This isn't just any monster, but it was the A-rank ogre. The man with the sword called it a dirty monster and vowed to make it pay for all the people that it had killed. And this man declared that himself, An Hyun-soo, the warrior of justice, will be the judge of its end. He declared this with all enthusiasm, while tears were falling down from his eyes. Tae-hyun seemed to be unamused with the childish declaration. The ogre roared as it lifted its fist in the air while An Hyun-soo anticipated the attack. An Hyun-soo, with his eyes filled with determination, he lifted his sword and showered the ogre with several diamond-like blades of light. The attack was so powerful that it formed an explosion in the middle of the city. Tae-hyun was astonished by what he just witnessed. He couldn't believe that the man easily defeated an A-rank monster. He assumed that the man is the A-ranked awakened who single-handedly solved the break before he regressed. He knew the man was the Blade of Lunacy, An Hyun-soo, and he just confirmed that the man is as strong as what the rumors say. An Hyun-soo smiled and made a goofy expression as he declared that the idiotic monster died at the hands of his justice sword. Seeing this, Tae-hyun couldn't deny that the rumors that An Hyun-soo is as stupid are correct. As he continued to gaze at An Hyun-soo, he wondered why he suddenly appeared in the area. Since before he regressed, An Hyun-soo is engaged in a bloody battle with a giant ogre on the other side of the city. An Hyun-soo is focused on praying for the citizens who passed away to find peace. Tae-hyun continued to have several thoughts in his mind as he watched An Hyun-soo, but instantly, as the notification window appeared indicating a skill was sensed, he felt a horrifying presence. An Hyun-soo was stabbed in the middle of the chest by a bald man behind him. He coughed up blood as he uttered, "What?" With a sinister grin, the man exclaimed as he had finally caught An Hyun-soo. A vast area of the city has been damaged. Meanwhile, a marketplace of clothing seemed to be unaffected. Jae-young observed the nurse who was sleeping on the couch. The nurse seemed to be oblivious to the chaos outside or to the presence of another person. Jae-young perspired as he asked himself if what he's going to do is okay. He recalled his conversation with Tae-hyun. He was informed that a lot of people will die, and one of those people is their school nurse, Choi Na-young. Tae-hyun informed him that the nurse will die because she focused on relief activities rather than evacuating. Tae-hyun asked Jae-young if he can put people to sleep with his sleep skill, and Jae-young confirmed this. He was then given an instruction to put the nurse to sleep and evacuate her to a safe place, and Tae-hyun declared that he will handle the rest. As he continued to watch Choi Na-young, Jae-young wondered how his cousin knew all about those things. All of a sudden, a thought crossed his mind. He judged this thought as nonsense, but he couldn't fully shake it off since it's the only possible explanation. His blood rushed with the idea that his cousin awakened to a skill to see the future. He exclaimed how seeing the future is so cool. An imaginary Tae-hyun with a crystal ball and cloak tries to say no. Jae-young chose to think that nothing will go wrong. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun can only curse upon seeing the scene before him. An Hyun-soo is clutching his chest as he comes face to face with the man who stabbed him. Tae-hyun couldn't help but think how it all went wrong. An Hyun-soo demanded for the man to declare his identity. The man had a creepy expression as he commented how An Hyun-soo is still alive after being stabbed in a vital point. He remarked how A ranks are in a different league. The man told An Hyun-soo that it makes the hunting fun. This man is called Han Sang-do, a B-ranked villain with a stealth skill. Those awakened who commit crimes are called villains, and B-ranked Han Sang-do is one of those. He is a homicidal maniac who, during the gate break, went around murdering people for his own thrill. Tae-hyun couldn't understand the situation since before he regressed, An Hyun-soo and Han Sang-do never met. He started to wonder if the future has changed because of him. An Hyun-soo got enraged after knowing that he is a villain. He drew out his sword and vowed to punish the villain with his own hands. An Hyun-soo stopped in the middle of it when he heard the ogre groaning. His and Han Sang-do's attention were drawn to where the ogre was. The ogre growled loudly as it launched a powerful attack towards them. It made a louder noise to express its anger. An Hyun-soo was caught off guard at the sight of the giant ogre. Han Sang-do laughed. He seemed to be amused with the regeneration ability of the A-rank monster. The ogre raised its fist again, in preparation for another attack. His fist came in contact with the ground, and it caused a massive explosion. Fortunately, An Hyun-soo and Han Sang-do were able to evade this. Since the ogre is wreaking havoc, Han Sang-do had decided to leave An Hyun-soo's defeat in the hands of the ogre. Han Sang-do's attention is diverted to another person. He came face to face with Kim Tae-hyun and commented how they had a spectator earlier. He seemed thrilled with the idea of having another prey. Then he decided to launch an attack on Tae-hyun, who seemed to be caught off guard. His weapon came close to Tae-hyun's neck as he screamed for him to die. Sang-do expected his blade to cut Tae-hyun's head, so he was surprised when Tae-hyun's neck was covered in stone. Tae-hyun smirked at him and called him a moron, and then he launched a powerful kick towards Sang-do. Sang-do seemed annoyed to figure out that the person in front of him was awakened. Tae-hyun addressed him as B-rank villain, Sang-do, and this made him pay close attention. Tae-hyun asked him if he was the lunatic who's going around committing murder using stealth skill. He smiled at him and expressed that he feels great for running into him. His stone-covered arm clashed with Sang-do's blade. Sang-do seemed to enjoy attacking Tae-hyun consecutively. On the other hand, Tae-hyun looked serious while he countered Sang-do's blade with his arm. This pattern of fighting continues. Sang-do uses his blades to attack while Tae-hyun protects himself using his stone-covered arms. And then he will launch a counterattack. They both took a step back. Sang-do commented that Tae-hyun is skilled enough to be confident. He looked at him while he made a remark that it's unexpected how blades would be useless against him. He went on to tell him that he doesn't know how Tae-hyun knew about him, but he shouldn't conclude that he has a chance of winning, just because his blades are not working against him. Tae-hyun was shocked to hear that. It's as if Sang-do knew his thoughts. Sang-do gave him advice, that he should know that the world doesn't go according to his plans. Sang-do disappeared from his sight. Tae-hyun instantly knew that he used the stealth skill. He assumed a combat stance in preparation for the hidden enemy. He instantly turned to look at his backside. He punched the air and declared that Sang-do's attacks were useless against him. Unbeknownst to him, Sang-do was actually behind him. He was caught off guard when he revealed himself and asked him if he's sure about what he just said. He instantly turned to block the blade. Unexpectedly, his hand bled. He was surprised to see that his stone-covered hand was bleeding. Sang-do laughed at him. Sang-do is preparing for another attack while he asks Tae-hyun if he knew about the number of guys that he hunted that were just like him. He's pertaining to guys that made a mistake by thinking that their skill is invincible. He asked him if he's flustered to run away now that his weakness has been exposed. He cut Tae-hyun from all sides. Tae-hyun clenched his teeth as he endured the consecutive attacks that rained on him. Sang-do told him that he should understand that all skills have weaknesses. With his last attack, Sang-do left Tae-hyun bleeding from different parts of his body. The blood was scattered on the floor. Kim Tae-hyun was catching his breath. Deep inside him, he started to realize the flaw of the stone skin skill. He now understood that the stone skins are not ideal to totally black the attacks, since unbearable shock would crush the stone and the cursed part would be replaced with the formation of a stone of remarkably lower durability. It dawned on him that Sang-do was actually aiming for that since the start. Upon gazing at Sang-do, he had a menacing aura, and his eyes appeared to be really intimidating. But Tae-hyun was still able to smile because of what he learned. That hand-to-hand fight is still doable even against a B-ranked opponent. With that, he can say that his physical abilities aren't those of an average D-rank level. He asked Sang-do if they should end the fight now. Confusion washed over Sang-do's face. He started laughing and mockingly asked Tae-hyun if he went mad after being driven to a corner. He advanced towards Tae-hyun at full speed. Tae-hyun asked him if he knew why he wanted to meet him, but Sang-do chose to dismiss him. Instantly, a red hue was reflected on Sang-do's wide eyes. He witnessed Tae-hyun using his power, as Tae-hyun revealed that his intention was to take his stealth skill. Sang-do wondered about the wicked mana that he felt. He got annoyed to know that Tae-hyun was hiding that, but it seemed like he's not threatened at all. He laughed and even called him an idiot. He activated his stealth skills as he feels confident that he can't hit him when he can't even see him. But Tae-hyun seemed to be unfazed. Instead, he reminded him of what he said earlier, that all skills have weaknesses. Tae-hyun seemed to realize something after he had devoured monsters several times. There were monsters that seemed to escape his sight, but, in the end, nothing escaped his predation. He told Sang-do that wherever he hid or wherever he ran away to, he informed him that predation will gobble him up no matter what. All of a sudden, Sang-do let out a scream. Tae-hyun's red blades ripped off his body into pieces. The sun had started rising, illuminating the whole city with its warm light. Hyun-soo can be seen laying face down on the ground. He cursed and regretted that he was stabbed by the villain. Even if he's called with many titles such as the Hero of Justice or the Invincible Warrior, he still can't defy death. The giant ogre appeared before him, and it roared loudly. It made a loud noise as it lifted its clenched fist, and it roared again as it punched Hyun-soo. The attack caused so much smoke and debris in the area. It made loud noises as it waited for the smoke and dust to clear out. But to its surprise, Hyun-soo's body is not in the area. And a voice spoke, commenting how Hyun-soo is totally flat on the ground. It was Tae-hyun, and he used his stealth skill to save Hyun-soo. The giant ogre heard him and turned towards his direction. Tae-hyun smiled while his aura covers his body, and he uttered that it's no wonder that Hyun-soo is on the ground since it was comfortable. The bright light of the rising sun covers the dark sky. A man and a woman were surprised as they opened the door. Jae-young called out his mom and dad and announced that he's back home. Tae-hyun asked his uncle if everything's all right. Tears fell from the eyes of the old couple. They were so relieved that the monsters didn't harm the children. Jae-young laughed and told them that nothing happened. The old couple told them that the house was a mess, as if someone ravaged the place. Jae-young insisted that nothing happened, and even asked Tae-hyun to agree with him. Tae-hyun decided to not say any comments. From a bird's-eye view, the rooftop of different buildings can be seen. A person watched the news on his mobile phone. The news announced that as per the guidelines of the government, the gate break warning has been completely lifted. In addition to that, the news also stated that the government considered the possibility of a subsequent outbreak, and with that, they ordered nearby schools to be closed for a week. And as news of survivors is gradually coming in, the public is breathing a sigh of relief. The man in suit earlier and the two women who were with him can be seen wearing hospital gowns as they pass through the hospital's corridor. The nurse, Choi Na-young, is explaining to the police how she woke up in a department store without any recollection of going there. Meanwhile, An Hyun-soo is on a live broadcast to announce that he is not the one who took down the giant ogre. He revealed that the true hero is someone else. The news continued to announce that the giant ogre's corpse wasn't discovered, and the whereabouts of the villain who attacked the public are unknown. People are concerned that the preventive measure for safety purposes may be insufficient. The person who's watching the news decided to turn off his mobile phone. That person was actually Tae-hyun. He's happy to know that he has not been mentioned in any of the reports. With a confident and excited expression, he looked at what's ahead of him. He is standing on the rails while looking at the dark tunnel as he declares that he's ready to advance to the next stage. His status window had been updated with his newly acquired skill. Now, he has 3 skills, including the D-rank stealth that requires 5 mana. For him, acquiring stealth was an especially great outcome. But due to his current level, he finds it difficult to use all 3 skills, since recklessly wielding the skills could deplete his mana in no time and thereby raising his fatigue level. It could end up a devastating move. So, he thought of preventive measures, and the best one is to have potions. Potions are elixirs created for various purposes such as mana or fatigue recovery. But he had an issue to deal with. Potions are expensive. Thus, he decided to hunt to earn money. He went inside the tunnel, and his path was blocked by debris. He went through a small crease to proceed. For him to hunt, he needs legal permission. Actually, the law states that using skills without legal permission is considered illegal, so it left him with a single option. After going through the narrow passage between the wall, he was able to arrive at this destination where multiple gigantic monsters gazed at him. The only solution that he had is to explore undiscovered dungeons. The monster spoke and asked how a mere mortal could come in their place. Another monster wondered how the mortal found them. One monster suggested that they should paralyze the mortal so they could have a feast. Tae-hyun heard all their statements. He commented on how they are such great talkers. He wondered if those monsters are of high intelligence. The notification window showed that the monsters are called the Spider Sisters, and they are of B rank. He expressed how B ranks are not enough to increase his ranks. He wondered if he needed to eat hundreds of them to reach his goal. The Spider Sisters got triggered with this and decided to attack the arrogant human. One of the Spider Sisters had puffy cheeks, and in unison they told him that they are going to eat him alive. And simultaneously, they spit out a purple substance on him. The Spider Sisters laughed as if to mock him and asked how he felt. They asked if he felt himself becoming paralyzed. To their surprise, their victim is unaffected. Tae-hyun's skill called Resistance has been activated. Tae-hyun seemed to be pleased with the Spider Sisters' useful skill. The Spider Sisters screamed for him to wait, but it was followed by them groaning in agony. A notification appears stating that he has succeeded in a complete predation. He had obtained a new skill called Paralysis. One of the tall buildings in the area is the headquarters for the New South Korea Player Association. 2 men guard the wooden gigantic door. Inside the building is a woman who is holding a coffee and 2 men. One man seemed to be nervous. He is Go Tae-wook, the deputy manager of the New South Korea Player Association. A player is defined when an awakened player is legally permitted to use their skills for various objectives, such as abyss exploration, dungeon clearing, and so on. Currently, there are 5 player centers of the New South Korea Player Association. New South Korea's largest guilds, or also known as the 4 Great Guilds, are the Fighters, or also known as Undivided, the Crafters called Alchemists, the Mages called the Magicians, and there's the informants called Night Walkers. And the authorized agency that manages the players, including the 4 great guilds, is known as the New South Korea Player Association. And in front of the deputy manager is the guild master of the Night Walker and also an S-rank player called Yu Ah-yong, and a man who thanked Yu Ah-yong for coming, whose name is Ji Jinwi. He is the chairman of the New South Korea Player Association and an S-rank player. He asked Yu Ah-yong if she discovered something. Yu Ah-yong confirmed if he was pertaining to a malignant guild. A malignant guild is a criminal organization formed by the most brutal fellows even among villains. The guild members wear gold rings with 3 skulls carved on them. He handed her a report about the recent movements of the malignant guild and a list of players that they were targeting. Yu Ah-yong told him that she's definite that he didn't seek her just to receive a document. So she straightforwardly asked what he needs from her. He laughed and asked her if she had any ideas. He admitted that he wanted her opinion on something. He proceeded to ask her when she finished the player test. She's confused by his question, but opted to answer truthfully, that it was when she reached the qualifying age at 19 years old. Then she realized something, and the chairman asked her if she thinks a high school student could rival a monster in a fight. The high school student that might be the main topic of their conversation was busy sitting on top of the pile of the bodies of the monsters. His backpack is full of crystals from the monster. He's talking to someone in the phone, asking them if they are the alchemists. With a bored expression on his face after defeating a whole bunch of monsters, he revealed his agenda to them. He wanted to buy potions. The 7-day school closure order from the gate break ended. Kim Tae-hyun was occupied during that time. Together with Hwang Jae-young, he had physical training. Aside from that, he also cleared some dungeons. Inside the building of alchemists, one of the 4 great guilds, someone was shocked seeing so many mana stones. With that, they regarded their customer as their SVIP and coaxed him to trade with them. So that's one of the tasks of Tae-hyun during the school closure, potion trading. Despite that, his overall rank is at C. That includes a ranking of C in skill, stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. He knew he had a long way to go, and yet he still has to go to school. Out of curiosity, his classmates asked him if he had awakened since they heard a rumor that he beat up Bae Hyuk-soo's lackeys. Another classmate added that whatever the case is, Tae-hyun is in big trouble, because things had already escalated. A group of students came rushing to them. Tae-hyun noticed them. These students caused commotion by throwing and breaking the chairs. They are extremely angry. One of them sat down and casually propped his feet on the table. It was Lee Jung-jae. He told Tae-hyun, "It's been a while, old friend." Jung-jae awakened as an S rank. He is the 3rd-generation chaebol of the Taesan Group, the conglomerate that sponsors Taesan High School, the boss of all the Taesan High's bullies. Tae-hyun recalled how he was pushed against the wall before. He took a closer look at who the bullies were, and among them, he saw Jung-jae smirking. Jung-jae is the main culprit who ordered Bae Hyuk-soo to harass him for being unawakened. Tae-hyun forced a laugh by having someone like Jung-jae as his friend. He intimidated him as he told him to cut the crap and fuck off. One of Jung-jae's lackeys got triggered and called him a bastard as he asked Tae-hyun if he really knows who he's talking to. All of a sudden, a fist met this student's face. Jung-jae punched him and asked him if he did not see that they're having a conversation. Jung-jae's attention returned to Tae-hyun. He told him that he understands him if he is still in high spirits after defeating Bae Hyuk-soo. He released a ball of fire in the air as he advised him to be more careful in acting up in front of him. Kim Tae-hyun was flustered and amazed as he witnessed the power of an S rank awakened. Jung-jae warned Tae-hyun to better listen while he's being nice. Deep in him, Tae-hyun wondered how Jung-jae would face predation. But then, a girl interfered and told Jung-jae to stop. This girl crushed the hand of one of Jung-jae's lackeys who yelled in pain. It was Lim Ah-hyung. She also told Tae-hyun to stop. Tae-hyun continued to observe her. Ah-young wore many hats, such as the class president, and Yu Ah-yong's half-sister. She is also described as a rich family's young lady, a model student, a S-rank awakened, the prospective first-ranker next term, noblesse oblige, future SS rank player. She had countless nicknames and is expected to earn even more such nicknames. But Tae-hyun has one problem with her: she's uncompromising as fuck, and won't just simply back down. Jungjae acted innocent as he told her that it's like she's insinuating that he's doing something bad. He defended that they're just friends having a chat. Ah-young was skeptical of that and asked about how a friend could punch a friend in the face. Jungjae warned her to watch herself. Ah-young responded with a threat that she will use force if he didn't leave on his own. He demanded that he quit it and get lost. Taehyun watched them both as they used their powers to intimidate each other. Deep inside Taehyun, he would like them to stop because at that rate, the whole classroom will be a total mess. Jungjae glared at her, while Ah-hyung didn't back down. Jungjae broke the tension as he turned away and invited everyone to just stop as he had no intention of fighting, and he faced them again while releasing fire in his hands. He asked them if that's what they're expecting him to say, and he prepares himself to throw a huge fireball towards Ah-hyung. But the school bell suddenly rang. It shocked the three of them, and they heard the announcement from the broadcasting club through the speaker. The announcement was that there's a special lecture that will be organized by the Players Association in the main hall. So all students are expected to assemble there immediately. They repeated the announcement twice. Because of the sudden interruption, the fire in Lee Jungjae is slowly being extinguished. He returned on, glaring at Ah-hyung. Ah-hyung returned the gaze while she anticipated his attack. He scoffed. As he leaves the room, he tells her that she's lucky. They closed the room's door with a thud. Once they're fully out of sight, Ah-hyung asks Taehyun if he's okay. She was about to tell him that he doesn't have to thank her, but he's no longer at his seat. She was surprised that he's already at the door. Taehyun asked her why she's still standing there, and if she had not heard the announcement to assemble in the main hall. And then he told her that he will be leaving first. Ah-hyung was left dumbfounded. She wondered if Taehyun had always been that way. After a few moments in the main hall, students were curious about what the lecture is all about, especially it's coming from the Players Association. They wondered if it was related to the gate break. A person on the stage started speaking. He introduced himself as Go Tae-wook, HR Deputy Manager of the Player Association. He announced that he's there for two reasons. One is to apologize for the Players Association's lack of response to the gate break and to provide safety training. And it was followed by the second reason. This is to inform everyone about the changes to the player tryouts for those individuals responsible for shaping the future of the new South Korea Player Association. Upon hearing that, Jungjae got triggered and cursed Taehyun. Ah-hyung took a mental note to speak with Taehyun after the ceremony, while Taehyun, without knowing anything, nonchalantly yawned. The students talked among themselves. They couldn't comprehend how the player tryouts concerns them, especially that the tryouts start at age 19 and they couldn't even participate in that. Tae-wook heard them and acknowledged that they may think of it that way. But he also revealed that now it would relate to them. He explained that due to the recent gate break outbreak and the steep rise in the number of monsters and dungeons, the Players Association has recognized that they are understaffed. Therefore, starting from the tryouts, they will be allowing nomination even for high school students. The students were surprised to hear that. Tae-wook continued to explain that nominees from each school will be selected based on a combination of factors such as ability, assessment scores, academic record, and behavior. But in Taehyun's mind, he thought that these are all lies. He knew that the tryouts are open for high school students, but the selection process is already underway. That is through Tae-wook's skill. It's called the Observer's Eye. Observer's Eye is able to quantify the sum total of the subject's abilities. Upon focusing, it even allows the user to view the stat window's information of the target. Tae-wook continued to speak while observing them. Above each student's head, he sees numbers, and he thought these numbers are far better than the other locations. He knew they would make great players. But the most shocking, even among all of them, are those two students. Lee Jungjae, who has a value of 1924, and Lim Ah-young, who has 2335. He recalled that Nightwalker sent him a list of recommended candidates, but he still can't believe that there are so many untrained awakenings. He was pleased with that, and he got excited to write up some recommendations as soon as he got back. Jungjae raised his hand to catch his attention. He was surprised and confused with that act. Jungjae said that there are some candidates unfit for that. Tae-wook wondered what he meant by unfit candidates. Jung-jae explained that player tryouts are meant to assess people suitable to be players among the awakened. In other words, what he's saying is that he doesn't believe that a mere unawakened person needs to hear the lecture. And he looked at Tae-hyun as if to say that he is pertaining to him. But strength is not all that makes a player, whether it's the rank of awakening, ability to handle different situations, or vast knowledge about the abyss. To become a player, a number of complex skills must be assessed. Jung-jae spoke again. He mentioned that in the end, all those complexities originate from the awakened, and he looked at Tae-hyun as he continued to say that for an unawakened, it's nothing but a salt in the wounds. Some students can be heard laughing. With a hint of annoyance, Tae-hyun realized Jung-jae is willing to go that far to confirm whether he awakened or not. In his mind, Jung-jae is provoking Tae-hyun to prove it if he has awakened. Ah-young was about to scold him, but she stopped mid-sentence as she imagined that Tae-hyun would act rudely to her. She turned her back and willed herself not to care. Jung-jae expressed to Tae-wook that they should send the unawakened out of the hall as soon as possible. Tae-wook answered that he understood him, but it's up to the student to decide if they want to attend the lecture. Jung-jae addressed Tae-hyun and asked how he's not humiliated when it's not like he can get nominated as unawakened, and he further asked if he doesn't give a shit about player tryouts. Tae-hyun smirked. In his mind, certainly, without proving himself as an unawakened, he can't even get a peek of the player tryouts. But he also knew that to get recommended, he doesn't necessarily have to show that himself. Tae-wook closely observed those three students. He thought of Jung-jae as pathetic for being an S-rank player, and yet he's bullying. And then his attention went to Tae-hyun, an unawakened with unknown latent rank as per the student department. He sees him as a pitiful existence in the midst of being awakened. Yet when Tae-wook used his power, it states that information could not be verified, and that caught him off guard. Tae-hyun spoke and told Jung-jae that he's right. He added that what use would it be for a lowly unawakened to attend such a lecture? It would only hurt their pride. Jung-jae was both shocked and confused by Tae-hyun's response. And then he announced something. He will get the fuck out of there while showing his middle finger to Jung-jae, and he told everyone to stay locked up in there and attend the oh-so-great lecture. This angered Jung-jae, while Tae-wook couldn't get over the shock of his observer's eye not working on Tae-hyun. Especially since even with the chairman and Yu Ah-young, it had never happened. So, he couldn't figure out why it happened with a kid like Tae-hyun. He watched Tae-hyun's back go closer to the exit, and when Tae-hyun was about to open the door, Tae-wook continuously got the notification that the information could not be verified. And then, Tae-hyun faced and smirked at him. His eyes widened in shock. He saw a white figure with long white hair, and on top of that, Kim Tae-hyun's number is at 5096. It was almost sunset. The hallways of the school are empty. The library was quiet, while Tae-hyun sat on mountains of books while reading. Shadow of three men appeared in front of him. He told them that he figured he'd spend the rest of the day looking for clues about the king. And he gazed at those men with serious eyes, and told them that it's not like he'll find something in there anyway. One of the guys announced that Jung-jae is looking for him, so he should go with them. He flipped a page in the book while asking them what if he says no. The guy smirked and asked to confirm if Tae-hyun's aunt runs a restaurant. This caught Tae-hyun off guard. He was confused. The guy told him that Jung-jae has a message for him, and the message was that Tae-hyun is a pathetic orphan, and he asked Tae-hyun if he wants to give his aunt a hard time when she's already struggling, and he told Tae-hyun not to worry because they will drag him to Jung-jae anyway. But the guy couldn't finish his sentence because there was a sudden explosion in the library. It was so loud that it shattered several bookshelves. That guy was groaning in pain as the hand around his neck tightened. Tae-hyun continued to choke him, while the other two guys lay unconscious on the ground. He told the guy not to make him ask twice. He tightened his grip on the guy's neck as he inquired where the bastard Jung-jae was. The main hall is now empty and quiet. Tae-hyun found Jung-jae and a man that appeared as he's a bodyguard because he's wearing his suit and tie. "This is surprising," the man said. Jung-jae asked him what he thinks that is. The man is using his powers, and he informs Jung-jae that he has been casting a couple of status effects. He is Seol Hundo, an A-rank player and Jung-jae's bodyguard. Hundo reported to Jung-jae that the status effect is not working on Tae-hyun. He concluded that with such great resistance, Tae-hyun is probably an A rank awakened. Jung-jae expected that Tae-hyun had awakened. Jung-jae said that he should have a chat with his friend. Tae-hyun is pissed off, but he remains quiet. Jung-jae admitted that his words may have been crude, but he clarified that he has no intention of hurting him. In fact, he wanted to scout him. He explained that he's going to form a guild after he graduates as the heir to Taeson Group, and he acknowledges that even a genius like me can't do everything on my own. He asked Tae-hyun if he's following, and he told him that he wanted human talent, not some bum like Bai Hyuk-soo. But they are really talented people, just like the current Tae-hyun. Jung-jae was elated when he encouraged Tae-hyun to forget his old grudges and work for him. He told him that not only wealth and honor, but he can even get his family out of that shitty life. Tae-hyun responded, "What a load of shit." He uttered, "Wealth, honor." He turned his body into a rock, and with a serious expression, he told Jung-jae that he had crossed the line. Jung-jae was left dumbfounded. He sighed as if he remembered something. He unleashed his power while saying that dogs have to be trained. A magic circle is being drawn on the floor. Seo Hundo yelled, "Room!" Room is a binding skill that envelops a space in magic. Outsiders can't detect the magic inside. The whole area is covered with a translucent bluish barrier. Hundo announced that with that, nobody from the outside will find out about his young master's fight, and now all that's left to do is for him to enjoy the scene. Tae-hyun rushed towards Jung-jae with his stone fist. While Jung-jae's fist is covered in flame, their fist collided, creating a whirlwind of air in the center. Jung-jae's fist is pushing Tae-hyun backwards, which made Tae-hyun groan in pain. Jung-jae advanced towards him for another attack, and his punches caused a massive explosion. It looked like a volcano erupted. Tae-hyun was heavily injured as he coughed up blood. Jung-jae laughed and taunted him by asking if he already knew his place. Hundo stood and watched from afar as multiple explosions happened because of the fight. He's feeling sorry for Tae-hyun. He assumed that Tae-hyun is a high-grade body-strengthening skill user and an A-rank awakened. With combat skills and mental power, it's surprising from a student. He thought that Tae-hyun must have had a hard time finding a reasonable opponent. But Tae-hyun's opponent now is Jung-jae, and that made Seo Hundo have a proud expression on his face. Tae-hyun is caught off guard with Jung-jae's continuous attacks. Jung-jae grinned while emitting yellow light on his hand. Seo Hundo describes Jung-jae as the epitome of intelligence S rank. In his mind, he assumed that Tae-hyun had no chance of winning, and he could have just learned his place and given up. But then he saw something surprising. Tae-hyun evaded the attack, and it happened again. Until he found his chance to attack. And then he found the chance and a fist landed on Jung-jae's face. The punch was so powerful that Jung-jae crashed to the ground with a massive impact. Hundo couldn't believe that. For him, it was impossible for his young master to be overpowered in a close combat fight. And he wondered, how on earth? Jung-jae stayed on the ground as he cursed loudly. He asked Tae-hyun what he did to him since he can't move his body. Seo Hundo stood there with his mouth gaped open from the shock that his young master couldn't even move. He looked at Tae-hyun and thought that he must have had another skill aside from body strengthening. Tae-hyun is grinning as he announces that finally, it's working. Hundo wondered what the hell he did. Our MC has acquired a total of 3 skills through predation: the stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. Kim Tae-hyun didn't utilize all of his skills from the start. C-rank paralysis can't easily pierce through S-rank resistance, and stealth immediately disarms far-reaching fire attacks. Predation is a last resort and shouldn't be used lightly, so Tae-hyun's objective was accumulation of paralysis in close combat. Status effect skills have a greater effect when dealt in direct blows rather than from a distance. So, with damage dealt by continuous blows of paralysis, even with the high S-rank resistance, it was a series of paralyzing and successfully resisting it until the body can no longer resist, and that led to the downfall of Jung-jae. Seo Hundo stood frozen in shock. He thought of Tae-hyun as a genius, especially that in a head-on battle, Tae-hyun surpassed the young master's level. Tae-hyun watched Jung-jae lay on the shattered ground. Jung-jae laughed and admitted something, that he underestimated him too much. He rationalized that if not that, there's no way that he'd lose to a piece of shit like him. He took out a purple crystal. And then, with just his fingers, he crushed that crystal. Tae-hyun was baffled upon seeing this, and a gigantic skeleton with glowing yellow ribs appeared. Lee Jung-jae announced that he will fight him seriously. The gigantic skeleton, which is covered in flame, is chasing Kim Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun evaded its attack while running away from it, until he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and prepared for a counterattack. He raised his fist covered in stone, while the gigantic skeleton mirrored him, which also raised its fist that was covered in flame. They clench their fists and collide with each other. Tae-hyun's fist passed through the flame surrounding the fist of the gigantic skeleton, and the stones in his hand are slowly being dispersed. This contact caused a massive explosion that sent him flying backwards. He yelled loudly in pain as he crashed to the ground. Seol Hundo carefully observed the gigantic skeleton looming over Tae-hyun. He wondered if what he's seeing is the true form of his young master's flame of hearts. He's flustered as usual. It would be difficult to draw out his young master's true powers at S rank. However, earlier, the young master used a mana-amplifying stone. It is created by refining a mana stone, which is the monster's core. It temporarily amplifies the mana. With that stone, the present young master can also draw out his true S-rank powers. But there's one problem. So he encouraged his young master to stop now. He sincerely asked if the young master was planning to kill Tae-hyun. He tried to reason with him by saying that the magic power is still too much for the young master to handle, and that will cause the blood vessels in his whole body to burst from the surge of magic. In response, his young master released a flame. To his surprise, it was directed at him. Lee Jung-jae told him to shut up. He felt annoyed that a mere bodyguard like him dared to order him around. Tae-hyun slowly stood up while coughing. Jung-jae told his bodyguard that that piece of shit humiliated him and asked him if he just wanted him to let it slide. Our MC was surprised when Jung-jae yelled, "Stop your bullshit!" loudly and made his gigantic skeleton release a powerful attack that blasted Tae-hyun away and shattered the ground. Jung-jae laughed as he screamed for Tae-hyun to die. Seol Hundo realized that the situation isn't good. He ran towards Tae-hyun. As he expected, the young master is not in his right mind. He wondered how Jung-jae would handle the consequences. When he came near the hole where Tae-hyun's is, he couldn't see anything, so he yelled loudly to ask Tae-hyun if he's still alive. He encouraged him to give up the fight and run away. He extended his hand to the hole on where Tae-hyun landed as he informed him to move quickly while he stops the young master for him. But his kindness was returned with violence when Tae-hyun unexpectedly punched him. The punch was powerful to send him flying away. Through the smoke, a silhouette of Tae-hyun emerged into view. He asked, "Run away? What on earth are you talking about after starting the fight yourself?" He admitted that S rank is truly different. He then consumed potions that restored his fatigue, stamina, and mana, and declared that from that moment, he's going to be serious about it. Dark, ominous aura was oozing from our MC's body. Meanwhile, in the Players' Association office, Go Tae-wook is reporting to his superior. Ji Jinwee was extremely surprised upon hearing such high numbers. Tae-wook confirmed that Lee Jung-jae is at 1900 while Lim Ah-young is at 2300, so there's no doubt that the two of them are both S rank. The other staff who heard it also couldn't believe it, since even if they are at S rank, it's impossible for an untrained person to awaken at 1900. That already made them at the level of an A-rank player, which makes him at the level of Japan's saintess. Someone laughed at amusement with the thought of having a saintess in South Korea. The saintess is one of the leading players in Japan. She's a monster whose stats surpassed 2500 and is already at first inspection at the age of 19. And even in her case, she barely surpassed 2500. Because of that, Tae-wook thought about Kim Tae-hyun and his stats at 5096. He wondered what's the deal with it. It sent chills to his spine. He considered the possibility that it might be a hallucination or maybe a skill error. He left the office and walked through the hallway. He's now determined to check Tae-hyun for himself. Back in the main hall, Seol Hundo was utterly shocked. He was kneeling on the ground and wondered how it was possible. Tae-hyun immobilized the gigantic skeleton by releasing a chain with a thorn that covered the monster, and it slowly extinguished the gigantic skeleton's fire. Jung-jae yelled, "How can this possibly be?" He asked how he can be overpowered by a scumbag like Tae-hyun, especially since he's the heir of the Taesan group, and on top of that, he's an S rank. This angered him. He yelled loudly, "I am Lee Jung-jae!" And this desperation made him summon every last of his power. But Tae-hyun just asked him that no matter who's heir, or what rank he has, why the hell does it matter? He smirked as he prepared to launch another attack. Jung-jae was caught off guard on what he saw. The entire area is covered in red smoke, and a figure appeared over them. Tae-hyun told him that this is the king's power, and several rays of red light came rushing towards Jung-jae. He saw it coming, but he failed to flee. Thus, the attack had hit him. It was quiet outside the main hall, but the silence broke when the main hall exploded loudly from the attack. The main hall was wrecked, and Jung-jae was left unconscious on the ground. Seol-hundo couldn't stop his body from shaking. Tae-hyun uttered, "Well, this is a surprise." Seol-hundo is blocking him from reaching Jung-jae's body. Tae-hyun didn't expect his A-rank player to drag Jung-jae out in the middle of predation taking effect, but it doesn't matter since Tae-hyun still acquired the skill. Seol-hundo asked him what he's planning to do. He continued to say that his young master is the heir to Taesan, so he asked Tae-hyun how he is going to deal with the aftermath. Tae-hyun responded that he's being shameless and asked him again who was the one who picked a fight. Also, Tae-hyun scoffed and added that he looked like someone who will cower from a threat like that. Our MC told him that even so, he shouldn't worry since he has no plans on killing Jung-jae. In return, Tae-hyun told him that it's only right that he receives a price for Jung-jae's life. Seol-hundo was caught off guard. Tae-hyun said that in name, Lee Jung-jae is the heir to the Taesan group. He smirked and announced that he should get at least 1,000,000,000 won. Outside the main hall, the students gathered and watched as it was being reduced to ashes. A teacher instructed them to get back. The students wondered if it's some attack by a villain or a monster. Part of this crowd is Lim Ah-young. She knew that wasn't the case since the feel of the magic and the fierce flames is familiar to her. She was certain that it was Lee Jung-jae's power. She wondered who on earth was he fighting. She envisioned him bullying Tae-hyun, which made Tae-hyun at his mercy. With that in mind, she rushed towards the scene. The teacher was surprised with her sudden action. As she dashed towards them, she had been filled with regret for thinking wrong. She knew she shouldn't have been a simple bystander in the main hall. She blames herself while worrying about Tae-hyun. She wished for him to make it out alive. Meanwhile, inside the building, Jung-jae is still unconscious. Tae-hyun stood there right next to his body, and that was the scene Ah-young witnessed when she arrived inside. Kim Tae-hyun told her that she came at the right time since he needs someone as a witness. He immediately corrected himself and told her that he needs someone to help him move Jung-jae. Ah-young was dumbfounded from the sight before her. Tae-hyun instructed her to take Jung-jae to the nurse's office, or rather, the hospital. She immediately approached Jung-jae's body as she asked Tae-hyun on what's going on. Tae-hyun played dumb and uttered, "What the hell did he do for him to be knocked out like this?" He suggested that Jung-jae must have fallen down the stairs. Ah-young finds it suspicious. Tae-hyun told her that this has nothing to do with him, so she should handle Jung-jae. He told her not to tell anyone that she saw him, and then he announced that he's now leaving. Ah-young yelled, "Wait," and demanded a proper explanation. But Tae-hyun has already been out of sight. Ah-young was so confused. She was left speechless. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun had gotten far and watched the sky for smoke from the main hall. He thinks that the situation turned out great since Ah-young will handle Jung-jae, and the Taesan group acted on their part too. So everything had been settled. He then remembered something and opened his status window. He's still at rank C, but he now has a charm stat. It was at 5, and he received the Monarch's Heart at C rank, which boosts party member stats. It consumed 10 mana. He was surprised to see the charm since it's an appearance stat for celebrities. Funny enough, he somewhat felt annoyed receiving that after preying on Jung-jae. He also noticed that the skill that he got isn't Flame Heart, but Monarch's Heart that boosts party members' stats. He didn't know that Jung-jae had a skill like that. He smiled as he thought that it's great. Since skills that affect the entire party are rare, regardless of rank. As someone like him who will be using multiple skills, the Monarch's Heart, which allows any skill to be combined, is way better. For Tae-hyun, it was unimaginably awesome. While walking on the sidewalk, several black cars surrounded him. This surprised him. Several men alighted the cars, and the man said, "Finally found you, Tae-hyun." It was Go Tae-wook accompanied by several bodyguards. He told Tae-hyun that he has several questions for him. Tae-hyun wondered why that guy appeared in front of him. Tae-wook told him that he will ask the first question. With an intimidating aura around him, he asked Kim Tae-hyun what he did earlier in the main hall. At nighttime inside a mansion, a man was holding his glass of liquor and asked, "What's your point?" He spoke that his one and only son is in the hospital, and as if that wasn't enough, Tae-hyun asked for 1,000,000,000 won for his son's life. On top of that, it was requested to deal with the whole matter quietly. The dogs beside this man kept barking. Seol-hundo trembled as he apologized. Seol-hundo admitted that he had nothing to say for that. The man answered, "Do what he wants." Seol-hundo wasn't expecting that. The man laughed and commented that Tae-hyun is quite a guy that piqued his interest. However, he uttered that there must be a worthy reward for the price that they will pay. Seol-hundo was about to beg the man he called Mr. President. He told him that the opponent is still a young kid, and that would be far too cruel. The man told him to stop and threatened him that he would not tolerate a barking dog. This man is Lee Jung-soo, an S-rank player and the president of the Taesan Group. Tae-wook inquired what Kim Tae-hyun was doing at the main hall today. Tae-hyun wondered why Tae-wook looked for him. He wondered if Tae-wook was asking about the explosion at the gym or the numbers that he saw at the auditorium. Tae-hyun pondered about Tae-wook, a deputy general manager of the association. It's unlikely that someone will ever come face-to-face with a fire of his magnitude, but Tae-hyun couldn't help but wonder if he already knew that he's the culprit and had made his move on him. So he decided to test it. He asked him if he's pertaining to the explosion. Tae-wook answered, "What?" And then he understood that Tae-hyun was talking about the fire that they can see from where they are. He answered that it's a problem that other agencies will handle. And then he reminded Tae-hyun that he hasn't answered yet. In his mind, Tae-hyun wondered what he needed if he's not talking about the explosion. Tae-wook asked him again what he was doing at the main hall. Tae-hyun figured out that it made him smile. In response, he said, "Don't you already know?" His answer left Tae-wook confused. Tae-hyun expressed that the reason Tae-wook came to see him, he's sure that it's an invitation to the player test. Tae-wook was flustered but decided to taunt Tae-hyun by asking on what basis he would say that. To prove the basis, Tae-hyun slowly emits his power, and he showed it off without holding back and asked, "Isn't this already enough?" Tae-wook and the bodyguards had their mouths wide open from shock. He noticed that it was more powerful than last time. With that, he assumed that the numbers he saw weren't a coincidence or an error. He carefully watched Tae-hyun as he wondered what he really was, and because of his keen eyes, he noticed and asked, "Why are your clothes messy?" That left Tae-hyun speechless. From outside their home, Hwang Ja-young can be heard screaming, "Player test?" He was fired up as he verified to Kim Tae-hyun his plans on taking the player test. Tae-hyun informed him that he will be taking it after a month. Jae-young was overacting. His respect for Tae-hyun spiked up as he called him different labels such as King, God, General, Emperor. Tae-hyun asked him, "Who are you kidding?" Tae-hyun thought of the incident in the gym and was assured that the Taesan Group will do a good job. He also knew that Tae-wook's suspicions had been eased. Since the exam is in a month, he decided to focus on his training for the meantime. He assumed that there won't be any more problems when suddenly his phone rang. His phone kept ringing while, unbeknownst to him, 2 men had been surveilling his house. A man covered with white bandage choked a bodyguard while asking for the reason why the house is being protected by Players Association. He commented that it's annoying. The other man, who is wearing black overalls, speculated that it might be because the guy is one of those participants in the player test, and the Players Association cares for their participants like crazy. These men are assassins, and they are called the Black and White Brothers. Black, a class demon brother, has the skill stealth and physical enhancement, while the other guy, White, is a class B demon brother with a stealth skill. He answered that even if the guy is a participant, he's still just a kid with little experience. So Black answered and settled that maybe it's because the kid is a promising player. But in the end, if they lack experience, it's useless. He told his brother that they will show the kid what the real awakening is. His brother yelled loudly, and he saw that his brother was being choked and punched by Taehyun. Black asked who that bastard was. Taehyun then threw White on the ground. Black was caught off guard when Taehyun's knee met his face that caused his blood to spill. Taehyun told him that he's the inexperienced kid they were talking about earlier. A few hours ago, when the gym was burning, Seo Hundo couldn't believe that Taehyun asked for 1,000,000,000 won. He explained that even if he kept quiet about the incident, it won't just be him to decide for it. Taehyun told him that he knew that. He knew. He expressed that he's not that bad at holding people accountable. He explained that he's just asking him to do his best to come to an agreement, and Taehyun took a precaution just in case Seo Hundo would betray him. He suggested that they would make an oath. The awakened oath is a contract method created by awakened people using magical power. In case of violation, a permanent random penalty is given. The conditions are simple. Kim Tae-hyun explained that along with the 1 billion compensation he asked earlier, he asked Seol Hundo to do his best to resolve the incident. Seol Hundo abided by that when the news reported that the cause of the explosion was a gas explosion and there were no victims. And there's another thing that Tae-hyun asked. The phone call earlier was from Seol Hondu. And in the call, Seol Hondu told him that since according to the Oath of the Awakened, he will give him information about the assassins, that was the second condition, to notify in advance in any case of retaliation. So back to the present time, Black prepared his blade for a counterattack. Taehyun effortlessly evaded all his attacks, and with a serious expression on his face, he prepared for a counterattack. He released his attack, but there was no one in front of him. With 2 blades on each of his hands, Black appeared behind Taehyun, and he launched his attack that made the ground shatter. Taehyun addressed the Black and White brothers. He told them that he heard that they're good at stealth, but just as he expected, there's nothing special about them. He appeared behind the crouched Black and stepped on his head, and with a devilish expression, he told Black, "You can't do anything else." Meanwhile, on the busy highway, Yoo Ah-hyung is on board in one of the cars. She's talking to somebody on her phone. She told the person on the line that she heard that the screening part is over. The person answered that it will bring promising players from all over the country. She asked this person, the president, who he is looking forward to. She asked if it was Busan's S-class, Shin Yun-bok. The president answered that it's not. He acknowledged that the guy was great, but he has someone else in mind. And he told her that he's looking forward to Yoo Ah-young's sister. Yoo Ah-young seemed disappointed as she commented that he can't even use that family that much. Ji Jinwi laughed and remarked that Yoo Ah-young is still picky. He asked her who she was looking forward to and if it's the kid named Shin Yun-bok. She answered that it was him until she heard an interesting story. That made Ji Jinwi curious. She narrated that aside from other S-class, she heard that there was a child that Deputy Manager Go Tae-wook personally contacted. Ji Jinwi was surprised to hear about Tae-wook. Yoo Ah-young asked him if he's not curious on what kind of skill level is that awakened person to make Deputy Manager Tae-wook personally step forward. Kim Tae-hyun defeated the Black and White brothers, but he was anxious to see his hand. He wondered why it was happening again. A window notified him that he lacks physical ability, and because of that, Predator is not available due to overload, at night, in a peaceful neighborhood. The Black and White brothers were unconscious and tied up side by side. Kim Tae-hyun and Go Tae-wook observed from afar, while the bodyguards watched over the Black and White brothers. One guard spoke how daring these brothers are for meddling with association players, and even dared to harass a high school participant. The other guard added that the bastards are getting braver. Tae-wook thanked Tae-hyun for informing them. He inquired if he has any clue on who's behind the attack. Tae-hyun stared at him and replied that he doesn't know. Tae-wook entertained the idea that the list of participants has been leaked. He planned to request additional guards for the others. In his mind, Tae-hyun thought that it's best not to tell them about the Taesan groups, since instead of it being properly dealt with, it would only give him more problems. And the most important to him right now is not the Taesan group, but the fact that he was notified that his physical ability is not sufficient, and therefore predation skill is not available due to overload. He wondered what cursed skill is that. Lack of physical abilities to the point where he couldn't use his skills. He thought that it might mean that he has to increase his stats. but he has no idea how to improve his stats, since increasing levels by hunting monsters requires predation. This is also the same if he would hunt awakened humans. Taehyun tried thinking what he could do next. One idea came to his mind, but this was really not the ideal way, but he had no other choice. Inside the Blackhead building. Their logo looked funny because it's a black round ball with eyes and gigantic nose and skinny arms and legs. A girl named Yura welcomed the customers. She is a guide at Blackhead's main training center in New Korea. With a smile and a cute posture, she asked how she could serve the customers. Taehyun and Hwang Jae-young entered. Jae-young couldn't believe Taehyun planned to register in Blackhead, where both money and skills are valued. When Yura saw them, she thought they're just a bunch of kids. She called them kids and told them that it's not an ordinary training place. Taehyun gave her his black card and informed her that the two of them are signing up. She saw that the card was SVIP, and she was surprised. Taehyun asked to confirm if that's enough verification. She couldn't believe that it's the alchemist's SVIP card. She wondered why those kids have that. She thought that they could be kids of a high-ranking player, or maybe they're players themselves, but she knew that accepting them easily could bring some problems. She wondered what she should do. In perfect time, a man who's showing off his muscles said that Yura is in a dilemma. And then this man told the kids that their place is not a place that they could just simply enter through the use of money. That man is a B-rank coach called Iron Strongman. He is a Blackhead member and known to be a rookie killer. His skill was muscle augmentation, and one of his traits was that he renamed himself. Jae-young was impressed with that man's name. He asked his older brother what they should do. But for Taehyun, it was a strange name, and he thought that maybe that man is stressed. Other members saw their interaction and gossiped among themselves. They pity the newbies for being approached and falling into the hands of Iron Strongman. Iron Strongman, still showing off his muscles on his half-naked body, asked the kids if they saw how people screamed when they heard his name. So, he suggested that it's better for the kids to leave. But he was cut off mid-sentence when Taehyun asked him what he's talking about when those people are just weaklings. That made Iron Strongman's eyes sharpen and gave him a serious look as he asked, "What?" Jae-young and Yura were surprised at what they heard. Iron Strongman asked if Taehyun is saying that he is stronger than him. Taehyun told him that it's up to him on how to interpret that, and if he doesn't trust him, they should just make a bet, and the loser will pay a year's membership fee. This provoked Iron Strongman, making him laugh out loud. He called Taehyun ignorant and suggested they should begin. They entered a new world where their bodies became pixelated. This new world was filled with monsters. Iron Strongman challenged Kim Taehyun to prove his worth. It's akin to a video game. They're seated, wearing headgear, while people watch their journey in the new world on a big screen. Hwang Jae-young recognized that the location is the Abyss. Yura explained that they are using a virtual training program called Virtual Porter. Virtual Porter sends the player to a virtual reality similar to the Abyss, and one has to carry a heavy load, defeat B-rank monsters, and reach the goal in the short time in the training competition. It is a common method used in training centers for ranking. But they find it very unfair when Kim Taehyun goes up against Iron Strongman. This one laughed out loud as he thought that he would surely win this fight. Iron Strongman yelled that a young man dared to bet against him, especially when his skill of muscle augmentation is unmatched in a fight, and also in movement. He bragged that his skills don't have any defect in Virtual Porter. On top of that, his lift is on a much different level, and he assumed that he would win and get to train for a year for free. But then, a bright light caught his attention. Taehyun moves so fast that only a trail of light can be seen, and the surrounding monsters are instantly defeated. He continued forward despite the monsters blocking his way. In just one big movement, he defeated most of them. He attacked them with a powerful kick. The monsters didn't even have time to counterattack. He immediately finished them off. Taehyun is feeling confident. He continued to attack the rest of the monsters that seemed like they're just waiting for him. And with that, he reached a 9999 combo. Iron Strongman couldn't believe it. Taehyun told him that he only planned to attend for 30 days. With the heavy weight on his back, he admitted that it was a pretty tough workout. The onlookers were shocked while Hwang Jae-young stood with pride as he stood there holding a banner that said, I believed in you. Tae-hyun faced Iron Strongman, who was far behind him, and told him that he won the bet. He added that he should pay up and get lost. 30 days have passed since the announcement of the changes to the player exams. The day that has been long awaited has finally arrived, the player license test. The host abode the helicopter as she announced that the Players Association has made a change by allowing minors to participate through recommendations. Participants of various ages from all around the country have gathered in the association exam hall. The famous Awakeners are known as unmatched in close-range fights, such as Iron Fist or Hong Jung-wook, an A-ranker. There is also Druid, or Lee Gilson, an A-ranker that has an incredible battle sense that makes S-grade afraid of him. The famous unmatched in Busan called the Thunder God, Shin Yunbok. A grade S is also present. A girl rumored to have the highest recorded merit among candidates for the exam is a Saintess-level prospect named Lim Ah-young, an S rank. And there are other uncountable talents scheduled to participate in the test. A girl is out of breath and complaining that the location is very far. She knew that if she failed to report, she would be fired. She is a new Psy economics journalist called Reporter Kim Gija. Her skill is typing, and her purpose is interviewing and taking photos of exam candidates. She's way behind the line, and she knew that, because of that, she won't be able to interview candidates and take pictures. She complained that being in grade E is useless. Tae-hyun is walking behind her. She turned to him when she heard him cursing and complained that there were so many people. He complained loudly that with that kind of crowd, the test taker couldn't enter. Reporter Kim Gija clearly heard the words, test taker. She looked at him while he's being stressed because of the crowd. He uttered how much it sucks. She recognized him as one of the candidates. She approached him to ask if she could interview him. From a bird's eye view, people were like ants around the association hall. Kim Tae-hyun is being called by the staff since the test is going to start in a few minutes. He explained that he was almost late because he had a sudden interview. He told her that he will be right there and he planned to build his image from the start. There were lots of examinees, and they all had a badge with their number. They looked around, and they were surprised. Even Ah-young is shocked. Tae-hyun noticed her staring at him. Ah-young did not expect him to be there. Tae-hyun was also shocked to bump into her and addressed her as the class president. She asked him what happened to his body, and he explained that it was because of the bit of training that he had. Ah-young doubted what he said. She knew that he had awakened, but not like this. Especially that Tae-hyun changed so much in just 1 month. Then she proceeded to ask what happened to Lee Jung-jae last time. But her question was not answered as they were interrupted when they heard an announcement. The person addressed all of them as the young heroes who bear the future of the new South Korea, and congratulated them for being there. The person speaking is displayed on multiple screens. He told everyone that they are in the first trial place for those who aspire to become players, and he informed them that he will be explaining the rules. He instructed them to look at their chest since there should be a number on their trial card. In the first trial, they are asked to collect 5 cards, including theirs, which means if they don't have any card, they are out. That first trial is called the Exam Ticket Scramble. They have a time limit of 1 hour, and every method is allowed except murder. The players were surprised by a sudden shift in the room when the whole layout had changed, and with that, the man announced the start of the first trial. Examinees were running around and adjusting to the new layout of the room, since there are only a few platforms that are separated from one another. Lim Ah-young is alone on a single platform, and the examinees saw her and several of them rushed towards her. One of them suggested that if they don't want to be targeted, they should attack her first, but Ah-young remained calm and serious as she released her power. And then she makes a large ice crystal that makes the other examinees scream. The staff of the association watched them. One man commented that Lim Ah-young is truly a promising Saintess-level candidate since she has a very impressive capability. He also noticed that other candidates cannot be underestimated since their respective abilities surpassed those of the previous examinees. Another man commented that one noteworthy candidate is Thunder God, an S rank from Busa, Shin Yunbok. 20 minutes has passed since the trial started, and there is not a single attack or method that worked effectively against him. The staff were truly amazed with their abilities, especially with Shin Yunbok and Lim Ah-young, who are far more superior than others. But this guy was busy looking at someone else. Go Tae-wook witnessed how the other staff was amazed. He thought that it's natural for Yoon-bak and Lim Ah-hyung to attract attention since their ranking is high. But to him, who had seen it all, he knew there was an unbelievable stat from Tae-hyun. So he trusted that he could dominate the trial easily. He silently rooted for Tae-hyun. He wished for him to show them what he got. He watched Tae-hyun engaging in a fist fight. This caught him off guard. He was a bit surprised and in panic. He screamed what the hell was happening. Kim Tae-hyun is up against an A-ranker called Hong Jong-wook who is using his iron skin skill, and Tae-hyun is using his stone skin skill. Tae-wook panicked and wondered if he had overrated Kim Tae-hyun's abilities since he is being overpowered by someone who is only at A rank. More so, Tae-hyun has not even avoided a single attack. But that made Tae-wook think twice. He considered that it was intentional. Tae-hyun advanced toward Jong-wook with a smile. He was met with a powerful punch from Jong-wook. Jong-wook was pissed off and asked if he's doing that to mock him. He yelled that stone skin is way lower than iron skin. He asked him how he could just face him head-on and deliberately suffer a meaningless attack. But Jong-wook's face paled as he heard Tae-hyun comment that he talked too much. Tae-hyun answered that's exactly why there's a meaning to it. A notification showed that Tae-hyun has increased 1 stamina and 2 charms. It had been a month of practice, but the seal of predation remained integrated, and he took that as being less capable. And the best way he thought to improve his skills through training is to stimulate the body until it reaches maximum capacity. It means that fighting even when one almost reaches his limits can also be called the best training method. So, he continued to fight Jong-wook. They exchanged punches, and Tae-hyun was stubborn to continue with his so-called training. He seems to be thrilled, despite his injuries. The iron on Jong-wook's face disintegrated, and he called Kim Tae-hyun a damn monster. A few moments later, he fell to the ground and stayed there. Tae-hyun won their fight and retrieved Jong-wook's card. Now he owns 2 trial cards. Tae-wook witnessed that and laughed out loud. He commented that it's truly abnormal. The staff noticed him and commented that he seemed so happy, and they thought it was because the candidates are truly promising. He recognized the intense training that Tae-hyun did during the survival game. He uttered that he is truly unbelievable. Our MC's boldness even sent chills to his spine. However, there's still a problem with doing this. Even if he did that to improve his skills earlier, the fight had consumed too much stamina. In Tae-wook's mind, Tae-hyun should save stamina for now. By collecting cards from weaker participants is the best strategy. But unexpectedly, it did not go that way. He was shocked by what he saw. The staff were also confused on how this C rank can challenge someone stronger than him. They speculated that this candidate wants to give up. Tae-hyun stood on the platform while the other guy confidently faced him. It was Yoon-bak. He asked him who he was. Currently, Yoon-bak has already accumulated 147 cards. Tae-hyun didn't answer Yoon-bak's question and asked him how many tickets he has. Our MC even tried to count them but gave up halfway. He grinned and uttered that as long as Yoon-bak has more than 5, then it's fine. Their fight had started. It caused a massive explosion. Tae-hyun barely evades Yoon-bak's thunder. Yoon-bak continuously rained thunder on him, to which made Tae-hyun focused on running and evading until he decided to cover his foot with stones. And when he found the opportunity, he went to attack Yoon-bak with a powerful kick. But his foot was blocked by thunder. Yoon-bak commented that Tae-hyun is incredibly fast, and his fast movements made it difficult for Yoon-bak to see the attacks. Their fight continued. Tae-hyun kept a bit of distance from Yoon-bak. He observed the Busan's S-ranker, Thunder God, and he admitted to himself that he's a bit difficult to deal with. Yoon-bak is covered with lightning, and he blocked all of his attacks. In addition to that, Yoon-bak is able to fight at close and long range with his radiant and destructive power. Tae-hyun wondered, in the situation that he can't use predation, how is he going to break him? Yoon-bak noticed that he had stopped moving and asked why he didn't attack. Yoon-bak taunted him to come at him, but Tae-hyun was caught off guard. Yoon-bak went for him instead. He barely dodged Yoon-bak's fist covered with lightning. But Yoon-bak did not stop there. He used his hand again to attack, and Tae-hyun tried to keep a distance from him. Shin Yoon-bak laughed as if he was excited to catch his prey. As he released a powerful thunder towards Tae-hyun, he asked him if he thought that he could run away from him. The attack electrified Tae-hyun, which made him scream loudly in pain. Yoon-bak was elated and mocked him that since he's asking for a fight, he shouldn't run away. Tae-hyun groaned as he tried to protect himself by covering his body with stones. He made a huge stone on his hand and yelled as he prepared for a counterattack. Yoon-bak broke that stone while calling him a moron. And then Yoon-bak released a blinding light. That made Tae-hyun close his eyes. And when he opened it, he saw Yoon-bak coming right at him while he's falling from the platform. And the Thunder God's hand was already charged. He was surprised at what he saw, because Yoon-bak released full power in his direction. Tae-hyun groaned in pain as the thunder covered his whole body. Yoon-bak laughed at him. He was impressed that Tae-hyun could take that attack. Yoon-bak never thought that there would be a person like him. All those times, everyone was busy running away from him. He thought that in the player trial, only Lim Ah-young could entertain him, but to his surprise, there's another one. He was elated to have found another toy. Because of his distraction, he didn't realize that something was coming at him at full speed, and it hit him directly at the center of his forehead. He was confused for a moment, and he looked at Tae-hyun while wondering what happened, because he expected that Tae-hyun's attack wouldn't work against him. And then he was caught off guard with another consecutive attack that hit him in all sides of his body. He groaned in pain. Stone skin can't penetrate the Thunder God's fury, even if it is forced, until it reaches its limits. It can only be broken due to incredible pressure. But in that place, the player trials arena, it's different. Because the arena is made to withstand even awakened strength, and unlike stone skin, it does not disappear even if it is destroyed. So, Tae-hyun thought of using it as a weapon, with the hopes that he could just break through the Thunder God's fury. He approached Yoon-bak with a knowing grin. Yoon-bak was pissed off and called him a cowardly bastard, and Tae-hyun's fist directly hit Yoon-bak's chest. That made Yoon-bak's eyes roll back. To Tae-hyun, Yoon-bak is nothing to him. Shin Yoon-bak coughed up blood. Tae-hyun was smiling. The staff couldn't see clearly because of the smoke, but they couldn't believe that an S-class lost against C-class. They wondered what kind of person Tae-hyun is. In his mind, Tae-wook remarked how Tae-hyun makes people worry, but he's still a pretty great guy for him. But then again, he was confused with Tae-hyun's actions. Tae-hyun collected 3 trial cards from Yoon-bak, and he declared that all that was left for him to do is to wait for the test to finish. All of a sudden, an ice shard appeared. It directly attacked him. It broke the platform on where Yoon-bak's body was lying. Tae-hyun was surprised at what he saw. He looked at the sky, and there was a giant snowflake, and an orb of ice is starting to form around the platform. He watched as the ice completely covered the area. It was like a barrier, and from the giant snowflake, ice shards appeared, and several more snowflakes formed around the orb of ice. Then Lim Ah-young showed up. She walked towards him in that enclosed area. Tae-hyun was dumbfounded while Ah-young looked so serious. He wondered why Ah-young was there, and he wondered if she watched his fight. Ah-young expressed that she believes power has responsibility, and power without responsibility is just violence. She told Tae-hyun that he is really strong. She never thought that he could beat Yoon-bak like that. Tae-hyun is still confused about what she is saying. With an intimidating expression, Ah-young assumed that he defeated Lee Jung-jae the same way. A look of horror washed over Tae-hyun's face. Ah-young started attacking him. She prepared several snowflakes above her head, and it rained ice. Tae-hyun ran and cursed from his annoyance that the ice is like a bomb, and if it continued, he knew hiding would be useless. He didn't sense that Ah-young was already in front of him. She kicked him, and it hit him directly on the face. He was shocked and was not able to dodge the attacks. Ah-young told him that during that time in the gym, she believed in him, that he's a different person than Lee Jung-jae, that he will not act rashly just for his own benefit. She continued to beat him up. She prepared ice on her fist. She told him that just by watching him fight, she already understood that there's an end to both Lee Jung-jae and Bae Hyung-soo, and that was all his doing. She hit him with a large ice shard that threw his body off the ground. When the ice shard disintegrated, his body immediately fell to the ground and collided with an impact. Ah-young reminded him that using skills without permission is a crime, and both of his victims are still lying in the hospital. And she informed him that she knew that he also suffered, so she would not report it. but she advised him to withdraw from the player trial and told him that he doesn't deserve to be a player. Tae-hyun replied, "Who the fuck are you to decide that?" He slowly stood up and told her that she can't even stop the cruelty of Lee Jung-jae, so what the hell is she talking about power, responsibility, and qualification? He added that in the end, she just wants to beat him up by using player trials as her reason. He told her, "Don't be pathetic." Ah-young was dumbfounded, and she confirmed if that's really going to be his answer. With that, she announced that she would no longer hold back. She made a gigantic hammer out of ice. This right here was her most powerful skill. And with a serious expression on her face, she declared, "I'll end it now, Kim Tae-hyun." Tae-hyun observed her. His expression was now more serious. The stone skin had been destroyed 100 of times and has long lost its function. And he knew that even if he uses stealth, the skill will be cancelled with the attack area. The monarch's heart is already active and is increasing his stats, but not enough to change the course of the battle. And predation is still sealed. Tae-hyun's remaining mana is not enough to cause paralysis in close combat like he did to Lee Jung-jae. He knew he had one thing left to do. He dashed towards her. He wore a serious expression on his face. Ah-young prepares to attack him using her gigantic hammer. Looking from the outside of the barrier, a bright light emerged from the orb, and it was followed by a massive explosion that collapsed the ice barrier surrounding them. Tae-hyun was left with that option. The staff who were watching wondered what happened since they couldn't see anything because of the fog. Tae-wook got worried for Tae-hyun, but he got confused at what he saw. It was the same with the other staff. They saw that there's a big hole in the platform, and when the fog slowly clears, Tae-hyun is on top of Lim Ah-young, and up close, their lips are touching. Ah-young's eyes widened in shock. Since her lips are sealed, she internally screamed while being shocked and confused. What happened earlier was this. Tae-hyun dashed towards Ah-young. Then, she prepares to attack him using her gigantic hammer. She smashed her hammer, making the ground collapse. She intently stares at the area where her hammer is. But something unexpected caught her attention. It was Tae-hyun. And this guy leapt above the ground. At the crucial moment between life and death, Tae-hyun has only one goal in his mind, and it was a kiss. From the looks of it, it was something like that. But the purpose was different. It was a paralysis-inducing kiss. A stat-changing skill is more effective in close distance rather than long distance, and directed inward rather than outward, where the chance of success increases significantly. So Tae-hyun combined paralysis into his blood and made Ah-young swallow it. Considering a S rank that has monster-like resistance, that act was a bet, and the result was as follows. Tae-hyun got off her, and Ah-young remained in place. A notification showed that Lim Ah-young is exposed to paralysis, and the resistance failed. And instead of being mad about it, Ah-young blushed. And since Kim Tae-hyun has done a fatal psychological shock to his opponent's mind, his charm has increased to 3. Our MC wiped his mouth after that kiss and smiled as his plan just barely worked. And then his attention was caught by something else. It has been announced that the first phase of trial is complete. They were informed that the medical team will now move the candidates to safety, and they have advised all candidates to wait and stay at their location. The announcement was repeated. With the completion of the first trial, all candidates who were injured were treated immediately by the medical team. Even though Ah-young suffered paralysis, she didn't lose her trial card and was still conscious, so she passed the first phase. As for Tae-hyun, he managed to get 7 cards, and his unexpected achievement of defeating Yoon-bak and Ah-young has made him the center of attention in that trial. When he was walking in the hallway, he heard people gossiping about him. He didn't bother paying attention to them. Instead, he appreciated the recovery skills of the person who treated him. He wondered if he would get a skill like that later on. But then, he heard someone yell his name so loudly. It was Yoon-bak, and he instantly attacked Tae-hyun upon seeing him while calling him a cowardly bastard. Tae-hyun blocked his attack with his stone-covered hand. He was surprised to see Yoon-bak. Yoon-bak warned him that he can't use the same tricks in the location that they are currently at. Yoon-bak continued to attack and attracted a crowd. The onlookers wondered if it was a revenge match. The crowd agreed that it's good for them if there's one less candidate, so they cheered for Yoon-bak. Yunbok screamed at them to mind their own business. He told them to shut up and electrified them. And then he invited Tae-hyun to have a fair match with him. He told him that if Tae-hyun doesn't have those lowly tricks, he can show him how superior he is to him. He kept laughing until it immediately turned to confusion. They both felt a strong presence, and it seemed like gravity pulled Yunbok to the ground. He laid with his chest on the ground, and the force continued to make him scream. Tae-hyun struggled as well and noticed something. A man had appeared. He walked towards them while commenting about inexperienced imbeciles. Shin Yunbok kept screaming. This man continued to say that those are the people who can never let anything go quickly. Tae-hyun was alarmed to see this guy, and this man continued to express his frustration on the people who kept bragging without knowing themselves. Tae-hyun recognized that this man is the S-rank player, Park Sung-jin. He is one of the strongest players of the new South Korean Player Association and a prospective double S-rank player. Sung-jin noticed that Tae-hyun was still standing. He then raised his arm and released more of his power. Tae-hyun kept fighting the strong force to remain standing. He was already catching his breath. He cursed as he realized the extreme difference between awakened S-class and player S-class. He never thought that it would be to that extent. Sung-jin remarked how Tae-hyun is still standing even after that much power. Even veteran players can't stand it. He wanted to test him more, so he increased his power. All of a sudden, someone called Park Sung-jin and asked what he's doing. A doctor and a nurse run towards them. The doctor scolded him for attacking students who just finished recovering. He asked if Sung-jin is planning to get rid of them before the second phase even starts. Sung-jin defended that he's just disciplining him. The doctor told him that he's lying. He accused him for testing his skills in the name of disciplining them. And he does that every time. The doctor complained that he had enough of that. The doctor threatened him that if he did that again, he would be reported to the head of the association. Sung-jin asked Tae-hyun for his name. Kim Tae-hyun answered his name. Park Sung-jin recalled that he was the C-rank who defeated Shin Yunbok and Lim Ah-hyung. That made him grin. He was pleased at the appearance of an impressive candidate after a long time. He pats Tae-hyun's shoulder and asks if he intentionally targeted S-rank players. He went off while saying to Tae-hyun that he will be waiting. Tae-hyun was a bit confused. The doctor and nurses chased Sung-jin out. It was a funny scene. After their recovery period, the candidates were again gathered. This time, they are in a forest. The candidates anticipated the next announcement. Sung-jin stood on the stage. He asked them if they all had rested. He announced that the second trial will begin. He explained that the location of the next trial is in the gate in front of them. The gate is a glowing portal that connects to a different space and dimension, and the candidates are off to a D-rank dungeon. Upon hearing that, the candidates were filled with fear and worry since dungeons have monsters. Sung-jin explained that each group consisting of 5 candidates will enter the dungeon through the gate. A team with a player assigned as a supervisor will explore the dungeon, and during dungeon exploration, all actions will be evaluated such as combat, observation, knowledge, and medical measures. Weapons and necessary consumption goods will be provided by the association. He instructed the candidates to take turns and enter the gate in front of them. The second trial is a dungeon. Even beginners who have no real experience should be okay in a D-rank dungeon, especially with a player. Unless they unfortunately teleported towards the double dungeon called Apocalypto. Double Dungeon Apocalypto is at rank S. Inside the D-rank dungeon at the second player trial location, there was the first double dungeon ever discovered. Including the first explorer party, a lot of victims were annihilated, which led to dungeon break in various undiscovered dungeons. Tae-hyun explored the idea of them preventing that, but the association will not possibly believe his words without evidence, and even if it was revealed, he will raise suspicions. In his head, he knew it was a shame, but he decided to focus on the task, and he thought that as long as he is not part of the first explorer party, there would be enough ways to survive. The wind blew as he entered the gate, and when he reached the other side, an uninterested expression washed over his face. A player announced that with his arrival, they now have 5 people. He asked everyone if they were good to go. Our MC remembered this guy as Ma Do-hak, an A-rank player that will act as their supervisor for the second round of the tests. And a special note is that this player was the one who discovered the first double dungeon Apocalypto. Tae-hyun knew it was the moment he knew he fucked up. 3 monsters that looked like they were made from mud and stone attacked the candidates. But they fought back using their own unique skills and successfully defeated the monster. Their supervisor clapped and praised them. He told them that they were impressive. He added that such decisive combat intuition, despite this being their first real battle, makes them fit to be called a player. The candidates were flustered and humbly told him that they did it because of his supervision. Deep inside, Taehyun is pissed off for being in that team out of all the teams out there. He was unlucky to be part of the first discovery team. Upon looking at the Madohak's ring, he was certain that it is the unique item that the first discoverer of the double dungeon was wearing. It is called the Sage's Ring. It is unique for it boosts strength, stamina, speed, mana for 10 times. With that, Taehyun was certain that the double dungeon, Apocalypto, is definitely an S rank. And he knew that if he gets swept in, his current self, whose predation is sealed, won't survive. With determination, he planned not to let them find the Apocalypto. Their team then came to a stop. The path diverges, and they asked their supervisor Madohak on what they should do. Dohak told them that it happens all the time when exploring dungeons. He suggested that they should take a majority vote. But before he could finish his sentence, Taehyun bolted at the speed of light. They were all shocked. Dohak scolded him for acting on his own since it's dangerous, so he advised him to come back. While running, he told them that it will be okay and encouraged them to go on the path that he chose. Deep inside him, he thought about why he would leave it to him to decide. As he thought about how he won't let that happen, he ran off like a child while telling them to come. His intention is for them to take a different route than before his regression. Kim Tae-hun jumps to a cliff. Ma Do-han was worried, but Taehyun urged them to follow him. In his mind, rather than letting them find Apocalypto, he would just rather die instead. Dohak and the other candidates chased after him. He was elated for guiding the way, until he stopped on his tracks because there's a gate before him. They were all surprised to see a gate inside the dungeon, but Taehyun knew it was the double dungeon, Apocalypto. Inside his head, he cursed for going through a whole maze, yet that is where he ended up. A candidate then suddenly wanted to check it out. In panic, Taehyun ordered everyone to stop. His reaction elicited confusion from the team. He raised his tone and asked them if they couldn't see it at the first glance. He explained that another gate different from the dungeon's entrance is weird no matter what angle it is. He suggested that they report an unusual incident before anything. He wanted to get the support of Dohak in that idea. Dohak replied that it's his first time seeing something like that. And as per the rules, Dohak confirmed that reporting to the HQ would be the right thing to do. Taehyun let out a sigh of relief, but he was surprised with Dohak's next statement. Dohak suggested that they should go inside. Taehyun couldn't believe it. Ma Dohak acknowledged Kim Taehyun's thoughts. But he explained that the mana that he is sensing from the gate, unlike its appearance, isn't dangerous. He added that besides, it's merely a D-rank dungeon, so even if something were to happen, he, being an A-rank player, is there to handle it. He continued to say that whether the association prepared the gate or it was an unusual occurrence, exploring it will definitely score the team good points. Due to his mixed emotions, he raised his voice and asked Dohak if he's out of his mind. He reminded him of the rules of exploring Abyss. Dohak cut him off mid-sentence. He laughed at the thought of the rules. He pointed a finger at Taehyun and asked if a member of a team who doesn't even know how to cooperate should be saying that. The other candidates second demoted and blamed Taehyun for running whimsically. One of the candidates told him not to forget his place just because he's a little skilled. Another one added that he's being arrogant by retorting against an active player. Taehyun got angry. Dohak concluded that everything is decided. Taehyun tried to protest and urged him to give it another thought. But Dohak had already snapped his finger, and they saw a white light. It covered the whole place. It was so bright that only their silhouette was seen, until the light became smaller and they're no longer in that place. Taehyun was surprised and horrified. They all went through the gate. Dohak was stunned at what he saw. As the other candidates looked around, they wondered if it's really a D-rank dungeon since it's strange. They stood in a large hallway leading towards a massive statue, and everything around them is covered in red glow. The massive statue at the end holds a sword. On a closer look, its face is covered in a veil, and its eye sockets are hollow. The candidates questioned Do-hak on what's going on and if he's really sure that it's a D-rank dungeon. Tae-hyun told all of them to shut up and look in front of them. One of the candidates was annoyed with him for being rude, but he did not pay attention and told them that something was coming. And he was right. 2 figures are moving towards them, and these figures looked exactly the same as the statue. Upon seeing it, they recognized that it was an A-rank Death Knight, and they panicked. They wondered how those A-ranks were there. Do-hak felt a sense of doom. He instructed everyone to get ready for battle. The Death Knights rushed towards them and sliced them with their swords. The candidates screamed in fear while Do-hak evaded the attack. He used his powers against those he called filthy monsters. Lava suddenly appeared below the Death Knights, and after a few seconds, the lava formed into sharp blades, and it pierced right through their opponents. The Death Knights groaned, but it had no effect on them. Do-hak saw that as a chance and told everyone to attack. He strategized and told them to use fire and flash at maximum to cover the monster's sight, and then he instructed the one with the shield to defend the front line, and then the rest should not give the enemy space and to continue countering. The candidates exactly followed his strategy. The Death Knights laid on the ground. All of them were breathing heavily as they observed the bodies. The only female candidate uttered that they're finally safe. She added that no one would have thought that they would take down A-rank monsters. The other candidate boastfully expressed that it was no big deal and that he could take them on again. Unbeknownst to him, another Death Knight is approaching. When they sensed it, they all turned their attention to it. There were another 4 Death Knights, and they were all eager to attack the candidates. All of them had the same horrified expression on their faces. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun was busy inspecting the body of the defeated Death Knight. He felt that something was off. He looked at their bodies. Do-hak is catching his breath. He cursed in his mind when he noticed that every time they defeat one of the monsters, they came back twice the number. On top of that, the candidates were all exhausted. Everyone is at their limits, and he knows that if it continues, they will all die. Tae-hyun told Do-hak that something was off. He watched Tae-hyun's calm expression as he approached him. Do-hak wondered who Tae-hyun was. After all that fighting, Tae-hyun is not even tired, and he was the first to realize that the gate was dangerous. And on top of that, if it was not for Monarch's stats, the team's stats won't be higher, and they wouldn't have even lasted that long. He's suspicious if he was really a C-rank awakened. He then asked Tae-hyun what he meant when he said that something is off. Our MC admitted that he might just be guessing. But those monsters don't seem to be Death Knights. They were all shocked and rejected the idea. They questioned what they were fighting against all this time. Tae-hyun gripped one of the swords and answered that he's going to go and find that out. He also activated his stone skin upon touching the weapon. Tae-hyun has dashed right towards the army of the said Death Knights. He did not hesitate to approach them with an incredible speed. The monsters raised their weapons against him. The collision caused a huge explosion. The monster was confused. When the smoke cleared, Tae-hyun was no longer standing there. They didn't know that he was above them. Kim Tae-hyun ran above their heads, and when he found the right opportunity, he decided to attack. But he's not aiming for those moving monsters. Instead, his target was the statue. His sword was about to reach the statue. It pierced its head, and then the statue was shattered into pieces. But nothing happened, and the monsters were chasing him. All of a sudden, the monsters that were about to reach him from behind glowed, and they started disappearing. The whole area is being cleared of the gloomy red scene. Do-hak was shocked to see that everything they saw was an illusion. Tae-hyun confirmed that it is indeed an illusion trap. It's a trap that shows an imaginary space and enemies. It's a tactic to drain the intruder's energy. One of the candidates was annoyed with the idea that they struggled just because of a mere illusion. The female candidate dared to ask if something far worse will follow. Do-hak inquired on how Tae-hyun knew that it was a trap, especially that it's impossible that he fought with a Death Knight before. Our MC answered that, even if he may not know much about it. And with a serious expression, he expressed that he knew there's no way the Death Knights would have been that weak. Do-hak was extremely shocked with Tae-hyun's statement. Tae-hyun encouraged them to get moving before they all got killed. They walk on a dark path, and their only source of light is the power of Do-hak. Tae-hyun is supporting one of the candidates. The illusion faded, but things did not get any better. After the Apocalypto's manifestation, the dungeon's space was completely transformed. The injuries inflicted in battle against the illusion got worse, yet they couldn't just wait for rescue. Their only hope was to find the dungeon's exit. After a while, they saw something above them, and Dohak declared that they found it. The door in front of them was so massive that they have to look up since they're close to it. The candidates find it suspicious and dangerous, but Dohak told them that if they don't open it, they know that they will just perish in that dungeon. The door was then slowly opened. Ma Dohak was the one that led their entrance, and from that little crease, he was surprised at what he saw. There were several skulls on the side, and at the center of it is a crouched knight being supported by his sword. It was the same monster as the illusion earlier. They were surprised to see a death knight. One of the candidates celebrated since there's only one, but later on, their purple halos glowed and revealed more death knights. The shock froze them. All of a sudden, the skulls on the side emitted fire that illuminated the whole room. It revealed that there were more death knights on the side, and the room had several floors, all housing death knights. An army of it stood before them, with a leader in front. They trembled as they took a look around. The pressure inside the room suddenly felt too heavy, because right in the middle, there was a death knight sitting on a throne. It spoke and addressed the lowly humans who dared to come in there. This death knight had a glowing purple mask on one side of the face, and he announced for the battle to begin. This right here is the master of the double dungeon Apocalypto. He is the lord of the death knights and is at S rank. The surrounding death knights moved. In perfect synchrony, they all pounded the tips of their swords on the ground. The death knights marched forward. The death knight that was in front pointed its sword at them. The candidates were confused on what's going on and why the death knight acted that way. Taehyun expressed that it looked like the knight wanted a one-on-one duel. They panicked upon hearing that. One of them complained that he doesn't have any magic left in him. Taehyun told them to calm down and reminded them that their goal is to escape, not to fight. But because of their fear, 3 of the candidates bolted. They claimed that they would rather go back to where they started. They ran for their lives. One death knight saw them and acted immediately. The slash went through Ma Dohak and Taehyun as it was intended for those who were running away. It directly hit those 3, to which resulted in them coughing up blood. Dohak and Taehyun were surprised to see that. Taehyun was horrified. He yelled for his supervisor. He told him that they will buy them some time so he should go find the exit. But something unexpected happened. Dohak threw him and the other candidate he's supporting away from the door, and Dohak casted a spell. A wall suddenly appeared right in front of our MC. Taehyun panicked and asked what nonsense he was doing. Dohak told him to shut up and reminded him not to act so high and mighty as a low-level awakener. Taehyun was caught off guard and got confused. Dohak then admitted that he wanted to be an S-rank player. But no matter how much he trained and improved, he only felt farther from it instead of feeling closer. He expressed that he sees this as an opportunity for him. If he could resolve that special case, he might be treated almost as good as an S rank, even though it ends up that way. Dohak followed that with a loud laugh. The Death Knight rushed towards him. He activated his magic and drew a triangle, and it sliced through the Death Knight. Dohak continued to speak with Taehyun. He told him that he's different from him. He hated to admit it, but he expressed that Kim Taehyun has the talent, and with that, he urged him to run away, to take the injured and escape as far as he can. He told him that it's the role of the supervisor to hold the enemies off. It was his duty as a supervisor at the magic school. Dohak gathered all his strength for a powerful attack. Taehyun couldn't believe his supervisor. He turned to look at the candidates. Our MC was still hoping to save some of them, but by the looks of it, they were already dead. An intense pressure then enveloped his body and his blood drained from his face. And at that moment, the wall behind him collapsed. He turned to see what had happened. Taehyun saw his supervisor face down on the ground, and the sword of the Death Knight pierced his back. Several Death Knights were lined up in front of him. The sword was deep in Ma Dohak's backside. He laid there lifeless. Taehyun had a doomed expression on his face. The other candidates were also dead. Emotions overwhelmed Taehyun as he stood there frozen. The Death Knight removed his sword from Dohak's body and pointed that sword at Taehyun and invited him to a duel. Everyone's death haunts him. He just stood frozen with a sword pointed at his face. Moments passed, and none of them moved. Something caught Tae-hyun's attention. A shiny object was in front of him. It was the sage's ring. He remembered that his supervisor wore it, and since they were getting no response, the Death Knight decided to slice him off. Tae-hyun's eyes were still focused on the ring. Right at the very last moment, he managed to evade the attack while retrieving the ring. He knew that this item right here was his only chance to make it out there alive. He wore the ring and begged. Tae-hyun begged it to wake up. The ring's red crystal glowed. The Death Knights had him surrounded. The ring's light grew brighter than it was already blinding. The Lord of the Death Knights was surprised, because in just a single move, the knights surrounding Tae-hyun got defeated. The whole area was suddenly painted with an ominous red glow. The Lord of the Knights was confused. He ordered his men to wake up and wondered what kind of power was that. A notification window had appeared. It announced that the Sage Ring has been equipped and all stats are increased by 10. It also announced that all conditions are met and the seal of predation is released. That changed Kim Tae-hyun's gaze, making him appear menacing. Starting from now, the real fight begins. Several corpses lay on the ground. Tae-hyun moved so fast that he disappeared in a blink of an eye. While rushing towards the throne, he blasted the surrounding Death Knights with his powerful attack. The other Death Knights rushed towards him in an attempt to attack from above. He concentrated his power on his palms in anticipation of this attack. He assumed a combat stance while the Death Knights crowd around him. In his head, he estimated that the time to completely use his skill devour is 10 seconds. With that, he knew that he can't solely rely on predation. He thought of all the skills he had gathered so far, and all the stats he had built up. He decided to use everything he has. It's his only way to survive. Our MC even imbued and surrounded a sword with his stone skill. He continued to fight for his life, but he was caught off guard. Suddenly, a massive explosion happened. Dust and debris covered the area. When it cleared up, it revealed a gigantic spear firmly embedded on the ground. Tae-hyun wondered what it was. Realization dawned on him. He looked at the throne and saw that it was the Lord of the Death Knights that threw it. Lord of the Death Knights was oozing with power. Several gigantic blades appeared on top of Tae-hyun. He muttered, "This is crazy!" And the blades targeted him. It fell like rain, and every collision to the ground caused a massive explosion. Tae-hyun ran for his life. The scene was chaotic. Tae-hyun glanced behind him. He found the timing to leap high. As the blades continued to fall from the roof, he was already feeling desperate. He yelled loudly as he continued to struggle and appeared in front of the Lord of the Death Knights. The Lord of the Death Knights prepared to attack him once again. The power of this lord started accumulating in the front of his palms. A spark formed out of thin air, and when it began to take form, it revealed a gigantic, dangerous-looking spear. It made Tae-hyun lose his balance and fall. While he was falling, the Lord of the Death Knights spoke to him. The Lord of the Death Knights told him that he was strong, but it was not enough. He claimed that this right here was a human's limitation. It launched its spear and created a massive explosion in the area. The ground was covered in smoke, debris, and the blades that collided with the ground. On a closer look, that massive explosion was actually the result of Lord of the Death Knights piercing Tae-hyun's body and stepping on his head. This boss monster then asked our MC one last question. It inquired on who gave him that power. Tae-hyun yelled in pain, but he did not answer, which led the Lord of the Death Knights to infuse more power on his blade. The notification window displayed that he resists the Night King's roar with a mysterious power. And he was partially successful in resisting. Tae-hyun yelled so loudly. The notification window displayed the same information again. Lord of the Death Knights revealed that he knew for a while now that Tae-hyun is not an ordinary human since he can understand their language. It then urged Tae-hyun to tell him the nature of his power. Our MC coughed up blood but continued to yell and resist. Consecutive "ah" can be heard from him, until his consciousness was gone and entered another realm where he faced Asmodeus. He took a closer look at the unmoving Asmodeus. He checked its face for any sign of movement. Tae-hyun had a sullen expression on him. He checked his surroundings and saw several bodies lined up on the ground on his left, one of which is Ma Do-hak's body. He was surprised to see it. Little did he know that the Lord of the Death Knights was behind him. To Tae-hyun, it felt like nothing had changed since then. He started questioning the nature of the predation skill, and how come he, a human, understood the language of demons and gained power and opportunity without understanding anything. Lord of the Death Knights was ready to strike him from behind, while Tae-hyun was consumed with his thoughts that nothing has changed. Lord of the Death Knights released his attack without Tae-hyun sensing him. All Tae-hyun thought of was the reason why the king gave him the power. All of a sudden, he heard a voice which said, "That should have already been explained." He was surprised, and in front of him, a bright light emerged. From that bright light, the king appeared. The king answered all his questions by saying that everything was merely because of admiration to his will and perseverance. He told Tae-hyun that he doesn't have to change. Tae-hyun's shock expression remained on his face while he absorbed it all in. King told him to just move forward. After that encounter, he immediately opened his eyes. He's back in the real world where Apocalypto loomed over his body. The Lord of the Death Knights asked him if he now lacked the courage to speak. It called him a pathetic human as it planned to end Tae-hyun, but the Lord of the Death Knights was in for a surprise. Tae-hyun moved at the speed of light. He moved quickly and with massive power that he cut off the arm of the Lord of the Death Knights. And then he proceeded to attack the surrounding Death Knights. The Lord of the Death Knights observed him carefully. Tae-hyun, who was standing in front of the Lord of the Death Knights, was oozing with power. This prompted Lord of the Death Knights to call him scum, since he overloaded his skill to that point. Tae-hyun yelled loudly as more power coursed through his body. The notification window appeared 3 times, indicating the increase of his magic power by 1. Lord of the Death Knights was amused by Tae-hyun's final struggle. It ran towards Tae-hyun, excited to see his end. It swung its dangerous weapon, and it encapsulated Kim Tae-hyun with a powerful beam. It continued to release its power on this attack, while watching Tae-hyun closely, but that attack seemed to have no effect on Tae-hyun. Our MC asked the Lord of the Death Knights if he's still curious about the nature of his power. Lord of the Death Knights was taken aback. In response to Lord of the Death Knights' curiosity, Tae-hyun taunted him to discover it for himself, which was followed by a potent energy gathering in Tae-hyun's hands. A notification window displayed that the rank is changed to B. Tae-hyun released the destructive power towards Apocalypto. This made Lord of the Death Knights yell from the agonizing pain. But Tae-hyun did not stop there. He grabbed a weapon, and with menacing eyes he dashed forward and sliced Lord of the Death Knights several times using his weapon. None of his attacks were blocked. Lord of the Death Knights screamed. His anger rose. This led the Lord of Death Knights to produce several blades out of thin air. The Lord of the Death Knights couldn't accept that a mere human did that. It counterattacked with all its might. But Kim Tae-hyun remained calm and concentrated on the power of his hand. He raised his fist while his power surrounds it. Slowly, his power around the fist began to take form. It extended like its forming limbs. But when he released it, it was a red entity with a wide mouth and sharp fangs. Lord of the Death Knights yelled as it saw its mouth coming closer. Tae-hyun, with a fierce expression on his face, corrected the Lord of the Death Knights as he says that it's not human. He added, "It's the power of the king." And this menacing entity devoured the Lord of the Death Knights, completely erasing its existence. That caused a massive explosion in the air, and the notification window displayed that Tae-hyun gained a new skill called Night's King's Spirit. Meanwhile, on the starting area of the trial, people and ambulance cars were on standby. They carefully observed the portal. The organizers checked the remeasured power and found out a worrying result. It was S rank. Because of that, they issued an evacuation order, but the evacuation was delayed due to the dungeon's transformation. They wondered if the support troops could arrive before the dungeon break. Park Sung-jin was stressed out on the sudden appearance of an S-rank magic power in a D-rank dungeon all of a sudden. He knew that if the situation continued, everyone could die. That made him think that he has to go in alone. But to their surprise, there was another activity in a dungeon. It was a dungeon break. They did not expect it so soon. Sung-jin advised everyone to get ready. The dungeon emitted a bright light. Everyone waited in anticipation. Yet Sung-jin became confused. when he saw the only person coming out from it. It was Kim Tae-hyun. He uttered, "I barely made it back." Thanks to Tae-hyun's efforts, the double dungeon incident was resolved. The students managed to evacuate without any significant harm. The second exam results were decided based on the scores before the examination. The bodies of the deceased were discovered and safely returned to their families, and they resolved another issue, that it was not to disclose who cleared Apocalypto. Go Tae-wook and Park Sung-jin listen as their superior informs them that the organization might face criticism from the media, but if they revealed the truth, Tae-hyun would become a target for the media and hunters. Tae-wook and Sung-jin answered positively, despite knowing the risks. Ji Jinwee thanked them. Then he proceeded to ask what the two of them were thinking. His question was about Tae-hyun, but as per their agreement not to disclose who it was, he corrected himself by saying the actual skills of the person who cleared the S-rank dungeon, Apocalypto. Sung-jin considered that this person cleared an S-rank by himself. He assumed that the person is at least on the S-rank level. Tae-wook added that the person's actual rank is still much lower, so it would be hard to gauge the extent of the power. Ji Jinwee had an inkling on where the conversation was going. Go Tae-wook and Sung-jin exchanged glances. They were all thinking of the same thing, that there's a high possibility that Tae-hyun, who cleared the dungeon, would become national power level. In the realm where the sun is blocked by a dark object and the sky is crimson red, Tae-hyun had a surprised expression on his face. Monsters were everywhere in that area, and they all seemed to be heading in one direction. Tae-hyun watched them from a cliff. He couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered why he was in the abyss. And then the king appeared in the sky, in front of the dark, round object blocking the sun. King stood there floating in the air. Our MC was surprised to see him again, but aside from him, the monsters also saw the king, and it made them enraged. King extended his hand, and on his palm, a gust of wind gathered, and in a single attack, he instantly cleared a row of monsters. Tae-hyun watched as the bodies of the monsters turned into specks of light. He couldn't fathom that it happened, and he heard the king say, "I'll be waiting." The king started to rise up to the now white sky. Tae-hyun, with a surprised expression on his face, listened to the king. Before the king fully vanished, it stated that he will be in the deepest part of the abyss. Tae-hyun's stay at the abyss ended, and that's when he regained consciousness in the hospital. He was breathing heavily. He checked his body, and pondered if what he saw was a dream. But he knew it felt too real for just a dream. He recalled that the king said that he would be waiting. He wondered what it meant. And then he thought of the predator that even S-rank monsters are wary of, then understanding the language of the monsters too. More and more questions from him arise. He thought that becoming stronger and going to the abyss is the only way. He then checked his status window. Right now, he is at B rank with a strength, speed, and stamina of 100. He now has the following skills, which are predation, stone skin, stealth, paralysis, monarch's heart, and knight's king spirit. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw that he was at B rank and had obtained the Night King's spirit. He had a hunch during his fight with the Lord of the Death Knights and was happy to see that he was right. He reached B rank, and with his stats, he is now almost on par with S-rank players. He remembered that the Night King's disposition is a skill that suppressed him with tremendous pressure. He knew that with the rate of his growth, becoming national power level isn't far off. All of a sudden, he heard a loud noise outside his hospital room. He heard someone scolding another person. The person being scolded opened the door and complained about not being able to freely visit a patient. The person added that the president of the association is being too much. When the door was fully opened, it revealed Yoo Ah-young, and the guards in front of the door were defeated on the ground. She smiled at Kim Tae-hyun and uttered, "Darling." Out of the blue, they rode in a car. The driver was on the back seat and was insisting that he should be the one to drive. But the guildmaster dismissed him. Yoo Ah-young was on the wheel and Tae-hyun was on the passenger seat. She told the driver that he is her guest, so she will be the one to drive. Tae-hyun, while staring out the window, asked what she needs from him, given that she's the guildmaster of one of the major 4 guilds. Yoo Ah-young made her answer light by saying that she wanted to see the kid who survived Apocalypto and drive him home from the hospital. Tae-hyun was dubious. He told her to come up with a more plausible lie. Yu Ah-young commented that Tae-hyun is a sharp kid. Then she asked if he knew how the third player exam is conducted. She explained that the third exam is similar to the survival test like the first one, but unlike the first exam, outsiders can watch from the stands. Then she elaborated that Tae-hyun's skill will be revealed and surely the guilds will start coveting a lower awakened who can even defeat S ranks. Tae-hyun kept listening. Yu Ah-young extended her hand to him while telling him that she will make an offer that he won't be able to refuse. She asked if what he wants is money or maybe fame. She assured him that she will give her what he wants if he joins the Night Walker. Tae-hyun watched her with a blank expression on his face. None of them wanted to back down on their staring contest, while the driver on the back seat was feeling uncomfortable witnessing the tense situation. Eventually, Tae-hyun answered that he was not interested. Yu Ah-young couldn't help but feel surprised. She expressed it when she said, "What did you say?" upon arriving at their destination. Tae-hyun thanked Yu Ah-young for seeing him off. He told them that he will be walking from there, but Yu Ah-young did not easily let him go. She demanded an explanation on why he wouldn't join. She reiterated that whether it's salary or any other condition, she will give it to him. Then she started speculating that he already received an offer from another guild, or that maybe Tae-hyun did not fully understand her. Deep inside Tae-hyun, he finds the situation annoying. Tae-hyun explained that there's no special reason. He told her that there's no guild or condition offered to him. He inquired if Night Walker's guild is really that special. In a confident manner, he told her that he's just saying no just because he doesn't want to. He bid her goodbye. He happily descended the staircase, not sensing any danger or suspicious movements from Yu Ah-young. But a hand reached out, and she covered his mouth with her hand. It was like he was being kidnapped. He turned to look at him, and he saw Yu Ah-young furious and his power oozing out from her body as she asked him, "What the hell is your deal?" She told him that he's just getting started at becoming a player, and yet he dared to reject one of the 4 great guilds without a reason. She expressed that it made no sense. She removed her hand from his mouth, and she told him that she will forgive him. She turned his head to make him look at her while she stated, "In fact, I like you," in a seductive manner. The driver who witnessed everything panicked that she will cause him harm, so he reminded the guildmaster that Tae-hyun is still just a test taker, and then he scolded Tae-hyun for rejecting the guildmaster without any reason. He urged him to accept the offer since he'll have to join a guild sometime anyways. Tae-hyun grinned and commented how he had observed that the stubbornness was the same. He added that it was as he expected from Lim Ah-young's sister. Yu Ah-young was taken aback. She mumbled on how he knew about that. Tae-hyun told her that he knew a lot of things and revealed that he knew about the stolen name, too. Yu Ah-young froze in shock. This triggered her powers to become stronger. It was a peaceful, dark night. But that did not last long when Yu Ah-young released all of her power that was like a beam reaching through the sky, and it illuminated a wide area. With all of her strength, she grabbed him on his neck. The driver knew how bad the situation was. He knew the secret of their guild master. Yu Ah-young's real name was actually Lim Ah-young. Yuksung Group's CEO, Lim Chang-yong, raised her, a child born out of wedlock, as an heir. But when another daughter was born into the family, her name, Lim Ah-young, was taken away, and she was reduced to an outsider. The fact that she changed her surname when she became a player is an information that only a few people should know. Yu Ah-young was furious. She told him, "How dare you yap away that nonsense in front of me? You're out of mind, aren't you?" Tae-hyun replied that she's the one who started it. That made her confused. Notification window displayed that a mysterious force is resisting the Amazon's spirit, and the resistance was successful. Kim Tae-hyun released his power, and he removed her hand on his neck by squeezing it tight. A new notification window displayed that she is being countered with Night King's spirit, and the counterattack was successful. That made Yu Ah-young keep her distance from him. She watched him carefully as she pondered what kind of power he had. Her hand was already trembling just because she got repelled. She thought that as if it wasn't enough that he was able to bear an S-rank player's powers, he also reversed it back at her. Tae-hyun's power slowly vanishes, and he looks at her. She was slightly nervous. He ascended the stairs and walked towards her. She was backed into the wall when Tae-hyun cornered her, and then he warned her not to cross the line. With emphasis, he called her Ah-young's sister, Miss Ah-young. She bit her lip in anger, but Ah-young blushed a little. The driver couldn't believe that Tae-hyun just said that. A day passed, and now many people are on their way to the Colosseum. The Colosseum, nostalgic of ancient Rome, is the venue of the third round of player tryouts. Unlike the first and second rounds that weren't revealed to the public, round 3 is allowed an audience. So people from the industry, families of the test takers, and civilians are also in the arena as an audience to watch the tryouts. Yoo Ah-young, disguised as a civilian, was present to keep an eye on Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun's uncle and aunt were also there. They are thankful to Tae-hyun because they could watch something like that because of him. However, they look nervous. His aunt was worried since she heard that player tryouts are really fierce. On the other hand, Hwang Jae-young was so confident and proud of his cousin that he even made a customized shirt to cheer for him. He assured his parents that they don't have to worry since Tae-hyun is strong. With exaggerated moves, he narrated that he could take all of the participants in just one blow. He emphasized that it was just one blow. It was funny how Hwang Jae-young, a cousin of Tae-hyun, had become the president of Kim Tae-hyun's fans club, which currently only has one member. He was all fired up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bench, the reporter was nervous. She took a mental note that she gotta get her hands on a proper news item this time. She is Kim Gi-ja, a Psy-economic rookie reporter, and she's on the verge of being fired. Her last interview got scrapped for featuring a low-rank awakened, and she assumed that Kim Tae-hyun, whom she interviewed, must have already been disqualified. Now she's worried about getting fired if she doesn't get a good interview this time. The person beside her commented that the atmosphere felt strange. She heard that and checked the arena. Tae-hyun was standing there, but a crowd of test takers kept their distance while also observing him. She took a closer look. She saw that there are countless high-ranking veteran awakened. And then there's also Lee Gilson, the A-ranker, who is a promising candidate. Gi-ja noticed that all these players were staring at just one guy. She speculated that they are trying to take down that one guy by joining forces. She wondered how strong the guy is for them to do that. With careful observation, she noticed that the guy is familiar to her. The round 3 of the player tryouts was about to begin, but one of the test takers wore a sinister smile. It was Kim Tae-hyun, and he maintained his smile even when he was already being surrounded. The announcer advised the viewers to be cautious of the shock while watching. The test had begun. Tae-hyun remained calm and confident. It even looked like he was thrilled. He was described with a trait of a C-ranker who defeated an S-ranker. Currently, he is at B rank. When the go signal was given, the players immediately engaged in battle. Whether it is the men or women, they did not hold back, unleashing their power towards the center. That is where Kim Tae-hyun is. They worked together to get rid of him right away. They're wary of him since he had taken down 2 S-rankers alone since the first round, and they knew that if they don't eliminate him first, he'll take them all down. Amidst the concentrated power in the middle, Tae-hyun emerged. The other candidates did not expect him to withstand their attacks. Tae-hyun tightened his fist as rocks started covering it, and he punched the other candidate who took a direct hit. He punched the surrounding candidates too. Together with their teeth, the debris came flying, and with a powerful strike, he sent them flying. Several players coughed blood as they lost consciousness. Tae-hyun watched them as the smoke cleared. All of a sudden, he heard a rustling noise from the ground, and then from that area, vines appeared, and these bright green vines grabbed Tae-hyun. He wondered what that thing was, and then he heard the controller of the vines laugh. That person mocked him that even though he had taken down 2 S-rankers, having his guard down was not a great idea. This person with green hair declared himself as the winner of the test. He is Lee Gilson, an A-rank genius. But those vines were easily destroyed by Tae-hyun, and once he broke free, he stomped on Gilson's head. Gilson groaned in pain. Assuming he had defeated Gilson, Tae-hyun asked for the next contender. The other candidates called him a monster. They teamed up and planned to continuously attack Tae-hyun without stopping. They thought that if they keep attacking, it will exhaust Tae-hyun at some point. Kim Tae-hyun confidently pointed his fingers at them, and he activated the Night King's spirit. The other candidates charged simultaneously towards him, but they stopped on their tracks and was horrified at what they saw. They were pulled down by gravity, and all of them lay on their stomachs while watching a gigantic skeleton before them. The skeleton made a loud noise, and the candidates felt the intense pressure pulling their bodies towards the ground. Even the audience and the members of the organization were surprised to witness this. Tae-hyun continued that force. Even the leader of a powerful guild felt it. Yu Ah-yong called him a lunatic for using that in the dead center. After a few moments, the smoke in the arena had cleared, and it was revealed that Kim Tae-hyun was the only one standing at the center. He let out a breath and assumed that everything had been wrapped up. He glanced at his side to check the remaining one. She saw an injured girl walking towards him. It was Lim Ah-young. She was breathing heavily. Tae-hyun asked what she wanted to do. He expressed that he won't mind it if she withdraws from the test. Lim Ah-young glared at him. Tae-hyun challenged her if she wanted to have a repeat of the first round. That made Lim Ah-young blushed and embarrassed. She released her power. The ice had started forming, until it entrapped them in an ice dome. Tae-hyun thought, "This again?" Lim Ah-young brought out her spear, and she told Tae-hyun that he should worry about himself. She vowed that this time, that won't be happening again. This bitch was talking about the kiss. Tae-hyun dared her if she's sure about that. The whole area seemed cold with the blizzard. A trail of wind was left while half of Lim Ah-young's spear was stuck on the ground, and the wind had moved her hair. As she was falling to the ground while Tae-hyun stood beside her, she landed with a loud thud. She lost consciousness. She had met Tae-hyun's expectations, since in our MC's mind, she's still the most difficult opponent. And with that, the host announced that the player tryouts have ended. The crowd listened as the top qualifier of the player tryouts was announced, and it was applicant number 920, Kim Tae-hyun. He was presented with his rewards for placing as the top qualifier. In a private setting, the chairman, Ji Jinwi, congratulated him on becoming an S-rank player. Jinwi expressed that he didn't expect him to single-handedly end the third round, or rather, it is really to be expected from Tae-hyun to clear the apocalypto, and the chairman laughed loudly. Tae-hyun replied that he was just lucky. The chairman observed him. He called Tae-hyun's name, and then he invited him to join the New South Korea Player Association. Tae-hyun was taken aback. Jinwi asked him for his thoughts on working for the New South Korea Player Association. Jinwi had a serious expression on his face. Our MC thought to himself how things have significantly changed, putting aside the fact that an awakened like him became an S-ranker, and even placed as the top qualifier. He even got a scouting offer from not just a leader of a great guild, but also Ji Jinhui, the greatest in the New South Korea Player Association. He smiled as he assumed that he already knew the world, but then surprising things happened. However, Tae-hyun declined the offer. Jinhui, taken aback, abruptly stood and asked why. Tae-hyun replied that there's no special reason for it. He explained that he just believes that rather than being a member of one of the 4 great guilds of the association, he finds it more effective to work alone. He apologized for not being able to help the chairman. The chairman let out a loud, "Ha!" and then he laughed out loud. He continued laughing while Tae-hyun peacefully drank his tea. Ji Jinhui sat back down as he expressed that he never imagined that Tae-hyun would say that he's better off alone rather than being in the great guilds or the association. He commented on Tae-hyun's level of confidence. He accepted his decision, and then he offered that they do something else instead of Tae-hyun joining the association. That got Tae-hyun curious. Jinhui grinned, and then he asked Kim Tae-hyun if he's interested in participating in the Asian exhibition games. Jinhui was serious with this offer. After that, we were transported to this place where several mobsters roared loudly. But they were taken aback when Tae-hyun easily sliced them with his predation skill. As the bits and pieces of the monster's body reached the ground, Tae-hyun sighed. With that, he had cleared the dungeon. He thought about the Asian exhibition games. This is an event where 5 representatives are chosen from the associations and guilds of each country within Asia. It is a festival of hunting down villains and monsters. But to be picked as a national representative, to prove that the person hunted down monsters and villains for the sake of the country, they would need to acquire some merit points. He recalled Jinhui telling him that given his history of advancing, it's definitely a worthy goal to target. But for Tae-hyun, it's easy for Jinwee to say. In his mind, he reasoned out that he just became a player. To catch up to the merit points everyone's stacked over years, he has to hunt down monsters and villains that are way stronger. Tae-hyun has been clearing all dungeons known to the New South Korea Association for a month, but he's far from getting merit points, and wasn't able to advance any further. He looked at the portal and thought how he had no choice even if he knew it was dangerous. He decided to go inside after all. At nighttime, outside a mansion, a glass filled with liquor shattered. Lee Jung-soo choked Seol-hundo using his powers. Seol-hundo asked the president to calm down. But he couldn't when Taeson's heir, his son, is still in the damn hospital, and the culprit behind that is now an S-rank player on the rise. In a fit of his anger, he powerfully threw Seol-hundo to the ground. Hundo yelled loudly from the pain of the collision, and then his eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. The president's secretary came in to inform the president that he has a guest formed the Malignant Guild. When he heard the word malignant, he recalled that those were the rascals who couldn't get rid of one brat after stuffing money down their damn throats. He was angry and he expressed, "How dare they show their faces here?" He yelled that he's going to do something to them. However, out of the blue he sensed something. The door in front of him became distorted as it emits an ominous aura, and a person appeared from the door. He expressed that the matter with Lee Jung-soo's son is truly a shame. Then he encouraged Jung-soo to calm down first. And then this person confirmed that the lowly brat isn't the final target of Taeson's group. This person introduced himself as the vice president of the Malignant Guild. He is known as Shadow, but his rank is yet to be known. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun's portal appeared, and he emerged from it, and he was being welcomed by someone. In front of a tall building stood a man who held a sign. He introduced himself as Kim Tae-hyun's guide for the auction. He is an A-ranker from the Alchemists. With enthusiasm, he spoke his name, which is Park Gaeon-woong. Gaeon-woong is an A-rank player, hired as a bodyguard by the Alchemists Guild for the auction. He is also a member of Tae-hyun's fan club, and his skill is gate manipulation. Park Gaeon-woong expressed that after he had seen Tae-hyun overpowering everyone on the third round of the player tryouts, he became a fan. He asked for an autograph. Tae-hyun was dumbfounded. They are in the Asians auction region called East Point, the largest scale within Asia, and it has auction items of the greatest quality and an automatic interpretation skill support, and much more. East Point has a great deal of positive points, but even among them, the one point that's considered would be security. Tae-hyun asked Gaeon-woong if he's sure about having the autograph on his face. Gaeon-woong explained that bodyguards like him play a role, but the constant changing of warp points actually made it impossible to reach the destination without approval. Warp point is the coordinate value needed to connect to the warp gate, and that's the main reason why there were no security issues in the past decades. Tae-hyun thought that Gaeon-woong was right. East Point deserves to be called the best in security. However, our MC knew something that none of them could have predicted. An S-rank villain terror attack will take place in that very place on that day. After a while, the host of the auction was excited. Finally, the best item on sale for the auction is out. It's called the Phoenix Potion. Just drinking it will boost stamina and magic points by 20 each. Tae-hyun planned to wait for the terror attack, eliminate the S-rank villain, and get the merit points. But the problem is that he had no information about this. Before his regression, the news only reported the serious damage that East Point suffered, and the main culprit of the terror attack was Narendra Nairu. But he wondered who stopped it. Tae-hyun then called Gaeon-woong, who brought him ice cream. He asked who is the chief security. Gaeon-woong was surprised. Gaeon-woong was alarmed and curious why Tae-hyun wanted to know. Tae-hyun explained that he just had a question. He verified if he's not allowed to know. Gaeon-woong replied that it wasn't the case, but he's hesitant to answer. All of a sudden, someone uttered, "Look, who is it?" They were both surprised to see who it was. The man described Tae-hyun as the 12th S-rank player of New South Korea and the youngest S-ranker. Together with the man are people that looked like his own army. The crowd watched them march in. And the man who spoke approached Tae-hyun. This man was pleased to announce that Kim Tae-hyun is there. This person is known as Isaki Ryohei, aka the Devil. He is a Japanese S-rank player and the East Point chief security officer. Tae-hyun asked Gaeon-woong who it was, which made him explain. Gaeon-woong whispered to Tae-hyun to be mindful. Gaeon-woong shared that Isaki Ryohei even stabbed his comrades for his own benefit, so the players call him the Devil. Isaki Ryohei said that he heard that New South Korea had sent an extraordinary genius, but he didn't expect to meet Tae-hyun in person. He reached out his hand. Tae-hyun carefully observed the hand extended to him. He wondered why it was a left hand. He shook his hand, but Isaki Ryohei released his power, and Tae-hyun got electrocuted. It became stronger, which made Tae-hyun groan in pain. Isaki Ryohei kept laughing. He was amused since he never expected Tae-hyun could endure that. It also shows that Tae-hyun is an S rank after all. Tae-hyun cursed him in his mind, but his anger dissipated when he heard someone in pain. He saw that it was the people on the side. They were choking from Isaki Ryohei's powers. Tae-hyun cursed. He knew that if he fought Isaki Ryohei there, the civilians would get dragged into it. Isaki Ryohei expressed that his prank might have been excessive for a kid who just became an S-rank player. Isaki Ryohei let go of Tae-hyun's hand. He placed his arm over his shoulder and whispered that it should have been an enough lesson for Tae-hyun. He told Tae-hyun that he may be an S-ranker, but he is not on the same level as him. He added that he has no idea why Tae-hyun came there, but he warned him not to try any useless stunts, lay low, and to get lost. And he called Tae-hyun a brat. As he was pulling away, he laughed and wished him to have fun at the auction. As if to insult Tae-hyun even more, he laughed loudly as he was making his way towards the door. Gaeon-woong was worried about Tae-hyun. Isaki Ryohei's laugh still echoes in the room. Tae-hyun's expression showed a hint of annoyance, and he realized that because of Isaki Ryohei, it is going to be trickier than he thought. Few moments later, inside the building were armed men, and they were confused to encounter incoming, unknown armed men. They wondered where those men entered the building. The leader of the authorized men told his subordinates that they don't have a need to know all that. The hallway that they are in only leads to the gate control office. So he told his men that given that the unknown people are there, it means that they are the target that they are asked to be taken care of. The leader told his men to assist him as he takes out the infiltrators since he's the A-ranker. Few moments passed, and it showed the remnants of the fight and the corpses on the ground. Only one man was left standing. It was the old half-naked man with a turban. With him is a large monster that crushed the head of one of the enemies. The man groaned in pain as the arm of this monster swallowed his head. The old half-naked man with a turban was delighted. He is Narendra Nehru, an S-rank villain of unknown affiliation. His men informed him that a variable had come up at the auction house. The subordinate reported that Kim Tae-hyun, the S-ranker of New South Korea Association, is at the auction house. They asked what they should do about it. Nehru remained silent. He asked what was the matter with a lowly trash like that when he's present, and as long as he's there, he declares that no one can evade divine revelation. The scene then shifted towards this view of a twin building, and then, all of a sudden, the tall building was bombed. Inside that building, an auction with many people is ongoing. Half of the room was reduced to ashes because of the bombing. People who were relaxed were suddenly being blown away. The explosion was loud, and several more explosions on different parts of the building happened. Gaeon-woong immediately went to Tae-hyun's side. He checked if Tae-hyun is okay, and he urged him to evacuate at once. Tae-hyun was in a state of shock. He knew a terror attack would happen, but he had no idea that they would bomb all throughout the structure. He wondered how the terrorists were able to sneak in, and even the time frame on when the bombs were installed. He tried to remain calm and focused on what's important. The terrorists showed themselves. One terrorist instills fear by gunning the ceiling and commanding the people to lower their weapons and give them the money and valuables that people owned. He threatened them that if they resisted, he would shoot them in the head. But he was cut mid-sentence, and the next thing he knew, his head was no longer attached to his body. And Tae-hyun was the cause of that. Gaeon-woong was shocked. Kim Tae-hyun instructed him to inform the association of the situation and request for reinforcements. With a serious expression, Tae-hyun vowed to catch the person behind the incident. What he used earlier is a talisman with a rare rank. Ji Jinhui, the Player Association's chairman, gave him that dagger for passing the tryouts with the highest score. On a different side of the building, the guards hold the fort even with their injuries. The leader of this group told the terrorists that the articles had been bid on already, and they're not for terrorists like them. The leader of that group of terrorists told his team to slaughter them all. They engaged in a bloody fight and killed all the guards. With the path being cleared, the leader of the terrorist approached the pile of stuff. He's about to grab one. He chose a container with a cap of the head of a phoenix, and it was what he had been aiming for. It was the Phoenix Potion, a unique item. It permanently increases stamina and mana by 20 points each when consumed. Upon holding that potion, he now understood why Nehru told them to get it, even if it meant putting their lives at stake. He sensed tremendous energy from it just by looking at it. He started to think of drinking that potion. But before he could do anything, an explosion happened that surprised him. It left one of his members dead. He was surprised and confused. Other members reported that there's an enemy, but they're confused because they can't see anything. The next thing they know is that they're being hit. They were slightly nervous. The next moment, they had lost their lives. The leader of the terrorists in that group figured out that the enemy used stealth skill. But before he could do anything, his body had already been slashed. He cursed at the enemy. He used his ability and metal chains appeared. The chains were deployed around the area to survey where the enemy was. The chains kept moving. It was in different parts of the room, until it had tied a man. He was mad at the enemy for daring to act up with nothing but stealth. He planned his revenge. The tied man was impressed that the guy had a skill that can locate even an opponent who uses stealth. It was Kim Tae-hyun, and he told the man that his skill would be perfect for predation. Meanwhile, on the other part of the building, several corpses of the guards lay on the ground, while several civilians had been tied up, with monsters surrounding them. At the warp gate control room, several warps are opened, and surrounding it are several armed men and huge monsters. Nehru announced that it was such a simple matter. He announced that all people would fear him, the one they proclaimed their god, even more. He thought that all was left to do was the Phoenix Potion, but a subordinate came up to him. The man reported to Nehru that they received a message from Dyke's group who went to acquire the Phoenix Potion. And he told Nehru that there was a problem. Just hearing the word problem, Nehru was displeased. The radio was noisy because of its static sounds, until they heard someone speak. This person asked Nehru if he was really that person. Nehru was alarmed. He asked the person on the other line who he was. Tae-hyun replied, "Me?" On his side was Dyke, who's already unconscious. Tae-hyun told him that he's the one who has what Nehru wants. It's true since he is holding the Phoenix Potion. He told Nehru that if he wanted it back, he should get there soon, and he called him a fucking terrorist. Nehru was triggered. The defeated men were scattered on the ground. Tae-hyun drank the potion. System informed him that his stamina had increased as well as his magical power. He determined that it was a unique rank potion, and its effect was really on a different league. With Tae-hyun roaming around the dungeon earlier, it hadn't had much effect on his stats, but the potion, it had increased his stats all at once. Now that he drank it, he doesn't have to worry about the Phoenix Potion getting into the hands of the terrorist. He heard several footsteps. It was Isaki Ryohei and his team. Several corpses lay there, but aside from that, the hall was empty. One of his team members was confused since the message came from there, yet no one was there. He wondered if the person who called them had run away. But Ryohei laughed at them. He told them that the person is just right in front of them. He told Tae-hyun to stop hiding. Tae-hyun reversed his stealth ability, while commenting how odd it was for them to notice when his ability was perfect. They stood face to face. Ryohei asked what someone like Kim Tae-hyun's caliber was doing there. Tae-hyun retorted back to Ryohei that what about the head of security like him who should be running around trying to clean up after the terror attack? Ryohei laughed, and he revealed that there's something he's looking for. Tae-hyun watched him. He sighed while getting something from his pocket, and he mentioned that he noticed that something was off. First, the fact that the security team couldn't find all those bombs despite having all the players as bodyguards. Tae-hyun saw the terrorists storming in through the East Point, where they can't enter without permission. and that led him to think that the terrorists had someone working with them from the inside. But no one would have thought that the head of security would have been the spy. Ryo-hye replied that he was kind enough to warn Tae-hyun to stay in his lane. Ryo-hye disappeared in front of them. Tae-hyun was alert. When Ryo-hye showed up, he had already attacked Tae-hyun. Ryo-hye demanded Tae-hyun to hand it over. Tae-hyun smirked at him and told him to try to take it like a villain should. They continued to fight while Ryo-hye's subordinates watched them. But the subordinates could barely follow them with their eyes, since the match was intense because of the incredible speed of the two. The ground was shattering. Some of the stuff was sliced, too. The subordinate did not even dare to move because they could have been caught up in the battle between S-rankers. One subordinate mentioned that Isaki Ryo-hye was called the Devil, so there's no doubt that they'll end up getting chopped into pieces if they carelessly interfere. Tae-hyun was being pushed back by Ryo-hye. Tae-hyun seemed to be having a difficult time. In his head, his cursing at Ryo-hye. He also confirmed his suspicions. Unlike him, who only predicts the direction of attack through killing aura and sound, Ryo-hye can actually see him. He swung his sword. That caught Tae-hyun off guard, and Tae-hyun was slashed right on his chest. He groaned as his body bled. Tae-hyun recognized that even if they are both using stealth, there's such a huge gap in their proficiency. Despite his injury, Tae-hyun remained standing. He surprised the subordinates when he jumped really high. To properly position himself in using his next ability, in his mind, Ryo-hye is not worthy for him to use the predation. The subordinates were surprised when they were lifted in the air by the purple smoke. Tae-hyun's arm turned into rock, and he hit all the subordinates with it. They groaned in pain and fell to the ground. After that, Tae-hyun looked for Ryo-hye. He laughed while commenting that it was some awesome judgment that Tae-hyun showed. Ryo-hye was on the ceiling. He told Tae-hyun that it was awesome of him because stealth was weak against wide-range skills. He added that Tae-hyun is looking for him. He should have used it over his head as well. Then he attacked Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun attempted to block the sword with his dagger. Terrorists were patrolling on a quiet hallway, but they immediately ran away when Ryo-hye and Tae-hyun emerged from the ceiling. Ryo-hye's attack was so powerful that it created a hole which dropped them to the lower level. Then Ryo-hye slashed through the whole room. It caused an explosion, and then he had Tae-hyun pinned down on the ground with his foot. He positioned his sword right at Tae-hyun's throat, but he was surprised. When Tae-hyun wrapped chains on his sword, he was confused about what it was. Tae-hyun told him that he's a fool. Ryo-hye cursed while his expression revealed that he's slightly nervous. He realized that Tae-hyun's skill earlier wasn't meant to find him, but it was for Tae-hyun to stop him running out of the skill's target range. Tae-hyun stood up and raised his arm. He asked Ryo-hye where he plans to run off to. The chains wrapped around Ryo-hye. That made Ryo-hye angry. He cursed at Tae-hyun, with chains wrapped around Tae-hyun's fist. He delivered a powerful punch at Ryo-hye's face. It was a powerful attack that created holes on the ground. After a while, Tae-hyun was able to chain Isaki Ryo-hye and his subordinates together. Some subordinates looked haggard and tired, while there's also some who were confused and angry. Ryo-hye was breathing heavily. He cursed at Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun replied that he doesn't understand why an S-ranker would do all those shitty things for some money. Ryo-hye yelled for him to shut up. He blamed Tae-hyun for ruining his plans. To shut him up, Tae-hyun stomped on his head, and then he kicked him hard. He told him that he's pretty chatty for a low-life criminal. The subordinates were worried for Ryo-hye. Tae-hyun demanded info about Narendra Nehru. He informed them that every country's association must have received urgent calls for reinforcements by then. As if a threat, he reminded Ryo-hye that Nehru would be done for once the reinforcements arrived. Ryo-hye laughed at the thought of reinforcements. Ryo-hye told Tae-hyun that he's just a clueless kid. Someone was running fast. The person entered the door, and that caught Ji Jinwi and Go Tae-wook's attention. The old man who just entered was in panic. He told them something about the reinforcements. He asked what happened to the reinforcements for East Point. This person is the Four Great Guilds Alchemists Guild Master, an S-ranker, Seo Sangik. He was in panic as he shared that not just their articles are up there for sale, but also countless VIPs of the new Korean Association had participated. He's worried that the villains will do something bad to those people. Ji Jinwi asked him to calm down. He explained that they had formed a backup force as soon as they heard the terror news. It was a group of elite players with player Park Sung-jin leading them. Sang-ik asked why those people haven't left yet. He volunteered his guild's personnel and supplies if that's what is needed, but Ji Jinwi told him that it wasn't the issue that they're facing. Ji Jinwi told him that they had no way to get there. Sang-ik was confused. Ta-wook explained that the terrorists took over the control room for the East Point warp gate and blocked all the warp gates. Sang-ik was utterly shocked. Ta-wook pacified him by telling him that it would be okay. He explained that there are 2 S-rank players at the scene. One of them was Tae-hyun, who just became an S-rank recently, but there's only 1 S-rank on the terrorists' side. That made Ta-wook think that those 2 can hold out while they reconnect the warp gates. He even thought of the possibility that the 2 S-rank players could take down Mirandra Nehru. Another person joined in the conversation and told them that the case would only happen if the opponent was a regular S-rank player. They were surprised to see who it was. It was Yu Ah-yong. Back to our MC, Tae-hyun stood in front of Ryo-hae. Ryo-hae asked him if he knew about the skill called Contract with the Devil. Tae-hyun had no idea, and Ryo-hae explained that it was the worst of Nehru's skills. He added that by offering sacrifices, depending on the amount and quality, Ryo-hae Nehru can summon a monster of a certain rank. Tae-hyun figured out the sacrifices. Ryo-hae told him that he's right, since there's no other available sacrifices. They are pertaining to humans. Yu Ah-yong knew about it as well, and when she told the men in the room, they were extremely shocked. Ji Jinwi couldn't even form a sentence. Tae-wook stated that Narendra Nehru held roughly a few hundred hostages. Sang-ik added that on top of that, Nehru is a notorious terrorist who is particularly skilled even among S-rankers, and if someone like him sacrifices 100 people and summons a monster. Yu Ah-yong told them that it was exactly what she wanted to point out, that it will cause a catastrophe. Tae-hyun made Ryo-hae his punching bag. He called them lunatics. Ryo-hae laughed at him and told him that Kim Tae-hyun could have been lucky and defeated him, but he'll never be able to win against Nehru. So Ryo-hae pushed him to make a choice between begging for his life and watching those innocent hostages be offered as sacrifices, or charge into a fight that he had no chance of winning and die like a dog. Ryo-hae kept laughing while Tae-hyun was enraged. The sun was about to set. The building is situated on an isolated island, and the warp gate had been blocked. A subordinate reported to Nehru that Ryo-hae had lost. The subordinate explained that the whereabouts of Tae-hyun, who took down Ryo-hae, were unknown, along with the Phoenix Potion. He asked what they should do. Nehru laughed and said that there's no chance of winning a face-to-face fight, so Tae-hyun had been waiting for the association's reinforcements. However, that will not be enough. This villain then raised his hand and dark smoke enveloped it. Nehru used his ability on some of the people in there. He was about to choke them to death. His strategy was, if Tae-hyun doesn't show up, he'll drag him out. The woman who had been choked was in a sorry state. Nehru announced the beginning of the festival for their god. But then he noticed something. There was a blackout. The terrorists were confused since all the bombs were blasted ages ago, but it did not cause a blackout. But now, just all of a sudden, it happened. Nehru was angry. The sacrifice that he was holding earlier had disappeared in a second. Tae-hyun, in stealth, was behind him. Tae-hyun's fist was almost on his face. The chains were so close to him. But he was quick to evade it. He had a difficult time, and Tae-hyun thought that he had got him. But the chains were diffused. A snake had appeared. Kim Tae-hyun was taken aback. Nehru had several snakes around him, and several fireballs, too. There was a big explosion. Fortunately, Tae-hyun had escaped that. He didn't expect that Nehru would have monsters hidden on top of his head. He was like Medusa. Tae-hyun wondered what's the deal with that guy. The civilians asked Tae-hyun if he's there to rescue them. They begged him to untie the ropes and help them. Some even offered compensation. Tae-hyun nonchalantly threw them using his chains and told them that they were all in his way. His attention shifted to the monster noises, since there were so many of them who were on their way to him. The monsters struck him. They all looked menacing. But Tae-hyun easily sliced them with his dagger. He emerged from being surrounded by the monsters. He used his abilities. As he lunged towards them, the monsters made loud noises upon being hurt. Some monsters got triggered. They looked so ferocious as they advanced. Tae-hyun was surprised that several monsters were on their way towards him. He was confused, and the impact of the attack of the monsters created an explosion. Neru commented that Tai-hyun was a fool. He told him that he shouldn't have treated the monsters from the skill Contract with the Devil, the same as the monsters that he had seen until now. The monsters are under Neru's control through the Contract with the Devil, and using his magic, the monsters became sturdier than other monsters, and they are far stronger. Kim Tae-hyun got hit and he coughed up blood. Neru uttered that just because Tae-hyun defeated Ryo-hae, he shouldn't have thought of defying God's will. More monsters run towards where Kim Tae-hyun is. The civilians were worried because they thought that Tae-hyun was completely being overpowered. One person even complained that when they asked Tae-hyun to save them, Tae-hyun did as he pleased, but now it looked like he can't win against those monsters. A person corrected this man that is not what's happening in there. They were all confused. The old man who spoke told them to look carefully. Then he explained that thanks to Tae-hyun, the monsters aren't paying any attention to them. He added that despite being overpowered with the monsters, Tae-hyun was far from running away, and he's not allowing a single monster to come their way. Almost all of the people looked mind-blown. The old man added that Tae-hyun had evacuated the hostages over to that side by throwing them up in the air just now. The old man shed tears. He had certainty about Tae-hyun, that Tae-hyun had thought of nothing else but saving them. That also made the others emotional, and from resentment, it was replaced with gratitude. They cheered for Tae-hyun and expressed their trust in him. Tae-hyun used his chains to fight. It choked several monsters, and with that, he brought them down. Then he yelled for everyone to shut up. The people were confused, even Neru. Tae-hyun complained that the hostages kept getting in his way, and the damn monsters kept coming at him. He yelled that he couldn't do that stupid shit anymore. It was funny how that made the civilians sweat heavily. Neru laughed and asked if Tae-hyun is deciding to give up. Then Tae-hyun yelled, "So please end this quickly. Player Park Geon-woong." Neru was taken aback. A man entered the room. Neru was confused about who that person was and when he had entered. Geon-woong had a blue ball of light on his palms. He apologized to Tae-hyun for making him wait for a long time, and there he goes. Earlier, Ryo-hae was unconscious, and Geon-woong had encountered that body. Geon-woong asked Kim Tae-hyun what it was about. Tae-hyun explained that those are the security team guys who are in cahoots with the terrorists. Geon-woong couldn't believe that it happened while he was gone. Tae-hyun told him that they had more pressing issues at hand. Tae-hyun explained that the warp gate control room is swarming with monsters by Neru. Fighting the villains isn't a huge problem, but it's the fact that the monsters won't sit still when they see the civilians, and above all, the people could get swept into all of it. And so, he told Geon-woong that he needed his skill. The gate manipulation. Geon-woong was surprised. He explained that he wanted to help, but unless he knew the exact warp point, connecting the gate with the association side was going to be impossible. Tae-hyun told him that it doesn't matter, since he's only after one thing. Geon-woong looked at him with disbelief. Tae-hyun planned to send out the monsters. The warp gate glowed. It was getting activated. The monsters were being sucked in, and they slowly disappeared in the room. Neru couldn't believe it. He was so confused about what just happened. The monsters kept getting sucked in. When Geon-woong first heard the plan, he thought it was absurd. No one would have actually thought that it would work. Now only Neru and the terrorists are left. That made Park Geon-woong think that they are about to win. Tae-hyun called his name loudly. He then instructed Geon-woong that his role is over, so he should take the hostages with him and leave at once. He protested. He wanted to be by his side. Tae-hyun rejected him firmly because the opponent is an S-ranked, just like him. Neru jumped to the level where Tae-hyun is. Tae-hyun explained that in that fight, he can't protect anyone. Neru was enraged. He called out Tae-hyun's name angrily. Tae-hyun had the nerve to mock him by replying, "Yay, what is it? You called me?" Geon-woong was torn, but he decided to follow Tae-hyun's instructions. He led everyone to the door. Tae-hyun watched them leave, and he was relieved that it was sorted out. Now all that's left is his fight. Neru threw a large fireball at him. Tae-hyun looked serious as he dashed away. He attacked Neru with his chains, and it sent several debris flying in the air. Neru called him a fool. and Neru doubted that he's an S-ranker like him. Neru covered his arm in flames and asked him if he thinks that a kid likes him. The flame turned into a form of a dragon, and then he asked if a kid like Taehyun could actually stop him. Taehyun braced himself for the attack. The attack was so powerful that it caused a large explosion in the room. Neru turned white, and several monsters appeared. He told Taehyun that it doesn't matter how many monsters he had killed, or how many hostages he had rescued, because if he can't win against Neru, all of his effort would prove meaningless. He called Taehyun a filthy non-believer, and so Taehyun would receive a punishment for his sin of soiling the name of God, and that punishment is death. Several monsters charged towards him. Taehyun laughed since Neru kept yapping on his own. He told Neru that he will be the one who will die there. Neru was surprised. Taehyun activated a skill, and it created the same dragon-like monster that Neru made earlier. Now, its prey is Neru. It had a wide mouth. Neru was in great disbelief. He wondered if Taehyun had hidden his real power all this time. Neru laughed, and it became louder. He expressed that he acknowledged that Taehyun is the highest quality sacrifice. But Taehyun isn't the only one who's hiding his powers. Then he heard someone cough. People came out of the warp. The terrorists were choking and coughing up blood, and they were slowly reduced to ashes. Taehyun was in utter shock. Neru declared that all sacrifices had been offered. A strange creature crept out of Neru's back. He prayed to his god. Taehyun watched with a horrified face, and from Neru's back a green dragon-like monster appeared. It was a rank S-bone dragon. A few moments earlier, outside the building. It can be seen from the outside that the civilians led by Gaeon-woong were faced against some of the terrorists. Gaeon-woong complained how there's still so many terrorists. The terrorists wondered if those people escaped from the floor above. The terrorists had the idea that since those civilians had run away, it would be okay to have them killed. But the terrorists started coughing blood. They screamed in pain while Gaeon-woong and the rest watched them. Gaeon-woong was confused. Both him and the rest of the people were terrified. Gaeon-woong gazed out the window because of explosions coming from the other side of the building. He wondered what was happening. The large monster attacked Taehyun. Taehyun was blasted away. He screamed loudly while he fell. Neru rode the backside of the monster. He uttered that, as always, the dragon is the strongest of all. Taehyun cursed. His chains appeared, and he stuck that on the wall while he held the other end to stop himself from falling. The chains were tugged, and when he finally lifted himself up, it broke. His feet slipped, and he found himself on the safe ground. He was breathing heavily. Taehyun was confused on where the monster came from. When he lifted his gaze, he was horrified. The dragon was in front of him, and its mouth had a ready laser beam to blast at him. Taehyun was stunned. He took the dragon's attack with his body, and it blasted him to the other side of the building. It was a powerful attack that kept him on air for quite some time. Neru told him to die while he went after Taehyun. Taehyun was already pissed off to that meatless fucking dragon skeleton. He launched a powerful attack towards it, but it was not effective. The dragon released a beam as a counterattack. Taehyun was in great disbelief. The whole building exploded. It burned most of the way to ashes. Neru stood at the back of the dragon and watched the whole scene. He expressed that it was shocking, since he didn't expect Taehyun to make it out alive after facing that attack. Taehyun was hanging in there in one piece, but he's already exhausted. In his head, he acknowledged how strong Narendra Neru is. He couldn't believe that he barely blocked that, even after using predation at full power. It's unbelievable that they're both S-rankers. A thought crossed his mind. For Neru to wield such power, there's no way that he's okay. Taehyun assumed that Neru must be close to his limits now. So, Taehyun thought of stalling, but the thought immediately perished when Neru laughed. He called Taehyun a filthy believer and told him that he can see right through him. Neru told him that he knew Taehyun thought of stalling for time, and it's definitely not a bad reasoning, but he warned Taehyun that he should know that petty tricks won't work on him. The dragon flapped its wings, and it soars to the opposite building. Taehyun was taken aback. It's targeting the location of Gaeon-woong and the other people. They froze in horror. The dragon was almost just on the other side of the glass, and it attacked directly on them, which caused a major destruction of the floor. At that time at the Korean Association, a staff announced that the emergency purpose warp gate had been connected. The coordinates were correct, and everyone was ready to enter the portal. They were slightly concerned that only their country had been connected. With that, the player might be at risk of extreme danger, even if it's a player like Sungjin. Park Sungjin replied that it was nonsense because if that's the case for him, then how much danger must that kid be in? That made the staff realize her mistake. They announced entry to the East Point. Park Sungjin announced to everyone that they will exterminate the terrorists and rescue their comrades. The blast earlier caused a lot of casualties. Gaeon-woong was badly hurt, but he's still conscious. He immediately got up when he saw a man blocking another blast. He was surprised to see Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun gave his all to counter the attack. He continuously used his predation skill to block the powerful attack. The dragon emits more bluish fire. Naru expected Tae-hyun to do that, so he planned to burn him to ashes then and there. Gaeon-woong was really concerned for him. He told him not to worry about them since it will be all over for them if Tae-hyun dies. Gaeon-woong begged him. Tae-hyun knew Gaeon-woong was right, but he still persists. Tae-hyun thought that now he can't fight against a bone dragon in a head-on fight. The only method he has is to wait for Naru to reach his limits. But still, Tae-hyun didn't give up. His power clashed with the bone dragon. He chose not to give up yet. He went beyond his limits, while forcing himself to find a way to save everyone there. He kept thinking. All of a sudden, he heard someone say, "I can't take this anymore." He looked behind him to see who it was, and he saw Gaeon-woong crawling. Gaeon-woong was confused on why Tae-hyun is staring at him that way. Tae-hyun wondered what that voice was, and the system notified him that predation rank is temporarily being adjusted. Predation rank has increased to rank A. Tae-hyun's powers have surpassed his limits, so his body will no longer be able to handle predation's power. He wondered what was happening. Predation had turned to rank S. Our MC was starting to lose consciousness while his skill continued to grow more powerful. Meanwhile, this old man just stood there. He also got confused on what's happening. The next thing he knew, Tae-hyun's power made the dragon's attack dissipate. Now, predation is ranked SSS. Tae-hyun was notified that predation is unable to deactivate. He was still standing, but the difference was there's a large amount of power surrounding him. He screamed from the pain. He thought that predation was going berserk. He realized that King gave him powers. He thought about how ridiculous the situation was. He wondered if it's the end for him. He thought how he's dying pointlessly, especially after all the time it took for him to get where he is. His body is cracking. He had a strong will not to die, and he maintained this will even until his arm already fell off. Tae-hyun couldn't hold himself up any longer. He landed on the pool of his blood. Naru was greatly affected by his attack. He wondered if Tae-hyun forced his skill to go berserk. A ridiculous amount of energy overwhelms Naru, and what's even harder to understand for him is that Tae-hyun couldn't handle the load of his skills and fainted already, but the skill hasn't stopped. That made Naru angry. He uttered how daring it was for a non-believer. He lectured Tae-hyun that if he planned to oppose God to his every end, then Naru took the initiative to end Tae-hyun's life with his own hands. He targeted Tae-hyun's unconscious body. The dragon claws appeared, but all of a sudden that arm was chopped off. Naru couldn't process what had just happened. Next thing he knew, Tae-hyun was back on his feet, and when he turned around, he saw something that would be enough to make him tremble. A gigantic, ominous red creature had appeared. It had multiple heads, and it was even larger than the freaking building. It roared loudly. Naru uttered, "What on earth?" Kim Tae-hyun mocked him for saying something about God. He told Naru, "What a joke." Naru knew he was doomed. He was horrified. He asked, "Who are you?" He knew that was no longer Tae-hyun, especially with that immense power. The person inside Tae-hyun replied, "That is no damn concern to an insect, because after all, Narendra Naru is already dead." Naru couldn't follow the conversation. Red blades touched his body. Tae-hyun, now with red hair, stood there, and it released a powerful attack that painted the area crimson red. The system notified him of a new skill called demonic contract. Tae-hyun found himself in a dark place. He was confused since he was just with Naru. All of a sudden, the chains appeared, and it tied up Tae-hyun. He wondered what was happening. After being tied up, large boulders came crashing on him. He recognized that it was his skills, stone skin and paralysis. He asked himself, what the hell is going on? A pair of hands appeared, and the king's authority showed up, which led him to feel immense pain. He felt like he's being burned alive. He wondered why his skills were attacking him. Then he heard a voice that mocked him for calling it his skills. The voice asked, since when were those his powers? When he just ate all of that. And now the voice forced him to spit out all he took in. Several monsters charged towards him, but he couldn't do anything except to watch it. All of a sudden, there was an intense bright light. A pillow and a blanket were thrown in the air. Tae-hyun fell off the bed. He was panting. While sweating heavily, he realized that it was just a dream. He looked at his hand and saw that he's not hurt, and his right arm that predation broke down is now fine. Sungjin came in and saw that he's already up. He's surprised to see Sungjin there. Sungjin offered him some food. The table was filled with snacks. While having a snack, Sungjin explained that the association and the alchemists prepared the place for him as a way to show courtesy to repay him from what he did during the terror attack. Sungjin added that it was thanks to Kim Tae-hyun that even Ryo-hae got arrested after falling for the terrorists' temptations. Compared to the scale of the terror attack, many actually survived. Sungjin informed Tae-hyun that countless people already visited him out of worry, from his parents to chairmen, and they were bawling their eyes out. Sungjin explained to him that the tests didn't show any health issues in the first place, and Sungjin stayed behind just in case villains or reporters got involved. Tae-hyun was quiet, and then he expressed that he was certain that he passed out while fighting Narendra Nehru. He wondered what on earth happened. Sungjin replied, as I thought, you're the same. Tae-hyun asked him what he meant. Sungjin expressed that he wanted to ask him about that too. Back then, Gaeun-wung had seen him. Tae-hyun has red hair and he stood there, after ending Nehru in one strike. And Gaeun-wung instinctively knew that it was Tae-hyun, but at the same time, he's not. Gaeun-wung inquired what that person had done to Tae-hyun, but that caused Gaeun-wung immense fear. When Tae-hyun looked at him, Tae-hyun looked really scary, and it seemed like he's going to attack him. Gaeun-wung trembled in fear. Then he coughed up blood, and immediately lost consciousness. Tae-hyun noticed his red arm was disappearing. He knew that he reached his limit. He smiled as he decided to return for now, but he made sure that it would only be for the meantime. Then, Kim Tae-hyun's body fell to the ground. It looked like he was sleeping peacefully. All of a sudden, someone came running. It was Sungjin, and in panic, he woke up Tae-hyun. The rest of the team checked and confirmed the survivors in the area. It was reported that everyone was just unconscious and it doesn't look like their lives are in any danger. Another person was concerned that the whereabouts of the terrorists and Nehru were unknown. Sungjin cursed. He kept calling Kim Tae-hyun's name. He couldn't understand what just happened there. When Tae-hyun heard that, the shock was evident on his face. Sungjin narrated that after that, he asked the survivors about what happened. All of them remembered Tae-hyun stopping Nehru, but they couldn't recall the overall situation at all. Sungjin expressed that it's as if something had messed with the memories of the survivors. He assumed that it must be the terrorists doing it. He started to leave and wished Tae-hyun to take good care of himself. He informed Tae-hyun that if he finds something else, he will get in touch with him. Deep inside, Tae-hyun knew that it can't be Nehru's doing. He's also confused since he had no idea how he got healed, but he was certain that his arm got destroyed because of predation. And he knew that Nehru fell prey to predation since it informed him that demonic contract rank B had been registered. With that, Tae-hyun had the ability to open the gate to the abyss. That caught his attention. He realized that it was a skill to summon monsters. It required 200 magic, but his current magic at the moment is only 180. Sungjin went back and called him to say that there's another visitor. Tae-hyun was surprised. Lim Ah-young appeared. Tae-hyun's surprised face was funny. With that, Sungjin truly left this time. Lim Ah-young told him that she's there to visit him and she gave him a basket of fruits. There was peace and quiet in the city. There were several foods in Kim Tae-hyun's room, but it was all crushed when a basket of fruit was forcefully placed on top of it. Tae-hyun turned pale. Lim Ah-hyung sat across from him and told him that he looked fine. He explained that the doctor told him that he's good. Lim Ah-hyung also heard that he rescued a lot of people in the terror incident. Tae-hyun reluctantly agreed. Lim Ah-hyung trembled as she held back her anger about hearing that he fought against two S-rankers. Tae-hyun confirmed that it's true. Lim Ah-hyung crushed the apple as she reprimanded him to not act conceited because of that. She told him that she will catch up to him in no time. Tae-hyun asked why on earth she visited him. She replied that she just wanted to see if he's okay. Tae-hyun doubted that and wondered if he should call the police. Lim Ah-hyung was angry. At first, she came to visit him out of concern since she heard that he got hurt, but he's completely fine, and he had all that energy oozing from him. She reflected that compared to the player tryouts, she's even further from catching up to him. She was about to ask something, but stopped mid-sentence. Since she sensed something, there was a heavy footstep outside. Then the doorknob turned. The person entered. Tae-hyun was surprised. Lim Ah-hyung didn't expect it either. It was her sister. Yoo Ah-hyung was surprised to see Lim Ah-hyung as well. She asked her why she was there, but Lim Ah-hyung was more concerned about how her sister knew the password to enter. Yoo Ah-hyung told her to stop calling her sis, and she explained that the association informed her about the password. Silence filled the room. Yoo Ah-hyung grinned, and she grabbed Tae-hyun's arm. Lim Ah-hyung was surprised that Yoo Ah-hyung is holding Kim Tae-hyun captive from holding him from behind. Lim Ah-hyung blushed and rushed towards them while asking Yoo Ah-hyung what she's doing. She replied that there's two S-rankers sharing a house, and she asked Lim Ah-hyung on what she thinks their relationship is. Tae-hyun was about to ask her what on earth she's talking about, but she hushed him by placing a finger on his lips. Lim Ah-hyung told her that it's a crime since Tae-hyun is still a minor. Tae-hyun smacked Yoo Ah-hyung's hand away. He told her that she should stop with her jokes now. Tae-hyun asked why she's there. He was certain that he already rejected her offer to join the guild multiple times. Yoo Ah-hyung commented that Tae-hyun is as fussy as ever. She explained that she's there to check on him, that's all, and she also has a present for him. She heard from the chairman that he's going for the Asian exhibition games. But even with his feats, at this point, his merit points ranking is still only 30. To become a representative in the top 5, he's going to need more, so Yoo Ah-hyung decided to give it to him. The raiding rights for the double dungeon fire temple. There was an eerie island nearby, and a yacht can be seen going closer to it. Someone asked if that's the place where East Point was. It was in its original form even after a few hours of the terror attack, but maybe because of the serious cumulative damage it suffered in the end, it just collapsed. A creepy man wearing a gas mask asked about the whereabouts of Opid Uro. His subordinate answered that they couldn't find him. One man asked if they have to report to the boss, but they were told that there's no need for that. The man with the gas mask explained that they already got what they wanted, and they just hired the guy for money. But there's one thing. A ship is coming towards them, and it blasted an announcement that they got the villains surrounded. The announcer from the ship explained that only authorized personnel for the investigation may enter the area. The captain of the ship instructed them to drop their weapons and surrender. But in just a snap, the captain was underwater, as well as everyone else. They were all so surprised that their ship sank without them even knowing what happened. The masked villain continued his speech, that he's pretty amused by the guy called Kim Tae-hyun. The man released a powerful orb of power that destroyed the area. Meanwhile, at the Nightwalkers Guild headquarters, everyone cheered. They were excited that Tae-hyun is joining them in the raid. Tae-hyun is branded as the rising star of New Korea and the hero of the East Point. Yoo Ah-hyung was about to say something obvious. She stated that giving Tae-hyun the raiding rights doesn't mean that he gets to decide the item distribution and members of the raid. Tae-hyun wondered what present she got earlier, but he never thought it would be the raiding rights for that fire temple. Fire Temple is the country's second double dungeon, which was named after its entrance that resembles burning flames. Before Tae-hyun's regression, the past Nightwalkers Guild successfully raided it, but they were almost annihilated. Considering that difficulty level, there's no doubt that it will get him amazing progress and merit points. Perhaps because of his right arm collapsing, his strength and stamina stats have significantly decreased. So he thought challenging it right now would be excessive. But with Yoo Ah-hyung, who's an S-rank player, and her members, even for a double dungeon raid, Taehyun was confident that there's no way they would lose. But then, it was revealed that the Fire Temple non-participants of the raid were around 300 people, and they saw off the participants. The Fire Temple raid squad head count were just 2 people, Yu Ayong and Taehyun. Taehyun's spirit was instantly gone. The non-participants cheered for them and looked forward to them clearing the dungeon. They told the participants to be careful, and they left their guild master in the hands of Taehyun. Taehyun asked why it's only the 2 of them. Yu Ayong replied, "It's because I'm going on a date with you, honey." Kim Taehyun turned pale, and he wished everyone would just get lost. They entered the gate. Yu Ayong was impressed. Everything was covered in blue fire. It was phenomenal. The vibes in there were different from a regular dungeon. Yu Ayong asked if double dungeons were always like that. Taehyun shared that Apocalypto dungeon was like that too. They stood at the edge of the cliff. Yu Ayong asked how they would go down. Kim Tae-hyu told her to be careful since there could be a monster trap. All of a sudden, a tentacle wrapped around Yu Ayong's head. She screamed as she was pulled down. Taehyun rushed. His gut feeling was right. He jumped down the cliff, and he used his dagger to soften his fall and hang from it. But he was shocked by what he saw. Yu Ayong's arm was covered in green light. She smiled as she announced that she found a way to get down. There was a monster beneath her, and she casually ripped the monster apart with her bare hands, and she informed Taehyun that they just need to fall. Taehyun was amused that she did that in just one strike. Several monsters made noises. Yu Ayon's body was covered in a green glow. With just a single punch, she obliterated several monsters. She charged at them, and she kept the pace of obliterating them. They're all at least A-rank monsters, and she killed them all with one strike. It made Taehyun wonder if she hid her powers the last time. He knew that she's in the highest grade among S-rankers, but he didn't expect her to be this good. Now he realized why she suggested entering the dungeon with just the 2 of them. He found that great, and he decided to join the battle too. He sliced up the monsters with his dagger. Eventually, they're deep inside the cliff, and corpses of monsters piled up behind them. She asked how deep it is for them to take so long. The number and level of monsters was tremendous, but they weren't high enough in level to be a problem for Yu Ayong. It made Taehyun think on what on earth was it that pushed the Nightwalkers to the verge of annihilation. Yu Ayong remembered to give something to him. She handed him a black ring with a red mark in the center. It was the warrior's ring. This ring rapidly boosts strength and stamina. This is more than enough to restore stats that decreased from the breakdown of his right arm. Yu Ayong admitted that by giving the rights to Taehyun, their guild is benefiting too, so she wouldn't call it exactly as a gift. Then Taehyun started to wonder why she would give him a unique item. Yu Ayong asked if he's grateful. Then she tempted him by saying that she could give him a lot more if he joins the guild. Taehyun wondered why. He asked her why she barely gave that to him. She was confused. Taehyun explained that it would have been way better to give him before he took on all those monsters. Yu Ayong replied, "Are you a sociopath?" To which Taehyun corrected that he's just practical, and he told her that from that point onwards, they have to be really careful, because it looks like they have arrived in the domain of the master of the place. They saw a structure with a large egg on the top. The 2 got nervous and confused when they saw the egg, and there's no available details about it. Taehyun had no idea what kind of monster it was, but what he's sure of is that right there is the boss of the double dungeon. He told Yu Ayong that they should gather information first, but when he glanced at her, she's no longer there. He looked down and saw Yu Ayong charging right in. She mustered up her strength and attacked the egg. The attack created a massive explosion within the area. Taehyun cursed at how reckless she is. He rushed towards him to check if she's okay. She repeated his question and announced that she totally crushed the egg. It was true, half of the egg was gone. And she explained that judging from the strength, the monster inside it would have been in the lower S rank. Even so, she hit it with full power, but she didn't expect it to break in just one blow. Taehyun couldn't believe that it's over. All of a sudden, they noticed a bright light coming from the egg. It shined brightly until it created a huge explosion. They had no idea what was happening. They heard someone speak. They were called lowly humans, and this angry creature never expected them to crawl into his temple. This creature noticed his interesting guests. The creature was like a blue firebird. It spoke of the strength that they are bragging about will wither in front of his blue fire. It was the double dungeon master of the fire temple, Phoenix. It had a rank of S. The Phoenix shined brightly. The two were surprised to have encountered that. Phoenix is a monster with regenerative abilities and magic resistance so immense that one could confuse it with being an immortal. Tae-hyun was surprised to find out that the master of the double dungeon is a phoenix. On top of that, it's a phoenix of blue flames. It spread its wings and painted the whole area blue. The light was blinding. Tae-hyun called out to Yoo Ah-young. He warned her that the creature had the ability to control minds, but his warning was a second too late. Yoo Ah-young had already attacked him. Tae-hyun groaned as he evaded her. She looked serious. The S-rank player currently has her mind under the control of Phoenix. He asked what the hell kind of veteran player. Would be no damn help to him at all. He released his power and created a hand, and he smacked her to the ground. He screamed for her to come back to her senses. He told her that if they keep fighting like that, something bad would happen. But then, he noticed that Yoo Ah-young made a green orb. She puts more power into it, and blasted the area. Debris fell. Meanwhile, while being amused, Blue Phoenix commented that humans are always foolish creatures. Yoo Ah-young watched the smoke clears. She looked around, and heard a rattling sound. A chain held her leg. It's firmly attached to the ground. Another chain emerged, and it wrapped her whole body. She struggled to fight it. Now our MC understood who the culprit is who annihilated the Nightwalker Guild's raid squad before his regression. He finally figured out who it was. He called her name, and told her that it would hurt, but she should endure. He punched her. She coughed up blood, and then she fell unconscious. The chain and paralysis won't work for too long, so she really needs to get back to her senses by the time she wakes up. But Tae-hyun thought of something, that it won't really matter as long as he eliminates the Phoenix before she wakes up. The Phoenix let out a short laugh and inquired if Tae-hyun enjoyed the game he prepared. Tae-hyun was pissed off that he tried to play with humans. To mock this Phoenix, he asked if it was a damn chicken. He announced that it would be fucking dead now. Using the chains, he strapped Yoo Ah-young to his back. He ran, but he senses something from behind. The Phoenix released blue flames. It asked what the human is doing, and taunted Tae-hyun to show what he got. It kept attacking him. The Phoenix was impressed. Tae-hyun threw his dagger, and he moved fast around the Phoenix. The Phoenix commented on how breezily the attack was. However, Phoenix is the fire itself. Slashing it over and over will only flare up and rage the flames even more. It broke Tae-hyun's chains. It uttered that a mere human could never win against it. It prepared a large flame and breathed it all out to where Tae-hyun is. The flame burned the rocks. It turns things to ashes. Luckily, Tae-hyun was able to position himself on the stalagmite. Even for a phoenix, the level of regeneration ability is ridiculous. And on top of that, there's gigantification. There's no way it's a normal phoenix. He thought that it might be a grand phoenix. Grand means mutant organisms possessing powers beyond the class of regular monsters. To distinguish them from other monsters, the title Grand and added A+ is added to their basic rank. If that monster is seriously a grand phoenix, there's no way for them to crush its regenerative abilities with his current skills. The only way he stands a chance against it is predation. But there's a chance it might go berserk like last time, so he can't use it unless it's a deciding blow. Truth is, he had no chances of winning without predation. He wondered what he should do. Yoo Ah-young flinched. This bitch was finally awake, and she screamed when she saw the state she's in. She asked why she was tied up, and she complained that it hurt. And she asked why the monster is huge now. She realized that it just wasn't a normal phoenix. Tae-hyun begged her to stay still. She demanded to be untied immediately. Our MC argued that there's no reason for him to untie someone whose mind took seconds to lose control. She tried to reason that the phoenix got her when her guard was down, but that's when it sank in. She didn't know she was under its control. She assured him that she won't fall for it and demanded to be untied. But to their surprise, the phoenix attacked them. The phoenix was irritated that they got distracted when it was just right in front of them. It told the humans that they don't know their damned place. Taehyun took out his dagger. Yu Ah-young had her fist glowing. These two attacked simultaneously. Taehyun reminded her not to fall for the phoenix's tricks at any cost. She called him a worrywart in response, and assured him that she won't fall for it. The phoenix watched. It was enraged. It released large flames while calling them cockroaches. It reminded them of something. The phoenix stated that all of their attacks were pointless. Taehyun decided to take the lead. He triggered Monarch's heart, which increased the party members' stats. Yu Ah-young formed a straight light in his hand. She held it with 2 hands, and declared that her attack this time will be different. She slashed the phoenix with her spear. It obliterated the left side of the phoenix. Taehyun was astonished. Yu Ah-young looked different. She had an inverted green triangle on her forehead. Her eyes were green, the same with the glow from her body, and she's holding a spear. Yu Ah-young told him to leave it to her. Amazon Spirit Rank S, Berserker mode was activated. There's a concept of going berserk that triggers the reverse flow of mana for all skills. Most people avoid using it since it can cause permanent damage to the body. But if one can control that power for even a small amount of time, the force that it holds is unmeasurable. Yu Ah-young charged at the phoenix. She threw her spear. The effect was transcendental. The phoenix screamed in pain. She charged again, this time using her fist. She punched it, and then it was followed by a kick. She moved fast and attacked it again. It created a bright explosion. It destroyed the area. Yu Ah-young watched the smoke fade. She was breathing heavily. She remained still. Eventually, she passed out. The phoenix body was destroyed. It was angry that a lowly human did that in their pathetic state. It vowed to kill them all, starting with Yu Ah-young, who is unconscious on the ground. But before the phoenix could reach her, gold chains appeared. Taehyun kept it immobilized by wrapping the chains around it. It got angrier. Taehyun expressed that he couldn't believe she crushed the phoenix's regenerative powers. She used a destructive force that was way beyond the capacity of the phoenix. Now he knows that he can't let his guard down with her. He's aware that it may hurt her pride, but he gotta land the last blow. Meanwhile, at the other side of the dungeon, the non-participants waited in front of the gate. They're worried since the two were pretty late. One man assured them that there won't be a problem, especially since they're both S-rankers, though he admitted that one problem is that once their guildmaster goes into battle, she just speeds through without thinking much. It was funny how after hearing that, they questioned how the man could say that it would be okay. A few moments later, they saw Taehyun step out in the portal, and in his arms is the guildmaster. They rushed towards them, but they stopped on their tracks when they saw their injuries. Taehyun announced that they have cleared the fire temple. Him carrying Yu Ah-young made it into the headlines, but it was about dating rumors and their private secret dungeon date. A trembling hand watched the news on her phone. It was Yu Ah-young. She's red from the embarrassment. Then she yelled and asked her guild members what the hell was that. She reasoned that it was an unannounced double dungeon raid, but now the news leaked outside. On top of that, the article was embarrassing. She blamed her guild members. One tried to explain that a double dungeon raid is an important matter, so maintaining confidentiality is difficult. Another one explained that he only told his close friends, and they all promised to keep it a secret. The other one was dramatic enough to express that it felt unfair since they only did that for her sake, and there's not a single lie in his devotion to her. Yu Ah-young smiled and told all of them to just die altogether today. Ji Jinwei rushed inside since he heard she used her skill in berserk mode. He was about to ask if she's okay, but he stopped mid-sentence. When he saw the state of the room, everything was destroyed and the 3 members were barely alive. Jinwei said that it looks like she's fine. They took a walk outside. She asked what he took her for when she trained so much all that time to control her berserk state. So, using it for just a minute wasn't too hard. Jinwei asked how Kim Taehyun was, since she wanted to check Taehyun's ability so badly. Sweat dripped down her face. She narrated that after she passed out, Taehyun fought against the Grand Phoenix and even ended the whole fight, so that said pretty much everything. She added that it's only been 2 weeks since they completed the Fire Temple raid, and apparently, Taehyun already headed to the abyssal depths. She wondered how much stronger he was trying to get. Jinhui was surprised to hear that. He agreed that it was an amazing growth speed, but that's also great from the perspective of New Korea. Yu Ayong glanced at him. She admitted that she doesn't understand. She shared that everyone has a desire to advance further, but after having progressed through a certain path, it's easy to get satisfied. But Taehyun isn't showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. In fact, even right then, he's using every available method to advance further, far away from stopping. She asked why Taehyun is trying so desperately to become stronger. The wind blew the fallen leaves. Jinhui replied that he might know the reason. He was about to spill it. He passionately replied that it's because of Taehyun's love for the country. Yu Ayong was unimpressed. Jinhui explained that in times where monsters are swarming everywhere and awakened evil has begun to run amok. In these times, Taehyun wishes for his country to push through with prosperity. So his intense desire to help is driving him to that point. Yu Ayong flatly said that it can't be. Somewhere in the abyssal depths, the castle was left with several corpses. A man in robe kneeled before the man in the throne. Several people were dead. Most of them are women. The person in the robe kissed the hand of the man in the throne, and the one sitting on the throne uttered that with that. They have been bonded with a blood oath. This man is the Archduke of the Abyss, Vampire Lord Igmun. His rank is still unknown. The man in the robe thanked the Lord of Blood. Igmun asked the man how it feels to gain the powers of his people. The man reached out for his hoodie. He said that there were a lot of skilled people similar to him, but now he would be the strongest of them all. This man is China's only force-level player, Zhang Lingpeng. In another setting, a gate is being guarded. On the other side of the gate is a desert with a red sky. There was a camp that was labeled 22. Taehyun stepped out of the gate and uttered that it's his first time back in the abyss after regressing. Someone welcomed him. He is a member of the World Player Association and the manager of the 22nd District of the Abyssal Depths. Additionally, he's an A-rank player. His name is Paul Becker. He confirmed with Taehyun if it's his first time. Taehyun replied that it's something like that. Paul Becker suggested that he should hire some players to act as guides or mercenaries. The World Player Association has set up player zones, which serve as base camps and safe areas to assist in exploring each district of the Abyss that has been pioneered. However, the depths are so dangerous that one can be ambushed by powerful monsters at any time, even within a player zone. That is why, no matter how skilled Taehyun may be as an S-rank player, he should still hire some players to accompany him. Taehyun replied that it won't be necessary. Paul was surprised. Taehyun insisted that it doesn't matter. Something from the ground is emerging. It was a centipede-like monster. Paul Becker told him to be careful since a monster appeared. But to his surprise, the monster had been dealt with. Taehyun informs him that he's just on a short stroll. Our MC didn't hold back showing his powers to this guy. A few moments later, Taehyun sighed. Now that Paul Becker is gone, he went far so there shouldn't be anyone around. Thanks to preying on the Grand Phoenix at the Fire Temple, he met the requirement of 200 magic power needed to activate the demonic contract. Though he noticed something. The demonic contract can open a gate to the abyss. Magic power is 200. Taehyun noticed that the skill changed. Instead of simply controlling monsters like Opid Uro, there's gate creation now. And that 1-1 clearly indicates that number of uses. It turned into a one-time skill. He wondered if it's also an effect of predation. Well, for him, having one creature is better than carrying dozens of monsters. He had used the mana-amplifying stone. His magic will be temporarily amplified. A mana-amplifying stone is an item from processed magic crystals that temporarily amplifies magic power. A large skeleton appeared. It extends its arms, and other several limbs with pointy nails. Demonic contract has been activated. The gate creation has been initialized. The skeleton had a large circular body that served as a gate. Taehyun walked towards it to see who was on the other side. He stepped in, and he was surprised to see a large castle with a grand staircase before him. It was majestic and humongous. He didn't expect to see a castle. He never heard of such a place in the abyss. He ascended the staircase. He admitted that he used mana-amplifying stone to maximize the skill output, but he had no idea where exactly he arrived at. But he had no choice but to find out for himself. All of a sudden, 3 hot damn monsters appeared behind him. He was alarmed. Then it was followed by a large explosion. He was able to dodge using his daggers. Someone said that he's scary, and that he's wielding such a dangerous weapon. The monster with green hair asked what kind of punishment they should give him. The other 2 were excited with their human guests. They are rank S succubus. Taehyun watched them. Succubus is a monster that drains men's energy through mental attacks like illusions or brainwashing. But an ordinary succubus should only be about B rank. He wondered if they were his contract target. The succubus called him foolish for coming to the wrong place. One of them finds him delicious. If they are the contract target, our MC found it amazing. Taehyun attacked and decided to knock them out. The succubus with green hair was amused. Taehyun charged at them, but they easily evaded him. They laughed at him for being so eager. But they also acknowledged that there's nothing wrong in being so enthusiastic, though it would be tricky to tame him. Taehyun felt a force. Pink light glowed. A succubus declared that it's over. Taehyun was slumped. The succubus uttered that a human, especially a man, cannot possibly resist their brainwashing. But the succubus screamed in shock. Taehyun had hit her. Bullseye. The other 2 got worried over their sister. Taehyun used his skill on which the skeleton would appear. King's authority. He told them to bow their heads, and he exerted his power, and the succubus screamed. They complained that it hurts. They wondered how a mere human could resist their brainwashing. Taehyun replied, as if. System notified him that skill usage is detected and temptation is confirmed. He told them that being interested in monsters is abnormal. A mysterious power has enabled successful resistance. After that short fight, he invited them to make a contract. To form a monster summoning contract, he needs to meet one of the 2 conditions. One is to give the monster what it desires, and the other would be to subdue the monster with force. The succubus struggled. With that, Taehyun assumed that he had met the conditions well enough. With that, he thought that he should be able to command at least 1 S-rank monster. But he was informed that that wasn't his contract target. He was caught off guard. He wondered what it meant. Then he heard someone say that he's no ordinary human. Bunch of succubi appeared in front of him. He was told that he would make a great gift for the queen. This succubus was a grand succubus with S+ rank. Since it has the title Grand, it should be around as powerful as the Blue Phoenix earlier. Inside the castle, flowers lined up the pathway. But these flowers are actually men who were being tied upside down. They were strapped with vines. A succubus that looked like a maid called the attention of the queen to report that a human had intruded the palace. The queen confirmed if it was really a human. She smiled and got excited as she was sure that it would make great entertainment. The castle was bombarded with several explosions. Upon closer look, this is because they were chasing after Kim Taehyun. They wanted him alive because he will be presented to the queen. Taehyun cursed. Several succubus appeared in front of him. He complained about why there's so many of them. The 2 succubus were about to kick him with their thick thighs, but he was able to bend backwards to evade it. He used his power and blasted them away. It created a loud explosion, and it left a hole on the roof. He thought that if the ordinary succubus isn't the target's contract, then it only leaves one possibility. A monster that can even control Grand Succubus, the being that they call Queen. He stood in front of the door, to which he's greeted by a maid. The maid invited him inside since the queen is waiting for him. Hearing this gave our MC a smug smile. The room was filled with hanging flowers. The throne was covered with curtains. And there's vines creeping out behind the pillars. There were men hanging upside down. And Taehyun was already inside that room. The queen welcomed him. She introduced herself as the mother of all succubi and their queen. She introduced herself as Rosaria. Taehyun was informed that it is the target for the demonic contract. He can now make the summoning pact. This is what he thought. He uttered Rosaria. She replied that he's right. Then she syllabicates her name. Taehyun was alarmed. It's a monster speaking a human language. She told him that there's nothing to be shocked about since he, a human, understood their language too. She explained that it follows the same principle. Taehyun noticed that she speaks well for a monster. She asked him for his purpose in visiting her castle. Or was he just simply wandering around? But if not those, she asked, if he's there to satisfy his lust. He replied that it's none of those. He revealed that he came to make a summoning pact. Hearing the summoning pact, that made her burst into laughter. She commented on how gutsy her guest is. Though, she told him that he should keep his delusions within limits. She asked if playing with a toy is a pact. This woman is the Archduke of the Abyss and succubus queen named Rosaria. Her rank was unknown, her tentacles charged at Taehyun. He expected that reaction. Taehyun unleashed his power and blocked off those tentacles. He declared that he would make her surrender with his power. The tentacles attacked again. Taehyun dashed away to evade that. One tentacle almost got him. He took out his weapon and slashed those tentacles. He stepped on one of them to propel himself upwards. He charged at her. His arm was covered in rocks. He's approaching him with his rock-covered hand that is shaped like a blade. But before he could reach her, the rock dispersed. He was taken aback. Rosaria called him pitiful. She snapped her fingers. Taehyun floated in the air. He got suspended there, and to his surprise, he's falling and the view beneath him is a busy city. He couldn't trigger his skills. And now he's downtown. He wondered if the space changed, but he knew. It was an illusion. His body had hit the waters. He was choking. He wondered when the illusion started. Rosaria was entertained. She repeated his question since she told him that it was from the very beginning. Now they're back in the room. She's on top of him. Taehyun slept soundly despite being wrapped with tentacles. Our lucky MC was currently lying on the queen's bed. But what Taehyun was seeing was he sinking down the vast water. He knew he needed to escape the illusion. He saw a light, and he was placed in a car where it has his memory. His dad is driving, his mother is in the passenger seat, and he's strapped at the back seat. He asked what it was. He recognized himself as a kid. The kid was eagerly sharing that high-ranked awakeners make lots of money. He was hopeful to awaken as a high-ranker. He promised to buy his parents delicious food and anything that they want. His parents told him to do his best, but his mom told him that what's important for her is for him to live a happy and healthy life. Back then, he replied that it's boring. Taehyun recalled that his mother had always been that way. Rather than him getting a high rank or someday supporting their poor family, they always wished for his happiness. That made him smile. The next scene was tragic. He saw the car crash and burn. His dad is dead, as well as his mom. He couldn't believe it. An old couple carried the child as they commented how heaven is so heartless. They were crying and aching for Taehyun, who was left alone. It was Taehyun's aunt and uncle. Then he heard someone call him a stupid non-awakener. He saw himself getting beat up. He remembered that moment. He was told to stop whining and get up. He also heard that in terms of resilience, he's already better than an awakener. The bullied Taehyun trembled. He realized that those are his memories. The time when he was exhausted. He was being degraded for being a porter and wanting to go to Abyss. Because he was a non-awakener, because he had no strength, he couldn't stand up against the misfortunes that came his way. But what was even harder to bear was when even his aunt and uncle started questioning what he was doing. Back then, his aunt asked if they had made a mistake raising him. She asked him where he's going when he's not even fully recovered. She told him that money is not an issue, and he shouldn't worry about them. He told them that he's very grateful to them. Deep inside, he aches that he was of no help to others, and instead, he dragged those who helped him into misfortune. The present Taehyun remembered something. His parents wished for his happiness, but to be happy, sacrifices were needed. He watched himself leave back then. He knew he needed strength. Skill usage has been detected, and it confirmed Queen's hypnosis. She had him under her control. Taehyun attempted to resist the mysterious power. Resistance had failed, and all his stats had been reduced. He was unable to use the chains of bondage, the Night King's spirit, the Monarch's heart, the paralysis, stealth, and stone skin. His usable skill is only 1 out of the 8, and you guys guess it. It was predation. He activated it and caused his memories to be filled with red dashing light. His memory as a porter popped out where there were corpses around him. So many people had died. Meanwhile, Rosaria finds it surprising. that he made it out alive after facing that one demon. But she also noticed that there are things that don't sit right. First, in the memories he looked older than his current self. Second, there are memories with outcomes opposite despite being from the same time frame. Like the time where he got beat up and was left with injuries, but then there was also an outcome where he retaliated. She was curious about what secrets he holds. This bitch decided to take a look more. She was amused, until she was surprised, with the appearance of the white man, the very same being where predation came from and to whom our MC got his second chance. The succubus queen recognized him. She saw the man talking. She knew it was the king. She was so absorbed that she didn't realize red lightning was approaching her from behind. It reached her and destroyed her existence inside the memory, and pieces of glass shattered. She was back to her senses, and was panting. Then she saw her cut-off tentacles. Tae-hyun uttered that she peeked on his memory while pointing a dagger on her neck. He told her that she had a nasty hobby for a queen. He repeated his purpose. He demanded her to accept the summoning pact. She was amused that he managed to escape her illusion, but she commented that he's as foolish as ever. She asked if he really thinks that he could kill her with a toy. Tae-hyun replied that he has to try to figure it out. She assumed that he's just bluffing. A tentacle then moved fast, and it wrapped around Tae-hyun. She hugged him and told him that she'll accept the pact. She bit his shoulder. Tae-hyun screamed in agony, but he had fulfilled the conditions of the pact. Summoning pact has been established. The skill demonic contract has changed to the Queen's Man, and the skill's rank has been readjusted. The new skill, complete hypnosis, has been registered. The skill's rank has just been readjusted. Charm stats had increased. She laid him on the bed as she wished him a good night's sleep. She called him the King's Chosen One. Kim Tae-hyun was on the ground. Someone called him. Paul asked him if he's awake now. Paul was relieved to see him safe. Tae-hyun asked where he was. Paul explained that he's in the player zone. Paul found him unconscious there while he's on patrol. Paul asked what happened to him. Tae-hyun wondered if Rosaria sent him there. Notification showed that the skill called Queen's Man summons the succubus queen Rosaria. Mana requirement is at 200. Another skill called Complete Hypnosis hypnotizes the target, requires 40 mana, and last but not the least, Tae-hyun's charm is now at 130. Seeing that, Tae-hyun had confirmed that it wasn't a dream. The demonic contract skill changed to the summoning skill, the Queen's Man. And now he also has a new skill called Complete Hypnosis. If he summons Rosaria, he can even face new opponents at the level of Nations Force in the Asian Exhibition Games, and the use for the hypnosis skill that she gave him is limitless. But Tae-hyun wondered why Rosaria changed her mind. He recalled what she said at the last moment, the time when she addressed him as the King's Chosen One. Our MC wondered if Rosaria knew about the king. Paul called Tae-hyun's attention. He asked what Tae-hyun plans to do. He suggested that he hire a player to act as his guide. Tae-hyun thanked him and informed him that he had finished his business. So, he planned to head back home. At a large building, Yoo Ah-young came out of it. She was congratulated for being discharged at the hospital. Several of her guild members were there, and a certain man asked if she's feeling better now. This man is the vice guild master of the Nightwalkers. He is also an A-rank player. He is Jung Han-soo. Yoo Ah-young replied that not only was she fine, but she had already beaten up a few people already. Han-soo told her that he has news that might interest her. He narrated that Tae-hyun had returned from the abyssal depths. Yoo Ah-young was shocked that it happened so soon. But then she realized that it might not be that early. He supposed that Tae-hyun would have trouble exploring the depths alone. Han-soo seconded that the depths were called the grave of S-rankers for a reason. But he clarified that Tae-hyun's return isn't the issue. The problem is, who went with him? Yoo Ah-young got curious on who went to meet Tae-hyun. Han-soo revealed that it's the leader of the Undivided, one of the 4 great guilds. That person is named Kwon Kang-yuk, and he is currently standing in front of our MC. Tae-hyun was surprised to see that person. That person asked if he's Tae-hyun, and while emitting his intimidating aura around him, he invited Tae-hyun for a duel. Tae-hyun knew him. He is the leader of Undivided, one of the 4 great guilds, and known as the best tank in New South Korea. There are many stories about him, including fighting monsters for dozens of hours and single-handedly defeating hundreds of monsters. But the most famous of those is his forceful recruitment by dueling the contestants. With that being said, this barbarian was about to lunge towards Taehyun, but then a woman came running, and she slapped Kang Yuk. Kang Yuk was surprised to see Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim scolded Kang Yuk by asking him how much more of an earful he wants to hear from the Human Rights Committee. Kim Hye-yeon is Kang Yuk's secretary. She is also a B-rank player. She told Kang Yuk that he could be banned in the abyss because of what he's doing. She complained that she had to make excuses for him again. Kim Hye-yeon greeted Taehyun and introduced herself. She told him that he must be aware of their guildmaster's reputation for non-humanitarian forceful recruitment, but she clarified that they want to officially scout him. Secretary Kim told Taehyun that if he wishes to join them, there's no need for a duel. Taehyun replied that it just meant that if he doesn't join, they'll force him. Secretary Kim replied that it's true, but she rationalized that the offer isn't bad for Taehyun, because Secretary Kim knew something, and that was the fact that Taehyun will participate in the Asian Exhibition Games. She explained that their guild, Undivided, is the most specialized in abyss exploration among the 4 great guilds. They have extensive dungeon raid schedules and even provide full support for abyss exploration. She told him that if he joins, he'll definitely gain enough merit points to compensate for any points that he lacks. Taehyun remained quiet. Kang Yuk told Secretary Kim that it's enough. Kang Yuk uttered that if Taehyun is someone that can be swayed by words, he would have joined them long ago. Taehyun replied that it's not true. He told them that he changed his mind. Kang Yuk was confused. He clarified if Taehyun intends to join. Taehyun said that Kang Yuk is spouting nonsense. Kang Yuk was confused and slightly triggered. Taehyun approached him and told him that they will do what Kang Yuk wants, and the winner would get what they want. He asked if Kang Yuk is up for that. Kang Yuk was triggered by that punk. At the arena inside the Undivided headquarters, several reporters surrounded Taehyun to ask him lots of questions. Taehyun looked bored. Deep inside, he's so annoyed. Someone asked him, why isn't he saying anything? Behind the sea of reporters, someone struggled to get close to Taehyun. It was Kim Gi-ja, and she also wanted to do an interview. Her hands trembled, until someone grabbed it. She was surprised to see it was Taehyun. He greeted her. Our Riz King told her that it has been a while since they last met. Kim Gi-ja blushed. The reporters got curious about Kim Gi-ja, who seemed close to Taehyun. Kim Gi-ja didn't expect that she would be remembered by Taehyun. She was touched, not until Taehyun announced that all questions will be answered through Kim Gi-ja's report. Taehyun explained to everyone that since he has plans with Kang Yuk, he doesn't have time for a Q&A. The reporters crowd around Kim Gi-ja while Taehyun makes his escape. He made that bitch his sacrifice. What a Chad. He walked towards the staircase. The pressure has been building up, and with anticipation. He stood face to face with Kang Yuk. Kang Yuk was pumped up. He acknowledged Taehyun's arrival, but also shared that he's worried Taehyun might chicken out. Taehyun matched his intimidation level. He made a gesture to convey that Kang Yuk is dead. He invited him to settle the score now. The announcer conveyed the beginning of the long-awaited big match of the day. There's only one condition for victory, and it's to make the opponent kneel. The commentator for Undivided is a B-rank player named Choi Hae-sol. He announced that it's the 120th forced recruitment, but he took it back and explained that he didn't mean to say that. Kang Yuk was excited to see Taehyun's skills. Choi Hae-sol announced the beginning of the humane recruitment. Taehyun covered his arm with stones, and he activated the Night King's spirit to immobilize his opponent. Our MC thought that now, the full power of the Night King's spirit can take down even a decent S-class monster in one blow. Even someone like Kang Yuk won't be able to move so easily. Kang Yuk was impressed, while Taehyun was taken aback. Kang Yuk stood there while grinning like it was nothing, and told Taehyun that the attack didn't work on him. All of a sudden, our MC was taken aback. A cheetah appeared behind a shocked Taehyun. He looked back and saw Kang Yuk was about to punch him. The fist is getting close to him. Kang Yuk was like a growling grizzly bear, and when it hit Taehyun, it sent him flying. To counter this, Taehyun released his golden chains. He planned to immobilize Kang Yuk, who was charging right at him. Kang Yuk laughed at his pretty decent little tricks. Kang Yuk looked menacing. He told Tae-hyun that if he thinks he could stop him with that, he would be disappointed. He attacked Tae-hyun like a bull and it broke the chains. Tae-hyun cursed. Kang-yuk lifted his knee. This time, he used the power of a huge elephant behind his attack. Tae-hyun knew he was doomed. The elephant crushed the ground. Dust and debris covered the field. Kang-yuk stood still. He smiled and snorted. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Tae-hyun, who was still standing. Kwon Kang-yuk acknowledged that Tae-hyun is pretty good at running away. He asked how Tae-hyun plans to win like that. But Tae-hyun still has a fighting spirit. He boastfully replied that unless the guild master has a hidden beast, it won't be easy for Kang-yuk to make him kneel. Kang-yuk replied that for someone who's cornered, Tae-hyun sure knows how to talk. Kang-yuk gave him what he wanted. He called for another monster and decided to end the duel with that. This dude just summoned the strength of a freaking dinosaur. It's Kang-yuk's final attack form, a T-Rex. The crowd cheered, and they all assumed that Tae-hyun would no longer have a chance to win. Yoo Ah-young was glad that she came to watch. Han-soo told her that she shouldn't be saying that now. He explained that if Tae-hyun loses, he would have to join Undivided. Han-soo expressed that they should have stopped the duel from happening. He explained that Kwon Kang-yuk's skill is Blessing of the Beasts, since it mimics the strength of various beasts and exhibits an incredible amount of power in close combat. Han-soo uttered that even for Tae-hyun, winning a one-on-one fight with Kwon Kang-yuk was never likely to happen. But then Yoo Ah-young told him not to worry too much. From what Yoo Ah-young had witnessed, she believes that Tae-hyun always had a hidden ace up his sleeve. Tae-hyun grinned despite the incoming attack. Han-soo was nervous, but he suddenly became surprised. Even Kim Gi-ja. The announcer asked what happened with the guild master. Because in an instant, Kang-hyuk knelt on his own. Kwon Kang-hyuk was confused too. Tae-hyun asked if it meant that he had won. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim is explaining the situation to the Human Rights Committee. Back to the stadium, the crowd went silent. They couldn't believe that the guild master had lost. The man who never knelt even during hundreds of dungeon raids knelt down on his own. They accused Tae-hyun of cheating. The crowd didn't like what happened and demanded a rematch. They refused to accept that fight. Tae-hyun glanced at the guild master. Kwon Kang-hyuk never expected some lashback. He never imagined that Tae-hyun would push him badly into a corner. He accepted that it is expected of New Korea's top ranker. Tae-hyun is glad that the complete hypnosis that he got from Rosaria worked well at the last moment. When Kwon Kang-hyuk was charging at him, he used the skill and instructed him to kneel down. Kang-hyuk was furious. He couldn't accept that he lost, and he couldn't even remember what happened at the last moment. He wondered if Tae-hyun used mind control. He cursed loudly. He screamed for everyone to shut up. The crowd was flabbergasted. Kwon Kang-hyuk was finally able to stand up and told them that he doesn't know what skill that brat used, but he admitted that losing was his fault, and the result stands. He told them that if they are a member of Undivided, they should quietly accept the result of the duel. He shouted that if anyone's dissatisfied, they should step forward and he will personally crush their head. Yoo Ah-young noticed that losing to Tae-hyun really pissed him off. But still. To make Kwon Kang-hyuk kneel like that, Yoo Ah-young was right that he had another hidden skill. Tae-hyun never failed to surprise Yoo Ah-young. Han-soo noticed that Yoo Ah-young was making a strange face, and it kinda creeped him out. Kang-hyuk rushed. Tae-hyun noticed him approaching. Kang-hyuk stood really close to him and gave him an intimidating look. Tae-hyun extended his hand for a shake hand, while telling him that it was a good match. Kang-hyuk was curious if Tae-hyun had planned to win that way since the beginning. Our MC admitted yes, to some extent. Kang-hyuk clicked his tongue while calling Tae-hyun an annoying bastard, though it doesn't look like he's pissed off. Then they shook hands. Kang-hyuk told him that he would fulfill his promise. He asked Tae-hyun if Tae-hyun wanted money or maybe a unique item. That sounded great, but what Tae-hyun wanted isn't an object. Kang-hyuk asked him what he wanted. Tae-hyun uttered, "The Labyrinth Minotaur." Kang-hyuk was taken aback. Tae-hyun reiterated what he wanted, to participate in the raid of the Labyrinth Minotaur. At the South Korea Player Association headquarters, Tae-wook asked about the Labyrinth Minotaur. Jinwi explained that it's the dungeon at the entrance of the Abyss Dungeon. He added, true to its name, it's filled with countless traps and complex spaces. So someone with detection skills is needed. Also, despite being at the entrance of the abyss, many guilds and S-rank players took the challenge and failed disastrously. The Undivided Guild has the raid rights for it currently, and was about to attempt it in secret. Tae-wook was concerned about how Tae-hyun knew about that place. He asked if it's really okay. Jinwee admitted that he's stressed about it too, since they wouldn't know what might happen in the abyss. But Jinwee accepted that all they can do is to trust those who challenge it. He shared that if he was younger, he would have also joined. Jinwee's concern is not so much on the difficulty of the dungeon, but rather about the people. It was his hope that his worries wouldn't come true. Suddenly, the chairman received a video call. His subordinate reports an urgent matter. The chairman asked about it, and the female subordinate replied that the Japanese Player Association had contacted them. The chairman was confused since the East Point matter had been dealt with already. Then the subordinate reported that the Saintess had sent an invitation to player Kim Tae-hyun, which shocked and gave an uneasy feeling to the chairman. Meanwhile, at the association's underground large gate control room, Kang-hyuk is in front of several lined men. He counted starting 1. It was the head count of the men with him. Few hot mamas are also included. Even shady dudes like this one. There were 99, and Tae-hyun was the 100th person. The staff announced that the 100 members of the Minotaur raid team had assembled. Kang-hyuk stood in front of the portal. He was thrilled. He exclaimed, "Let's go see some ugly-ass monsters now, shall we?" And they started entering the portal. They have arrived inside the Labyrinth Minotaur. It was peaceful at first, until a portion of the area exploded. They were surrounded by monsters. Everyone collaborated to defend themselves. Tae-hyun attacked the monster. He covered his hand with stone as he used his dagger, and just like that, he efficiently cut up the monster. He sliced up the monsters one after another. The cut-up body fell to the ground. Someone then commended his skills. It was Kang-hyuk. This guy was also done killing some monsters. Kang-hyuk asked Tae-hyun if he liked the weapon that he gave him. Tae-hyun replied that it wasn't bad, especially when he had to send his usual weapon for repairs. Kang-hyuk was proud of that decent weapon. He initially planned to give it to Tae-hyun if Tae-hyun had joined the guild. The dagger is called Asran, a rare item. Kang-hyuk expressed that Tae-hyun's presence in the raid benefits the guild too, so it didn't feel right as a reward for their bet. Tae-hyun thanked Kang-hyuk, but he asked again if Kang-hyuk is certain about the Labyrinth raid. Tae-hyun elaborated where he's coming from. Everyone had failed at raiding the Labyrinth Minotaur for the past 30 years, and without special measures, the raid won't be easy. A woman informed him not to worry about that. She explained that everyone participating in the raid is a veteran player of at least B rank. She shared that those players had been subduing monsters smoothly without any setbacks. In addition to that, their vice guild leader is detecting and removing all of the labyrinth traps using his detection skills. Kang-hyuk shared that the guy is a quiet person, but he's reliable. The woman shared that they had found a clue to the labyrinth riad a few months ago. Tae-hyun asked about the clue. Kang-hyuk shared that they discovered a corpse of a monster, seemingly from the labyrinth in the abyssal depths. It was a giant minotaur corpse, with the same tattoos on its body as the patterns found all over the labyrinth. And the most notable loot from that time was a huge horn. And when they touched the corpse, all parts of it except the horn turned to dust. Tae-hyun knew it was a good idea. Kang-hyuk confirmed his thoughts that if the monster is really from the labyrinth, they can use tracking skills to follow its traces, and they could find out the path that leads to the inside of the labyrinth. A few moments later, the vice guild leader led the way. They had to climb up the wooden stairs, and they had to crawl when the bats flew around the area. Eventually, they reached a room. The vice guild leader announced that they had arrived. They are already at the end of the labyrinth, and before them is a sleeping giant minotaur. On a closer look, it wasn't alive. It was just a statue. Kang-hyuk asked where the boss monster was. The vice guild leader speculated that they need to put the horn on the statue. Realizing that a simple step is what it takes, Kang-hyuk grinned. He called Secretary Kim to deliver the horn. She came in with the horn on a pushcart. He told her to move fast. Tae-hyun had observed that everything matches his intel from before the regression. The raid team reaches the end of the labyrinth using the Grand Minotaur's horn. But what happens right after that is worrisome. Kang Hyuk excitedly lifted the horn. He targeted the right head of the Minotaur where the horn was cut. When he attached the horn, a bright light appeared. The guild members cheered. They were excited and hopeful to conquer the labyrinth that hasn't been cleared for 30 years. Kang Hyuk taunted the Grand Minotaur to come out since he's excited to see what it looks like, but to his surprise, nothing happened. The Minotaur was dispersed. They were all stunned. The next thing they knew was that it was as if they were transported to another dimension. The statue also turned into bones of the Grand Minotaur. They were all confused. Except for some guys like this one. Some were transported to a snowy area. There were others who were being washed away from the strong current of a river. Others were situated in front of a volcano. All the while, our MC just smiled as he had expected that to be activated. Tae-hyun was now in the forest with several guild members. They were caught up in the spatial transfer trap. The 4 guild members who were in the forest with him were so confused. Meanwhile, in another setting, a man is reading a book in the dark. He was listening to someone. It was Shadow, and he received the report that Tae-hyun joined the Labyrinth raid team. His subordinate apologized gravely. His subordinate asked what they should do, and if Shadow wishes it, they can stop the operation immediately. Shadow replied that it was perfect. It was because 5 S-ranked villains have infiltrated the raid team, plus A-rank villains, which totals 20 people. He expected that Kang Hyuk and Tae-hyun would reach their limits. He's curious to find out how those two would handle the villains while navigating in the labyrinth. The thought made Shadow excited. Back at the forest, the guild members with Tae-hyun suggested that they introduce themselves. A woman went first and stated her name, Miranda, a B-ranked player. Someone ran towards her while expressing his rage. It was Giga Chad Tae-hyun, and he kicked her in the face while telling her to stop the fucking lies. The truth is, this woman is a triple magician, S-rank villain called Milena. There was a man who's curious about the youngest S-rank player, Kim Tae-hyun. He wondered what kind of person he was. If he's a hero like the guild master, acting like always a reliable shield on the front lines. Or if Tae-hyun is a saint, as the rumors say, who went on to sacrifice himself to save the citizens at East Point. This curious person is a member of the undivided rank named Park Sung-hoo. He's a B-rank player with a magic bullet skill. There's no doubt in him that Tae-hyun is an amazing person worthy of respect. He was in the forest with Tae-hyun and he was dumbfounded. Tae-hyun defeated Milena, and she collapsed on the ground. Sung-hoo and the 3 men with him were confused. He screamed at Tae-hyun, calling him a lunatic and asking him why he did that. Tae-hyun gave him a thumbs up and responded that Milena is a villain, so they had nothing to worry about. Sung-hoo thought it was bullshit, so he fired his gun at Tae-hyun and called him a lunatic. While easily dodging magic bullets, Tae-hyun insists that he's telling the truth. Sung-hoo cursed as he felt disappointed at Tae-hyun for spouting nonsense and acting like a madman in the middle of the crisis. To him, Miranda was a precious comrade since she had been hunting monsters and exploring the abyss with them for so long. Long story short, he's simping. He couldn't believe that she's a villain. He rushed to her aid to try to wake her up and distance themselves from the lunatic. He vowed to protect her no matter what. But his resolve was crushed as he received a powerful punch. She punched him so hard that it threw him to the opposite side. Then she angrily uttered, "How dare you touch me, you filthy pig?" The true personality of Miranda was revealed. Please pay some respect to Sung-hoo in the comments section. Anyway, back to the recap. Tae-hyun repeated that he's right in saying that she's a villain. 2 other guys creeped from his behind. But Tae-hyun was aware of that. Before those guys could reach Tae-hyun, Tae-hyun had already disappeared while wreaking havoc. It left those men confused. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a deep crater to where Tae-hyun was previously standing. Tae-hyun didn't imagine that there could be 3 villains. He mocked them by thinking out loud if he should have memorized who the nobodies are as well. Meanwhile, Milena removed her jacket. Then she tied her hair. This bitch even licked her lips while commenting that it's strange. Even among the comrades from Undivided who she had been with for years, not a single one noticed. So she asked how Tae-hyun knew about it. Tae-hyun assured her that the issue wasn't with her acting. Taehyun told her that it's because he came from the future. Milena assumed that Taehyun was toying with her. She knew that Taehyun and Ah-young had a special relationship, so she wondered if the Nightwalkers caught the intel. She also thought of the possibility of having an insider, but it doesn't really matter. She attacked Taehyun with the intention to kill him. Her long nails were like claws, and Taehyun deflected it using his dagger. A man tried to attack Taehyun from behind. There was another one on his side too, but he leapt so high that their attacks had missed him. He released his golden chains and wrapped it in their necks, and while dangling them in the air, he slashed them with his sword. Milena's claws made a noise as she scratched it on the ground. That caught Taehyun's attention, and once again he deflected her claws with his dagger. Milena was confused as to what happened. She expected that Taehyun isn't ordinary. Milena's witch's nail spreads poison gradually from the moment it makes contact, causing vomiting, paralysis, and hallucinations, and even an S-class player is no exception. She was certain that she had scratched Taehyun's face with her first attack, but she wondered how it seemed like it had no effects. She kept thinking of it while attacking him. What she saw next made her nervous. There was a giant skull in front of her. The pressure around the area also became so heavy. Taehyun revealed to her that poison doesn't affect him. The system informed him that the witch's claw had been detected, and due to a mysterious power, resistance succeeded. The skull had set its eyes on her. That's when she knew she's doomed. All she could think about was shit. And then, a loud explosion happened. The forest was affected. Several plants died. A few moments later, Sung-hoo showed himself. He was breathing heavily. Right in front of him is Taehyun, who is standing before Milena, who is face down on the ground with her hands tied behind her back. Milena was hysterical. She demanded Taehyun to release her, otherwise she'll rip him apart. Taehyun grabbed her hair. He told her that he doesn't need to play with her anymore. He used complete hypnosis on her. Our MC added, "Let's start the game of truth or truth." He probed how many people had infiltrated and what their purpose was. Milena was confused. Then her eyeballs started to change colors. Without her knowing, she started revealing the information. That there are 20 infiltrators with 5 S-rank members, and their purpose is to sabotage the Labyrinth raid. In a different space, a white flower was painted red with blood. Secretary Kim was stunned. The blood dripped from the weapon. Milena revealed that their mission is to kill the Guildmaster of Undivided, Kwon Kang-hyuk. At that time, Kang-hyuk had already been stabbed by the Vice Guildmaster. Back at the forest, Sung-hoo had approached them. Milena lays motionless on the ground. Taehyun knew that there were only 3 S-rank before he regressed, but now there's 5. There was a gate incident break, too. He realized that the future is changing little by little. He wondered if it's because of him. Now that they knew the villain's objective, he told Sung-hoo that they will join Kang-hyuk. They walked through the forest. Sung-hoo still couldn't believe that Miranda was really a villain. He wondered if Taehyun knew about it from the start. His thoughts were interrupted when Taehyun told him that the way out is simpler than he thought. He explained that the place seems completely different from earlier, but it's still part of the labyrinth. So, he expected a passage that's connected to another space somewhere. And as if on cue, they had encountered an open door. He set Sung-hoo's expectations that since the door connects to various spaces, they might not be able to get there in one go, and if they keep on going, eventually, they will meet Kang-hyuk. Sung-hoo had one question for Taehyun. He asked him why he didn't tell others about it. Then he apologized for doubting Taehyun, but he couldn't help but think that if only Taehyun had informed the Guildmaster about the infiltrating villains from the start, it wouldn't have happened. So, he asked him why. It seemed like Sung-hoo was holding back his tears. To his surprise, Taehyun replied that he already informed Kang-hyuk. Sang-hoo asked what he meant. Taehyun told him that it's up to him to believe it or not. He insisted that Kang-hyuk already knew about it. In another setting, blood spilled. It was because the Vice Guildmaster took out the sword from Kang-hyuk's abdomen. Several men approached Kang-hyuk from behind. These men were armed, and they keep getting closer. Kang-hyuk told them that their joke is going too far. The Vice Guildmaster acknowledged that Kang-hyuk sees it as a joke. Secretary Kim rushed to Kang-hyuk's side. She didn't notice that a man behind her was about to attack. Kang Yuk saw it, though. Then, he blocked the attack with his body. Secretary Kim didn't expect this, while Kang Yuk complained that it hurts like hell. She then asked their guild leader if he's okay, since he just got slashed. At the same time, these fuckers were already charging towards them. They all rushed forward. Kang Yuk met them at their pace while telling Secretary Kim to stay back. Kang Yuk's eyes turned purple as he screamed loudly. He started gathering his mana. Then a large, menacing purple dinosaur appeared, and it blasted those men away. Secretary Kim was astonished. This dinosaur was controlled by Kang Yuk. She told him not to protect her because she's going to fight too. But Kang Yuk advised her to stay still since she won't be able to handle those people. She argued that if it goes on, they could both die. The Vice Guild Master agreed with her. He told Kang Yuk that he doesn't have the luxury to look out for others. The Vice Guild Master admitted that all this time they had just been hiding their powers. He swung a lamp around. In the middle of that lamp, there's a skull, wherein the flames come out. Then this skull turned into a large skull chained on his hand like a pet. The Vice Guild Master informed Kang Yuk that the men with him are at least A rank, and there's also 4 S rank. They are the elite members of the Malignant Guild, and he told Kang Yuk that their mission is to kill him. Kang Yuk acknowledged that they had made a lot of preparations. He also expressed how he thought that he has a pretty good eye when it comes to people. The Vice Guild Master told him not to blame himself too much. It's because the Malignant Guild had been working on that plan for years, so there's no way a fool like him could have it figured out. Kang Yuk cursed and commented that it turns out Taehyun was right. That surprised the Vice Guild Master. Kang Yuk shared that Taehyun told him that each of the men in front of him are villains, and they will assassinate him. He thought it was all nonsense, but it turned out to be true. The Vice Guild Master didn't expect that Taehyun would know about their plan. But then he realized something. He probed why Kang Yuk didn't do anything. This dum-dum then firmly replied that a real man doesn't doubt his comrades. But even if he's this stupid, I admire his passion and trust towards his guild members. He was proud to say that as a guild master he shouldn't doubt his comrades. The Vice Guild Master was dumbfounded. The Guild Master was stupid, but he didn't know that it was that bad. The other guys were also surprised how much of an idiot he was. That also made Secretary Kim rage, since it looked like the Guild Master didn't verify the information. She started blaming him that all of this chaos happened because of him. They were then interrupted when the skull weapon moved. Kang Yuk and Secretary Kim knew it would hit them. Instinctively, Kang Yuk grabbed Secretary Kim and ducked. The Vice Guild Master was elated, and he thanked Kang Yuk's stupidity for their plan's success. And he told him to just die. Kang Yuk's body was covered in purple mist. His eyes were fierce when he uttered that he wouldn't doubt them. A large purple dragon appeared. Then Kang Yuk punched the Vice Guild Master. Kang Yuk clarified that he never said that he would take their attacks. The Vice Guild Master coughed up blood. As a payback, Kang Yuk called the Vice Guild leader an idiot too. Kang Yuk had purple horns and a tail. It was because of the blessing of the beast form, ancient dragon. Meanwhile, Sung-Hoo clarified with Taehyun if the guild master knew about it, but they let him be. Taehyun told him that if he doesn't believe him, he should ask him later. Earlier, when the different spaces haven't activated yet, Taehyun called out to Kang Yuk. He asked Kang Yuk if he just plans to take it while lying down even though he knew about it. Kang Yuk sighed. Then he told Taehyun that he hasn't seen all of his power. He assured Taehyun that he believes him, but he would never take it lying down. Back to the fight, the Vice Guild Master was already dead. Sung-Hoo was surprised by what he saw. Turns out these two had finally caught up with them. They stepped out of the door, and they saw that all the villains were dead, and Secretary Kim was bandaging up Kang Yuk. Kang Yuk was pleased to see him. He teased Taehyun for arriving late. In that space, there were 2 doors. Kang Yuk asked Taehyun if he didn't see the others, since it's just him and Sung-Hoo who had arrived. Taehyun admitted that he saw them while passing through the spaces. He explained that, given the situation, he just passed by. Kang Yuk commented that he's quite cold-hearted. Our MC then asked Kang Yuk what he plans to do now. Kang Yuk looked him in the eye, and he admitted that there's nothing else he could do. Despite feeling frustrated about that, he decided to retreat for now. He uttered that there might still be more villains left. Even though they reached the end of the labyrinth, the boss of the labyrinth hasn't shown up. and the only option they have left is to aim for an escape before they suffer more damage. He apologized to Tae-hyun for his stubbornness. Tae-hyun replied that it's good that he knew that. Kang-yuk felt embarrassed and raged, while Secretary Kim tried to calm him down. Deep inside, Tae-hyun knew that he wasted time and didn't gain any merit points, but it was the right choice for now. He even shared all the information about the villains to help with the labyrinth raid, but Kang-yuk has considerable injuries since he faced more villains than before the regression. Secretary Kim told Sung-hoo to gather the other members so they could leave the labyrinth. Tae-hyun was thinking how he only had pieces of information about the labyrinth raid, so if the future changes even more, he doesn't have any idea what might come up. His thoughts were interrupted. Secretary Kim asked if they encountered any monsters or traps in other spaces. Upon hearing that, Tae-hyun realized something. Sung-hoo replied that they passed through many spaces, but they didn't see any. Because of that, he assumed that they could get out safely. Tae-hyun finds it strange that they didn't encounter any traps or monsters. In typical spatial transfer traps, the space that they would have been transferred to should have been filled with traps and monsters. But the places they passed through were just different spaces, not particularly threatening to players. He wondered why. If there were no monsters and traps, he wondered how Kang-yuk came across the master of the labyrinth before his regression. Then he sensed something. It caught Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo's attention, too. Kang-yuk was staring at it as well. He wondered what it was. Right in front of them, the space suddenly had a huge crack, and they saw a huge minotaur trying to get out from it. This right here is the boss of the Minotaur Labyrinth, the Grand Minotaur Queen, with a level grade S+. Secretary Kim complained why it had appeared now of all times. It carries a single weapon on each arm. Then it attacked them. Luckily, they were all able to react and dodge in time. Tae-hyun's chain wrapped around Secretary Kim. The door that was their only way out was shattered. Kang-yuk called out to Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun replied that he knows. Kang-yuk had a purple claw over his hand. Tae-hyun strengthened his arm by covering it with stone. Then they attacked the Grand Minotaur Queen. Both of them looked serious. The Grand Minotaur Queen had 4 arms with a weapon in each hand. It deflected these two, and it attacked them with its spear. Fortunately, Kang-hyuk was able to evade, Tae-hyun as well. He's now utilizing the golden chains and his newly acquired weapon. Tae-hyun stepped on the shield of the Grand Minotaur Queen. So, he could jump up high. One of the Grand Minotaur Queen's weapons glowed brightly. Then it created a dent on the black space. A creature with red eyes appeared. A huge minotaur skeleton appeared from the ground, and it roared loudly. It was a creature revived by the power of the Grand Minotaur Queen, and it's called the Tao King. It is at S rank. Kang-yuk complained about having to face an S-grade monster at that point. Several Tao Kings had also made their way to Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo. They were confused about what was happening. The Grand Minotaur Queen spoke to those who wander their labyrinth, and those who disturb their slumber were urged to come forward. She acknowledges their hostility and malice, and told them that she would resolve them all. Kang-yuk and Tae-hyun rushed to help Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo. Right now, they were being outnumbered by these overpowered monsters. The Tao Kings approaches Sung-hoo and Secretary Kim. They were really scared. Kang-yuk had his fist covered with that purple glow, and he punched one of the monsters. The two felt relieved seeing their guild master. And at the same time, Tae-hyun was already on his way towards the other minotaurs. Tae-hyun's chains attacked the monsters too. He wrapped it on the neck of one monster. Then he called out to Kang-yuk. Kang-yuk filled his cheeks with flame, and when he exhaled, he let out a burst of flames. That eradicated several monsters. These two had an unexpected good coordination. Kang-yuk was about to mock them, but he stopped when he noticed something weird. Then it turned into shock. They saw that the monsters were regenerating. Those monsters were back in their healthy state. These guys then groaned loudly. Kang-yuk and Tae-hyun couldn't believe it. Another round started and Kang-yuk evaded their attacks. He was about to punch, and when he did, half of the monster's face was gone. but it slowly regenerates. Deep inside, the quantity of those monsters was already challenging, but to think they also have regenerative abilities. It made him think if his only option is to take down the Grand Minotaur Queen, to kill them all. He looked at her. He wondered how he could defeat her. He might be able to land a blow, but the Grand Minotaur Queen is not an opponent that he could take on, while protecting his comrades at the same time. He also knew that both him and Tae-hyun had already reached their limits, so they can't just keep holding out forever. He wondered what he should do. He grits his teeth as he wonders what choice he should make. He recalled a memory where he's asked to make a choice. Jinhui told him then that no matter how strong he is, if he forced someone to join through a duel, the association had to take action. In addition, he was lectured that if he's going to accept a comrade, he needs to consider not just their skills, but also what kind of person they are before making a decision. He reasoned out that he's not like a certain somebody who lives his life doubting every little thing. Jinhui agreed that the thoughts suit Kang-hyuk, but he insisted that he needs to doubt sometimes. The chairman then shared that he had seen a lot of things during his time as a player, and one small mistake can cost everything. And sometimes they will face a situation where they have to give up something precious to protect something important. He emphasized that strength doesn't resolve everything. It is about recognizing their own limits and choosing what's important to achieve their goals. Those are the qualities of an excellent player. All the while, Kang-hyuk seemed bored. And then he mocked Jinhui by saying that he's just saying that because he's a weak old man. Currently, Kang-hyuk was catching his breath. He cursed when he realized that he took the old man's words seriously. If he kills his enemies, his comrades will die. And if he doesn't kill the enemy, his comrades still die. No matter what he chooses, his comrades would still die. So he refused to stand by and watch. He then blasted a monster's head. That caught Tae-hyun's attention. Kang-hyuk asked Tae-hyun what he thinks. Then he shared that he's a greedy man. He would find a way to protect his comrades and crush those monsters into pieces. Tae-hyun doesn't have any idea what he's talking about, but he revealed that there's a way to defeat the Minotaur Queen. A large fire erupted where the Tao Kings were. Kang-hyuk asked Tae-hyun if he's certain, to which Tae-hyun replied, "Probably." The Grand Minotaur Queen assumed that they had made their decision, and it's a pity. It told them that no matter what choice they make or what decision they reach, the result will be the same in the end. Several Tao Kings blocked their way towards the Grand Minotaur Queen. Those monsters charged at them. Kang-hyuk inhaled deeply, and when he exhaled, he burned the Tao Kings. The Grand Minotaur Queen told him that it's useless, that no matter how many times they kill them, her power will revive them. But she was surprised. With a cinematic entrance, Tae-hyun appeared in front of her. Our MC had also activated the king's authority with him. Kang-hyuk, with all his might, shouted for him to go after the boss monster. Tae-hyun felt the pressure from that shout, and he gritted his teeth. The king's authority manifests, and it grips the Grand Minotaur Queen's neck. It held onto it tightly until the space behind the monster started to crack again. The dark space slowly shatters and reveals a bright light. Turns out, this was their plan all along. It was to bring the Minotaur Queen back to the other side of the dimension, away from the other guild members. An isolation play. Kang-hyuk and Tae-hyun attacked the Minotaur Queen. Then Kang-hyuk asked which way they should go. Tae-hyun speculated that the spaces in there are connected through doors, and the gap where the Minotaur Queen is likely connected to another space. And the Tao King is just being revived and regenerated by the Queen after she gets to that space. So if the Queen is longer in a space, the other monsters will also vanish. Kang-hyuk smirked and told Tae-hyun that if he's wrong, everyone dies. Tae-hyun reasoned that the present situation is no different. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo couldn't believe their eyes. The monsters around them are slowly dissipating. The Grand Minotaur Queen couldn't get away from the grip of Tae-hyun's skull ability. The Skeleton King continued to choke it. She then released all her anger in a single strike while cursing at them. Tae-hyun was caught off guard. Kang Hyuk rushed to his aid, and the collision of attacks with the Grand Minotaur Queen caused an explosion of blinding light. Finally, the Grand Minotaur Queen got free. She moved in a flash. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun was in pain since he was blasted to the ground. He was panting. Then, he saw Kong-yuk standing in front of him. And Kong-yuk had lost an arm. Upon seeing that, Tae-hyun was stunned, but Kong-yuk reminded him to focus. This was not the right time to worry about him. Our MC was informed that another attack was coming. They braced themselves, and in an instant, the Grand Minotaur Queen appeared in front of them. Kang-yuk prepared his fist. Tae-hyun brought out his dagger too. The Grand Minotaur Queen gave them a powerful strike. That threw them in the air. The Grand Minotaur Queen acknowledged that those two are amazing. She never expected that they would do something like that using the space that she created. Tae-hyun struggled to stand up. The Grand Minotaur Queen shared that she's no longer using her power over the Tao Kings, so it gives her just as much leeway with her own power. Tae-hyun did his best to get up and attacked her. He was screaming loudly, but before he could reach her, she already attacked him with several weapons from her four limbs. Tae-hyun realized that the power gap between them is wide. He knew that if he doesn't use predation, he'll die. But he also doubted that his use of predation would take the monster down. If he won't be able to bring her down in one blow, the predation will definitely go berserk. And he doesn't know what could happen next. But he knew that was the only choice that he had. Ayong told him back then that the way to do it is with application. She had no idea why he's suddenly asking about how to use those skills, but she noticed that the skill description in the stat window is lacking. She explained that the way to handle a skill in reality can change its form. In many ways, unlike what's written down in the stat window, adjusting the power can also change the amount of mana used. Ayong demonstrated and explained that she only used Amazon's spirit, but she could apply QE to strengthen her body. And she could even create powerful magic bullets. She explained that in actual combat, Tae-hyun sometimes mixes skills, and usually, from what she noticed, he only applies stealth to his ring. She advised him that if there's a skill that he's not good at controlling, he could try to put coating to his weapon or use another skill with it. Ayong believes that he'll do a good job. At the present moment, Tae-hyun released a powerful red static light. It caught the attention of the Minotaur Queen because one of her weapons was blown away. Tae-hyun had directed the red thunder-like light towards her, and he covered his dagger with this light. This right here was what Ayong was talking about. Being able to use a fraction of his power only when it was needed would really be a powerful skill. Meanwhile, this pissed off the Grand Minotaur Queen. Tae-hyun grips his dagger tightly, and in a flash, he's gone. He moved so fast that the eyes couldn't follow where he was attacking. The weapons of the Grand Minotaur Queen were damaged. Tae-hyun imbued his golden chains with the red thunder. This means that he combined the golden chains with predation, and it stabbed the Grand Minotaur Queen at her chest. She groaned loudly. Tae-hyun was pleased that it turned out as he expected. This time, predation was combined with the king's authority. Now he had confirmed that Ayong was right. The manifested skeleton punched the Grand Minotaur Queen, making her crash to the ground. Tae-hyun felt it before, that predation changes its form according to his will. It just means that he can apply it just like other skills. He doesn't know much about this mysterious power. However, no matter what predation's true nature is, he intends to make full use of it. Every single bit. Tae-hyun had sliced the Grand Minotaur Queen in half. Tae-hyun looked quite pleased. Our GigaChad MC has now started learning on how to utilize his main power once again. The Grand Minotaur Queen was finally defeated. Her body disintegrated. It was devoured by the red light. Cracks had started to form in the background. As this black background shatters, a bright white light is revealed. The red thunder consumed the remaining body parts of the boss monster. Suddenly, everyone was back in the room where the gigantic statue was. They were all surprised, and also confused, even Sung-hoo and Secretary Kim who had witnessed the battle. Then they saw Tae-hyun supporting Kang-yuk up. Kang-yuk looked exhausted. Tae-hyun had a small smile on his face when he announced that it was all over. Sung-hoo and Secretary Kim were stunned. And when it sank in, they rushed to hug them. After the Grand Minotaur Queen was defeated, the raid team discovered countless hidden gold and silver in the labyrinth. Among them, the most valuable was an elixir, which significantly boosts stats just by drinking it. It is called Fountain of Vitality, and it's a unique grade. But there wasn't enough elixir for everyone, so it was given only to Tae-hyun and Kang-yuk, who made the most contributions to the raid. Although in Kang-yuk's case, he'd lose more stats from the loss of his right arm than he'd gain from the elixir. The villains that infiltrated Undivided were identified and arrested, and the players who participated in the raid focused on their recuperation and resting. Tae-hyun was healthy and back to his family. Him, Kang-yuk, and others were all happy. That's how the chaotic raid of the Labyrinth Minotaur came to an end. A few days later, a camera makes loud capture sounds. The press and the crowd were all amazed. Kang-yuk had a public press, and everyone couldn't believe what they had heard. The press confirmed if he's really retiring as a player. He replied that he's not retiring. He screamed to clarify that he's just taking a break. He reiterated that it's different. Secretary Kim reminded him to be careful with words. They probed him if it was because of the injury on his right arm. The press also asked about his plans for the upcoming Asian Exhibition Games, since without the best tank of the new Korea's team, the gap is wide. Kang-yuk confirmed that it's because of the injury in his right arm, but he told them not to worry about the Asian Exhibition Games. It is because someone who can replace him has shown up. Then he called this person to speak for himself. And as expected, it was our boy, Kim Tae-hyun. They were all shocked to hear that. They questioned if he's qualified to compete. But then the crowd realized that during the Labyrinth raid, Tae-hyun ranks 5th in contribution, which makes him perfectly qualified to be on the team. The press also heard a rumor that with the Fountain of Vitality, Tae-hyun had reached the rank of a national force. Secretary Kim blurts out that it was ridiculous. He asked the guy if he really knew what national force rank means. National force is for monsters who are in a different dimension even among S-rankers. That term was made because they can't be classified with other S ranks. Secretary Kim acknowledges that Tae-hyun is talented, but reaching that rank already is unbelievable. Tae-hyun grabbed the microphone. He introduced himself and announced that he will be one of the representatives of New Korea in the Asian Exhibition Games. He acknowledges that many of the people are worried that he'll be replacing player Kang-yuk as a representative, and also, he accepts that no matter how much he has accomplished, he's still a rookie compared to other players. He humbly stated that he might not perform as well as the previous national representatives. Many people had watched him on TV. Tae-hyun continued to say that there's no way to prove the rumors about the national force rank. Some people who watched him think he's humble. Others were confused if Tae-hyun is confident in his abilities or not. Others assumed that Tae-hyun isn't, because national force rank is something that can't just be reached by anyone. Tae-hyun had a few more things to say. Everyone listened intently, and he announced that he's hopeful that the Asian Exhibition Games is a place where he can prove everything. With a determined look on his face, he added that one thing that he will prove includes the rumors about the national force rank. Meanwhile, in another place, we see Milena begged to be spared. She begged Shadow to spare her. She reasoned out that she gave her best and followed his orders diligently, and that it was a miracle that she even managed to escape. She expressed that none of them expected that Tae-hyun would be that strong. Shadow instructed her to stand up. Shadow agreed that if the opponent is stronger, there's just nothing she could do. He empathized that after all, she did her best, and it's not her fault that she failed. Milena felt relieved. Shadow approached her and touched her chin. He told her that he doesn't need weak subordinates, then he blasted her head off. He uttered that power is the law. And he was infuriated to see trash like her begging for her life. Shadow commanded his subordinates to burn the place along with the corpse because the association will definitely look for traces of that trash. But Shadow finds it strange. They already invested far more manpower to avoid another incident like East Point. He expected that even if the assassination of Kang-yuk failed, the possibility of clearing the labyrinth was zero. He thought of Tae-hyun. Shadow anticipated that the Asian Exhibition Games were going to be interesting while walking away from a burnt house behind him. Later that night, in a hallway, Tae-hyun is being ushered to a door. The usher told him that the top players of New Korea are waiting. Tae-hyun entered the door. He watched them intently. Before him was the representative of the players of New Korea. Jang Jinsu, an S-rank player with contribution rank 7, commented that he never expected Tae-hyun to be that young. Another S-rank player, and with a contribution rank 8, Seo Hangil, asked if they aren't violating any human rights. A woman, with contribution rank 4, and the guild master of the magicians, also an S-rank player, Kwak Seong, replied that age doesn't matter when it comes to skill. Park Sungjin, another S-rank player who was the former 2, but now he has contribution rank 3, commented that he expected Tae-hyun to join them someday, but he didn't expect it to be that soon. Jinhui, the chairman, acknowledged that it had been chaotic, but finally, all the team members had gathered. He then formally invited Tae-hyun to have a seat as they will begin the strategy meeting for the upcoming Asian Exhibition Games. They listened to a presentation about the Asian Exhibition Games. It originated from when the defenders of each Asian country banded together back when the abyss was discovered and people awakened to skills. It was a time of great chaos when a great number of monsters appeared. Now, it is a period of 7 days in which the representative of each Asian country freely fights monsters and convert those monsters into points to compete for the top. As people fear monsters and demonic humans, they consider it an official time of festivity. But in reality, it's more of a small war. It is a time to identify the power of each country's forces, and also a time to generate goodwill from broadcasting the monster hunt. Specifically, the winning country receives a massive prize pool, a unique item, and the right to complete uncleared dungeons. It's inevitable for the competition to be damn fierce. Hearing that affirmed Tae-hyun that his decision to participate in the Asian Exhibition Games was correct. The succubus that he met in the depths of the abyss, Rosaria knows the existence of the king, but her strength is unknown, and Tae-hyun can't expect her to spill the information easily. Tae-hyun understood that he needed to get stronger to demand, rather, to have a conversation with her. That is why the Asian Exhibition Games, where he had the opportunity to try fighting the strongest of other countries and even win a prize, is so important. Tae-wook informed them that they had an issue with the new South Korea team. It's because their top ranking is still missing, and other key players, such as Kang Hyuk, who recently became second rank, and Ai Yeong, became unable to participate due to personal matters. This has rendered New South Korea's strength weaker than before. He was interrupted when someone raised their hand. Sungjin announced that they have solved that issue. He explained that Tae-hyun had become a national-level asset. Everyone was surprised to hear that. All eyes were on Tae-hyun. But our MC, being the humble dude that he is, clarified that it was just a rumor. And Tae-wook told them that they cannot consider what is not proven while discussing their plans. Everyone was disappointed. In Tae-hyun's mind, it was a matter of time until it's proven. They asked what they could do. Jinhui laughed and commented that it wasn't a bad idea. He stated that they lack a national-level player, unlike China and Japan. But the Asian Exhibition Games aren't a fight to death. He reminded them that it's a battle for points by hunting monsters. He told them that if they play it calm, they have a chance. Sungjin, Siang, and Hangil have a lot of abyss experience and are assigned to handle the monsters. They said okay to that. Then Jinhui said that Jinsu, who has a lot of anti-personnel experience, can help Tae-hyun hunt the discovered demonic humans. They replied that they understood. The Asian Exhibition Games are next week, and Jinhui expected everyone to be at their best. Time passed, and the important day has come. At the stadium of the Asian branch of the World Player Association, where the opening ceremony for the Asian Exhibition Games is taking place, the participating countries were all mentioned: Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, and the rest. But the host identified that among the participants, the strongest appear to be Japan and China, which have national-level force players competing. Nakata Shinji, aka Ghostblade, is Japan's national-level player, while China has sent out 3 national-level players to compete and are estimated to be strongest contenders. There's Liu Feng a.k.a. Bloodbade, Kai Ming Min a.k.a. Super Speed, and Shi Xin a.k.a. God Force. On the contrary, for Korea, many high-ranked players such as Kang Yuk have decided not to compete. Taehyun's aunt and uncle had lost hope of winning, and all they wished for was for Taehyun's safety, but Jae-young corrected his parents. The #1 fan of Taehyun's fans club was oozing from determination, and he lectured them to cheer for Taehyun instead of losing hope, especially when Taehyun had done so much for them. He pointed out that their house was bought from the money Taehyun had given them, even his allowance and the bonuses he gets whenever Taehyun raids a dungeon. Jae-young emphasized that it meant that when Taehyun succeeds, the more he has to gain, and that's why he's fired up. His parents realized how greedy their son is. He cheered for Taehyun passionately. Back at the stadium, a woman in heels appeared. She approached Taehyun. She whispered, "You're the youngest S-rank player of New South Korea, Kim Tae-hyun, right?" And then she told him that she owes him from East Point. Hearing that, our MC got an uneasy feeling. The lady that talked to him just now was this beautiful woman in a long black dress. It was also as if a spotlight was given for her entrance. A new waifu? We'll find out. She explained that she's going to deal with it, but things had been resolved by the time she arrived at the scene. This woman is Japan's national-level player named Yoshikawa Tsurara, a.k.a. Holy Maiden. Taehyun knew her since originally she's the woman who solved the East Point incident. Now it made sense to Taehyun as to why that large incident was covered up quietly. She told him that she sent him an invitation because she wanted to thank him. Then she asked why he refused. Taehyun was silent for a few moments. Back then, when their meeting ended, everyone immediately left. Taehyun was the last to stand. But Jinwi told him to wait. Then the invitation was relayed to him. Jinwi informed him that he caught the Holy Maiden's eyes. Jinwi isn't certain of her intentions, but the Holy Maiden is one of the few hyper-regeneration ability users in the world. Jinwi thought that she could help treat Kang Yuk's arm. He suggested that it's a good idea to meet with her during the Asian exhibition games, but Taehyun firmly declined. Taewook was reactive, and he reminded Taehyun that Kang Yuk lost his arm protecting him. Jinwi encouraged him to calm down. Jinwi asked for Taehyun's reason. He couldn't explain fully, but he decided to give a simple answer. He was about to reveal something. But then, the scene shifted again. Our boy had no time to be a simp and just bumped her and told her that he knew about the despicable wretch hidden behind the facade of the one called Holy Maiden. That's simply it. That made the Holy Maiden smirked. The innocent face she had earlier was gone. She watched him walk away. Shinji asked her what she thought about him. She replied that just as she expected, he didn't refuse her invitation for a simple reason. She told Shinji that Taehyun knew something about her. Shinji was alarmed. Before he could say something, she cut him off. She explained that the fools only focus on Taehyun's growth, but there's something else fascinating about him. And that is the knowledge that Taehyun has. She elaborated that Taehyun is continuously performing feats not possible with just strength. She had no clue where he got the information about her. While licking her lips, she uttered that she couldn't wait for the day that Taehyun became hers. After that short encounter, the moment all the people had been waiting for had finally arrived. The crowd excitedly began the countdown. The host for the Asian Exhibition Games is Singapore's A-rank player Alex Go. These guys had these weird but excited expressions on them as the countdown was being yelled. Shinji anticipated the games. Shay jokingly suggested killing other players at the beginning, but Kai Ming scolded him for that. Meanwhile, Sungjin reminded his teammates of their specific roles. Xiang, Hangil, and him will get the monsters, and Jinsu would help Taehyun. When he turned around, Taehyun wasn't with them. They had no idea where Taehyun went. The countdown is already at 1. Alex announced the start of the week-long festival, the Asian Exhibition Games. Before he could finish saying begin, Alex's head had already been cut off. Taehyun was the one who did it. Blood was spilled, and instantly, Alex lost his life. The crowd was mortified. Sungjin's jaw dropped from the shock. Min smiled as he saw the opportunity. someone unsheathed a sword. Everyone else started moving and engaged in a fight. It was chaotic. Players from the other countries all wanted to attack Tae-hyun, but all of his teammates were fast enough to try and block these guys. Shea's fist was ready to punch. Shinji had his sword drawn out. The representatives from New Korea gave their all in every attack, too. The chaos made the stadium explode. The crowd hasn't processed what happened yet. The smoke that covers the crowd's vision slowly fades away. The representatives of New Korea were all grouped with Tae-hyun at their center. Shang-chu's on a star-shaped lollipop. When she couldn't hold it in, she scolded Tae-hyun. She shouted, "Kim Tae-hyun, are you crazy?" But she was interrupted because someone screamed loudly. China's representatives were after them. She couldn't believe that the representatives from New Korea were defending the one who killed the host. She calls for extermination. Shinji and Tsurara also approached the New Korea representatives. Tsurara told Shinji, aka Ghost Blade, that she doesn't care how many he would kill, but she needs to keep her property alive. Suddenly, someone commanded us to halt. An old, dignified woman appeared, and behind her was Jinwei and several men. This woman is Haley Tana, and she's from the Singapore Player Association. She said that she welcomes the support from everyone, but since the casualty is a Singaporean player, they would handle the situation instead. Jinwei tried to explain that it must have been a misunderstanding. He trusts that his representatives would never do such a thing. But Haley was angry. She pointed out that they witnessed everything, and there couldn't be any more solid evidence than that. She branded Tae-hyun as a criminal and ordered his arrest, but they halted when Tae-hyun spoke a name, Wan Kai, demonic human. Then he explained that a few years back on a luxury cruise on the Pacific, that S-rank demonic human tortured and murdered 30 passengers. He elaborated that the associations and corporations of many countries placed a bounty of 3 billion on Wan Kai's head, but that demonic human got away after profiting from the information he forced out of his victims. And to be exact, he changed his appearance. Haley asked what the information had to do about the scenario, and then she realized it. Tae-hyun added that Wan Kai managed to shake off the search because he had a skill that allowed him to change his appearance. Tae-hyun demonstrated it when he kicked the corpse. Alex Go's face was gone, and his true identity was revealed. Everyone was shocked when they saw his face. Our MC then credited the information to the Nightwalkers. Everyone was confused. They were all curious on how the Nightwalkers get the information. Because of this incident, Tae-hyun caught Liu Feng's eyes. He noted that things are becoming more interesting. With that, New South Korea landed at first with 1,000 points while the rest of the countries didn't have any points yet. Even China and Japan had no points. The death of the host, thought to be a murder, has been re-identified as the death of a demonic human. The temporarily paused exhibition games commenced immediately. Each country's players have left the opening ceremony to begin their hunt. The event was being live-streamed, and the new host announced that Tae-hyun, the first to score in the event, had given all credit to the Nightwalkers and has headed out to continue his hunt. The one who's watching from his tablet asked if it's true. Hansu didn't expect Ah-young to have that information. Ah-young was triggered as she replied that she actually doesn't know about it. He asked her why Tae-hyun lied, but she also had no idea. She expressed her annoyance that despite being grateful for the advertisement, the call had overloaded their systems, and it paralyzed them. And it was exclusively done by Tae-hyun. She thought out loud. Could it be that our darling... It was a rainy night. An abandoned storage had a hole in it, because a man had crushed in when Tae-hyun hit him. This man is actually an A-rank demonic human named Gak Dagawi, and he asked Tae-hyun how he knew about his identity. Tae-hyun casually replied that he knew it because that creature is a demonic human. He called someone on the phone. He was greeted with a loud, "Darling!" Tae-hyun told that person that she's late. She explained that they were so busy that they almost died. Tae-hyun confirmed if the call is done through a secure line. Ah-young expected that he would want her to call him. Tae-hyun explained that he couldn't make a secure call on his phone. Ah-young joked that he likes to talk to her that much. Tae-hyun informed her that he has two favors for him. He wants her to look into something and he needs more information on demonic humans. Ah-young replied that she already gave him information through the association. Tae-hyun told her that it's obvious they won't win the exhibition games by catching small fries. If they want to aim higher, they need bigger prey. He had something in mind. He suggested the malignant guild, and at the same time, someone appeared in front of him. A person that is dressed up like a samurai introduced himself as Kimura Ren. Tae-hyun teased the guy by asking who he is again. That confused Ah-young as she thought that he's still talking to her. Our MC then told her to hold for a second. Ren announced that he's there to punish Tae-hyun for sullying the name of the Holy Maiden. Kimura Ren is also called the Bold Blade, one of Japan's S-rank players. Tae-hyun teased him because he couldn't imagine that woman is innocent. The warrior named Kimura Ren is Japan's Asian Exhibition Games participant. He is also an S-rank player. Moreover, he's one of the passionate worshippers of the Saintess. In short, this dude was a simp. If the swordsmanship of Nakata Shinji, a national-level player, is seen as graceful and precise, Kimura Ren's swordsmanship is reckless and strong like a warrior. It rips its opponent apart and destroys them. It focuses on destruction. But no matter how powerful a sword technique is, it's useless if it doesn't strike its enemy. Tae-hyun is still on the phone while evading the attacks. He asked why Ah-young couldn't do it. Ren started to wonder why his attacks weren't landing. He's getting pissed off that someone like Tae-hyun could dodge all of his attacks. Meanwhile, Ah-young shouted on the phone telling Tae-hyun that they can't do it since it's the malignant guild. She reminded him that there's a reason why the association chose to leave the demonic human cartel alone. She elaborated that those people would hide themselves immediately and cut off any traces the moment anyone gets close to them. Ah-young emphasized that even if they have the information, they won't chase after them until they're certain that they could catch them. She told Tae-hyun not to poke the beehive unnecessarily, or things will spiral out of control. Tae-hyun agreed. While Tae-hyun's hand was holding the phone in his ear, he turned the other one into stone and targeted Ren. He hit him and threw him in the air. In that one hit, Ren received serious injuries that made him cough up blood as he dropped his sword. All the while, Tae-hyun was on the phone speaking with Ah-young. He told her that catching the malignant guild is possible if he's the one who handles it. Ah-young asked what he meant, but he told her that he couldn't exactly tell her how he'll do it. But he assured her that he has a surefire way to get them. He asked her to trust him on that. And to convince her, he jogged her memory that he had proven himself with the results so far. Ah-young felt cornered. She had agreed to it, but gave him a disclaimer that there isn't a lot of information about the malignant guild, so she'll give him information about other places. Tae-hyun clarified what she meant about another place. She meant the information on the 3 warlords. The 3 warlords are big shots that control not only the underworld of the society, but also the political scene. The 3 bosses of the demonic human cartel that rules from Asia. Ah-young explained that they managed to find out the contact person of their executives, Miyazaki Kenji. But even if they do capture him, the guy won't easily spill information, and if things go wrong, then they might make more enemies during exhibition matches. Ah-young asked Tae-hyun what he wanted to do. For Tae-hyun, the warlords are not as important as the malignant guild, but it's not a bad choice. Tae-hyun expressed to Ah-young that he'd like to start with the warlords. Ah-young let out a sigh of relief and informed Tae-hyun that she'll look into his additional request. Tae-hyun thanked her, and Ah-young playfully suggested that if he's truly thankful, he should buy her a meal. Tae-hyun promised to do that after the exhibition matches were over. Just right after Tae-hyun's phone call ended, Ren loudly yelled, "Bastard!" Ren felt insulted that Tae-hyun looked down on him, but Tae-hyun replied that he never did. Ren let out statics from his body and the energy made cracks on the ground. He threatened Tae-hyun that if he doesn't fight him properly, he'll destroy the whole area along with him. Tae-hyun reiterated that he didn't look down on him. Ren disrupted his senses, all of it, sight, touch, hear, taste, and smell. His technique is called domination of 5 senses. Tae-hyun clicked his tongue and told him that he already did him a favor by not fighting. Taehyun asked him if he didn't know that fighting between participants is forbidden. But it's inevitable. Ren was surprised at what he saw. Taehyun decided to get serious, and he summoned the purple skeleton. Ren was taken aback. He was confused. His eyes turned pink. After a while, the saintess was walking in a hallway followed by Shinji. He reported to her that Ren was defeated. And Shinji had already settled the things with the media, and he made it seem like it was the demonic human who took out Ren to make sure no problems occurred. But after Ren lost to Taehyun, the only thing he keeps repeating is, "I'll get serious and play with you." Shinji noticed that Ren was under some kind of mind-related skill. Shinji estimated that with Ren's current condition, it would probably take him a month to recover. With that being said, Ren won't be able to participate in the exhibition matches. Saintess realized that Taehyun had a skill that the media doesn't know about. Shinji suggested that he would step in. Suddenly, a laugh echoed in the hallway. The Saintess slapped his arm, and it made him blush. The Saintess found his statement funny, as if she perceived it as a joke. She told him that they won't be able to get points at the exhibition match if Shinji is also absent. She assured him that there's nothing to worry since she already foresaw Ren losing to Taehyun, and she already prepared new baits. They arrived at their destination. The room was secured with a heavy metal door. They opened it and stepped inside. Before them is a topless man chained on the wall. The man recognized Tsurara. The man is none other than Isaka Ryohei, and Tsurara plans to make him do some work for her, at an unknown place in the abyss. Something was moving so fast that it only left dust behind. This person has funky hair, and her outfit seemed like she's ready to go into a disco. There's an injured person behind. This woman is an S-rank player from the Philippines. Her name is Rikaya. She asked the man before her why he's trying to kill them. She told them that with the strength of the man's group, they would be able to get first place even without doing something so cowardly. She's talking to Shui Shen, China's national player. He's also known as Mystic Deity. Shen replied that he's not playing with them because he likes it. He's just there on the Senile Association Charmaine's request. Rikaya was shocked. She didn't expect that the China Player Association chairman personally ordered the assassination of other countries' participants. It would be ridiculous unless they're trying to start a war. She told her friend to make a run for it. Her friend wanted to argue, but Rikaya insisted that she run and report it. Rikaya planned to buy her time. She urged her friend to go. Despite being hesitant about it, the friend ran away. The cracked ground is the aftermath of the battle. It then revealed that Rikaya was already dead. Shen said that the Singapore representatives that Chai Mingmin is in charge of would have been more interesting. Rikaya's friend is also dead. Shen moved on to the next country. Their next target is New South Korea. He's excited to see Kim Tae-hyun. Meanwhile, the announcer showed the latest ranking. New South Korea is on the top, followed by China, then Japan. In fourth place is Qatar, followed by Arab Emirates, then Singapore, who had 2 deaths. The last place is the Philippines, where there's 2 missing representatives. The announcer informed the public that they are either broadcasting live or releasing footage after some editing. The public didn't expect New South Korea to be on the top. They wondered what Japan and China, who have national-level players, were doing. The rumors spread that Ren from Japan surrendered due to an injury caused by demonic humans. The death of Singapore representatives and the missing representatives of the Philippines didn't escape the public's eyes. The public started to get anxious because they noticed that something was off. Inside this luxurious hotel, Tae-hyun is in his room and he watches the news on his phone. The announcer reported that the Asia Exhibition Games Committee has formed an investigation squad to investigate the murder of the Singapore players and the incident of the Philippine players going missing. Tae-hyun remembered that before he regressed, that incident happened around the 3rd day. If it's the same incident that happened before his regression, he had already determined that the culprits behind these events are the China national-level players. The reason is that they want to show off their individual strength and to get rid of other teams' players. There's various reasons for their actions, but the biggest reason would probably be because of the head of the China national level players. That guy has some personal ambition. Tae-hyun grumbled that both the Saintess and those bastards just won't let him rest in peace. Because of that, Tae-hyun had no choice but to move quickly. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. It's already late for anyone to be knocking at his door, so Tae-hyun was alarmed. He asked who it was. The person on the other side of the door spoke. Tae-hyun became serious. It was Jang Jin-soo. He explained that he found out from the association that he's staying there. He urged Tae-hyun to come out and have a chat with him. Tae-hyun was suspicious. They went on the rooftop. Jin-soo reprimanded Tae-hyun for his actions during the opening ceremony despite things working out. He didn't like that Tae-hyun ignored their plans and did things on his own. He asked Tae-hyun if Tae-hyun realizes that he's part of a team. Tae-hyun felt nostalgic being reprimanded that way. Jin-soo expressed how disappointed he is in Tae-hyun. He wished Tae-hyu would share the intel with him. But then, Tae-hyun cut him off. He shared that he was attacked just recently by Ren. Jin-soo realized that Ren's forfeit wasn't because of the demonic humans. Tae-hyun added that he was fortunate that he was able to restrain him, but it was suspicious that Ren was able to find his location. Tae-hyun looked serious. He expressed that there's a chance that there's a rat in the association. Jin-soo cursed Tae-hyun since he assumed that Tae-hyun was accusing him. Tae-hyun replied that it's not that simple. Tae-hyun explained that anyone who has access to their intel is a suspect, including him. Tae-hyun explained that he began moving with caution when he discovered Wan Kai was hiding within the Singapore Player Association. He added that if the other foreign players weren't killed by demonic humans or monsters, then a national force-level player must have done it. Tae-hyun explained that there's a risk that they might be attacked by multiple national-level players, so going around together would decrease the number of targets for those guys. That is why Tae-hyun planned to do things alone for a bit, since he doesn't see why they need to change their methods when they reach the first place that way. Tae-hyun said goodbye and moved along. He didn't even give Jin-soo a chance to respond. He left him alone there. Jin-soo was stunned for a moment. That instantly changed to anger. Jin-soo's nerves popped out as he gritted his teeth. He released a powerful aura around his body, and that shattered the floor. He didn't like how Tae-hyun acted, especially when he's just a newbie who just became a player. He didn't know that Tae-hyun was invisible and was watching over him. Jin-soo vowed to make Tae-hyun regret his action. At the same time, we see our MC using his stealth skill. He really hasn't left the area yet. He's observing Jin-soo while thinking if he's the spy. In his previous life, he never found out who the spy was. But looking at how Ren had found him earlier, it made him certain that there is really a spy, which made Tae-hyun think that he can't trust anyone until the spy's identity is discovered. His phone beeped. He decided to take care of other matters first. Ayong just sent him information about the warlords. Ayong was playful in the message, but it didn't amuse him. The next day, at a fast food chain, the order was given to the customer. Tae-hyun picked up the tray. Then he went to find a seat. He passed by a rowdy, hungry group wearing business attire. He sneakily watched them. He wondered if they are the underlings of Miyazaki Kenji that Ayong mentioned. He didn't expect them to act like high schoolers. He saw a large bag which was probably full of illegal items. He planned to follow them back to Miyazaki. He sat beside a man at the long table facing the glass window. That man commented that he's such a cautious guy. When he saw who it was, he was surprised. The man greeted him that it had been a while. That man took a bite of the French fries. He asked Tae-hyun if he remembers his face. Tae-hyun couldn't believe that it was Isaka Ryohei. He thought that the man was serving a life sentence for the East Point incident. Ryohei told him to calm down since he's not there to fight. Tae-hyun was alert and angry. He told him to fuck off. Ryohei scoffed and told him that he's not in the place to say that, especially when Tae-hyun is trying to be stealthy. Ryohei smashed the windows. It made Tae-hyun jump due to shock. It also drew a lot of attention. People were confused why Ryohei was there. Then the lackeys of Kenji noticed that Ta-hyun is the other person. They wondered if Ta-hyun was trying to catch them. Because of that, they immediately ran away. It was bad news for Ta-hyun since it meant that he needed to capture them all. Ryohei emitted statics from his body. He reiterated that he wasn't there to fight. His eyes turned golden yellow. Then lightning aura attacked the ones who were trying to run away. Taehyun was taken aback to see the damage just with Ryohei's aura. He assumed that the guy had become stronger since East Point. Ryohei verified with Taehyun if he's aiming for Miyazaki Kenji and the three warlords. Ryohei asked for his time and assured him that it would be worth it. Taehyun brought out his chains, and then he wrapped it around Ryohei. Taehyun agreed to talk with him for just a minute since Ryohei looked confident. But he threatened Ryohei that if what he'll say is crap, he'll make him pay for ruining his plan. Ryohei commented that Taehyun is bringing up bitter memories, and he mentioned that he isn't the same as back then. He released his aura again, but Taehyun subjugates his aura with his own. Right at this moment, he knew he fucked up. Ryohei couldn't believe the pressure. He realized that Taehyun had also gotten stronger. Taehyun reminded him that he only had 50 seconds left. Ryohei panicked. He immediately spoke and told Taehyun that he can't take on all three warlords by himself. He told him that Taehyun is getting baited, and even if he chases them, he either won't catch them or he'll end up in a trap. Taehyun replied that Ryohei has 30 seconds left. Ryohei told him that he's different because he has connections and he can take him to Kenji and even to the three warlords. He asked Taehyun if he also thinks that it isn't a big deal. Taehyun counted from 10. Ryohei was confused and pressured now. He asked to confirm if Taehyun is meeting the three warlords. He asked him what more he wanted, and he complained that it hasn't been a minute, that Taehyun only gave him 5 seconds. Taehyun had finished counting until 0. And then, this fucker felt like he was being pinned down by a mysterious aura. Tears were already forming in Ryohei's eyes while screaming to be spared. Taehyun pulled the chain, causing Ryohei to lie on his stomach. Taehyun uttered that the offer was tempting. Our MC expressed that it was a little fishy that a guy like Ryohei who wants him dead would suddenly want to help him. Taehyun used his hypnosis and instructed Ryohei to speak about the real plan. Our boy was really utilizing the power of the succubus queen to the fullest. He then asked the most crucial question, and that is, who's backing Ryohei up? In a warehouse. Several people are running towards the exit while yelling for help. There was a gush of wind, and that threw everyone off their feet. Shinji had caused that. He attacked them with his sword, and everyone was bleeding to death. Suddenly, a woman appeared at the entrance and clapped. It was Sorara. She was impressed that he handled all those demonic humans at once. It was as expected of the man called Ghostblade. He asked her if she's fine with it, and that made her confused. Shinji clarified that he's talking about Isaka Ryohei, because Ryohei has lost to Taehyun twice already. Compared to Ryohei, Taehyun is rumored to have reached a national level force. Shinji uttered that even if Ryohei has been strengthened, thanks to Sorara's skill called Holy Orders, Ryohei still won't be able to beat Kim Taehyun. In fact, Ryohei will be at risk of being restricted by the awakened oath that requires him to bring Kim Taehyun to her. Because of that, Shinji suggested that he should be the one to take care of things, but Sorara cut him off and told him not to worry about those things. She explained that it doesn't matter whether Ryohei wins or loses. That made Shinji confused. Sorara elaborates that according to her network, Taehyun is aiming for the three warlords. Shinji was surprised to hear that. Sorara revealed that she leaked the information to the three warlords as well. She added that Ryohei has made contracts with demonic humans before, and that man has ties to Miyazaki Kenji, one of the key members of the three warlords. Since Ryohei can't defeat Taehyun on his own, he'll be planning to lead Taehyun on and get Kenji's help to defeat him. They expected that it wouldn't be easy, especially when there's quite a mystery about that child. Shinji asked, why go that route then? Tsurara replied that it's exactly why they needed that information. They want to know how Tai-hyun fights, his values, his capabilities, personality, and even the power that he's hiding. So whatever end Ryohei meets, Tsurara just needed to scrape the information from his corpse. She knew that Ryohei had no other options left. Later that night, in a construction site of an old building, Kenji was sitting down while his members were all standing behind him. This guy is one of the three warlords, Miyazaki Kenji. He uttered that it was already late at night, to be visited by Ryohei. He asked where the brat from South Korea was. He's asking because Ryohei promised to lead Tai-hyun there. Ryohei uttered that in the world that they are living in, the strong prey on the weak. Kenji was confused. Ryohei continued to say that the strong trample and the weak are trampled on in this unfair world. Ryohei continued to speak, saying that he has a suggestion for Kenji, that if he wants to live, he should do what Taehyun tells him to do. Ryohei said that while tears were streaming down his face and his whole body was trembling. Kenji stuttered on his words, and before he could finish his sentence, the ceiling shattered, and Taehyun appeared. Everyone immediately looked up. Taehyun had already activated the gigantic skeleton behind him, and he attacked them with it. Everyone was in panic. Taehyun agreed that they should listen to the strongest creature if they want to live. Taehyun asked where Miyazaki Kenji was. Our boy was getting more fond of these superhero entrances, huh? At the same time, Kenji cursed at him. And Taehyun was able to figure out that he's the man called Kenji. Kenji vowed to kill him. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Ryohei watched the area erupted into flames. He grits his teeth in anger upon realizing that it's all Taehyun's fault. Earlier at the fast food chain, Taehyun tied up Ryohei while commenting that Ryohei had an interesting plan. Taehyun discovered that Ryohei made an oath with the saintess, and now he understands why the man appeared in front of him. During that time, Ryohei wondered what Taehyun had done to him. He wondered if it was some mind control, and now he's curious as to how Taehyun had gotten his hands on that. Taehyun decided to play along. Ryohei asked what he's plotting. Taehyun had just confirmed that Ryohei is taking him to Kenji since Ryohei planned to take him out with Kenji's help. But Taehyun warned him that he should be on his side and not theirs. Ryohei cursed at him and told him that there's no way he'll help him. And even if he does, the Saintess, the Ghost Blade, and the three warlords will eliminate him. But Taehyun pointed out that if Ryohei doesn't help him, he'll eliminate him right there and then. He told him that he doesn't care if he dies like trash, but he still decided to give him a chance. Taehyun told Ryohei that he should help him to the best of his abilities during the exhibition games, and spend his life repenting to the victims afterwards. If he does that, Taehyun will save him from the Saintess and the three warlords. It sounds absurd for Ryohei since Taehyun is talking about a national-level force and a demonic human cartel. Ryohei asked him if he thinks he could really beat those two, but Taehyun just grinned. Ryohei didn't expect his answer, because Taehyun confidently replied, "Of course." Back to the present moment where there are a lot of corpses everywhere and Taehyun is holding Kenji by his face. Ryohei couldn't believe it. It made him laugh. He called Taehyun a monster. It made him wonder just how much our MC got stronger from the last time they had fought. Taehyun grips Kenji's face using his stone arm. Then he told him that it was time for him to open a gate for the three warlords. We then change our setting somewhere in the abyss, hideout of Tetsu, one of the three warlords. The building looked like old Japanese architecture. Several corpses lay on the ground. A man is sitting on the throne, and he asks the man in suit bowing to him on why he brought him out to that musty place. He threatened him that if it was insignificant, he'd crush his head like what he had done to this man's underlings. The man wearing a suit knew that. The man replied that he just wished to give him a legendary ranked item. This man, Tetsu, is one of the three warlords. He is an S-rank demonic human. The man on the throne was surprised. Tetsu elaborated that they are holding it abroad for security, but they intended to present it to him. But before that, Tetsu wants something. He requested the man on the throne to eliminate a fly that's after his neck. Tetsu explained that they have set a trap, but there's a high chance that it will fail. If so, it's only a matter of time until the fly finds out. The man on the throne was amused that there's someone that even the three warlords fear. It piqued his interest. He asked who it was. Before Titus can answer, a loud noise was heard from the outside. The loud slamming continued. Eventually, the guards at the door of the room fell, and the door was crushed open. Someone had attacked them, and right at that moment, the ones inside the room were able to counterattack. Ryohei pushes a sword against Tetsu, but Tetsu defends himself with his arm. Taehyun was also with him, and his attack was blocked by Shui. Tetsu didn't expect to see Ryohei. But then Ryohei looked back and uttered that, since things had turned out that way, the man should win. The man on the throne was amused. He started exuding an intimidating aura around his body. Taehyun comes into view, saying to his partner that he should just do what he's told. Taehyun had to step back because the man in the throne got up and joined the fight. He created a sphere of bright light. Taehyun and Ryohei were on guard. Inside Taehyun's head, he admitted that it exceeded his expectations. It was a national-level hunter of China. And he didn't expect the man to be there. The man asked Taehyun if he's the one who scared Tetsu. He also shared that he had a request from the association head to take care of Taehyun as well, so it was fortunate. He decided to take care of Taehyun right then and there. Ryohei was confused that Shui Shin was there too. Taehyun replied that the man is obviously cooperating with the three warlords. Taehyun asked, "Was it you?" And Shui was confused with his question. Taehyun was asking if he's the one who assassinated the other participants. Shui asked if Taehyun was able to figure that out because he mentioned that he's from the association. He commented that Taehyun is quite quick-witted. Taehyun had also figured out that now it's the South Koreans' turn. Then he added that he's the fortunate one. At this point, Shui had no idea what Taehyun was saying. Taehyun announced that Shui will die there, and the South Korean players won't have to meet him ever again. Shui was amused with this damn brat. The two engage in a fight while Tetsu remains on the sidelines. His underling advised him to evacuate immediately. That was Tetsu's plan, too. Until they saw Ryohei approaching him. Ryohei asked him where he was off to so quickly. Tetsu recognized Ryohei. Ryohei asked him if he's worried that Shui might lose. Then Ryohei proudly announced that no matter what, those guys would lose to him, Taehyun's partner. He was laughing out loud, until he was already screaming because he was surprised that Taehyun had lifted them in the air. Taehyun warned Tetsu not to even think about running away. It was funny how Ryohei complains why he's being lifted, too. After that, Shui caught Taehyun's attention again. Shui attacked him with a powerful punch that caused the ground to shatter. Shui asked if Taehyun should really have spare time and take his eyes off him. This person that Taehyun is up against is the mystic deity, Shui Shin. He is the strongest in strength out of all the national-level hunters who participated in the Asian exhibition games. He's a monster who has defeated hundreds of monsters and players with his bare hands. But mystic deity does not only refer to his peculiar strength. His true strength is in his ghost-like skill, which has destructive force that exceeds his physical strength, which is his skill, Death Scythe. Shui uttered that he's like a Grim Reaper. Death Scythe is a weapon manifestation skill that amplifies the user's stats significantly. Its durability exceeds that of unique ranks. In return, being in possession of the skill lowers all other skills' ranks by 1. Taehyun sensed that it's a bad skill for him to take. The impact of their fight is evident even outside the building. Eventually, they destroy the wall and Taehyun is falling while Shui chases him in the air. Fortunately, even while suspended in the air, Taehyun could block Shui's attacks. But at some point, he had a difficult time. He charged at Shui, but Shui was just chill in defending himself. Taehyun noticed that his Azran had chipped on the tip. Shui taunted him even more. He attacked Taehyun with his scythe. Taehyun blocked it with his blade. But now he's worried that his blade would break if it continues. So, he decided to take out his chains. It was wrapped around Shui. Taehyun's plan was to immobilize Shui. Then he pushed him using the large palm of the skeleton. But Shui just laughed it off and commented that a weakling will always be a weakling. Shui told Taehyun that he couldn't be defeated with such paltry tricks, and told him that it's the reason why Taehyun isn't a national-level hunter. Taehyun was caught off guard. He saw Shui coming at him. Shui had made dents on Taehyun's skeleton. Meanwhile, Tetsu watches them from the building. He assumed that the fight had come to an end. He heard that Taehyun was promising, but there's no way that Taehyun could take on Shui, a national-level hunter. The underling reported to Tetsu that he had just taken down Ryohei. He asked what he should do next. Tetsu told them to let Ryohei live. He planned to use him as a hostage against Japan or the Holy Maiden. Suddenly, Ryohei cursed Taehyun. Tetsu wondered why Ryohei betrayed them. He's certain the Ryohei is aware that he would face their wrath, and that he'd need to face the fury of the Holy Maiden. It made Tetsu think that the Holy Maiden saw something in Ryohei. He judged Taehyun to be wrong. Tetsu thought Taehyun had already lost. All he had to do was wait for Shui. But then he suddenly noticed something. Shui was down on his knees, bleeding, while Taehyun was standing strong holding his blades. Tetsu was surprised. Shui was confused as to why he's on the ground. He recalled the moment that he had tried to cut Taehyun. Mana surged from Taehyun's sword. But that was all. He was certain that until recently, he had been dominating the fight. In proof of that, Taehyun's blades were being chipped every time his blades clashed with his. So, he wondered why it happened then. Shui was enraged. He had realized that Taehyun was hiding his powers from him. While Taehyun's back is turned, Shui charges towards him. When Taehyun looked back, he smirked at him. Taehyun's asran and talisman were only rare rank equipment. Taehyun thought of a brief moment similar to the Taurus Queen, that if he puts in Predation's power, they won't be able to take his mana. But that also means, if he puts in Predation's power to the max, Taehyun's weapon broke. He told Shui that he will give him his weapon, and in exchange, he will be taking his life. Shui screamed Taehyun's name loudly out of anger and frustrations. Taehyun had slashed Shui. Upon witnessing that, Tetsu was enveloped in fear. Ryohei's mouth was gaped open from surprise. Several beads had fallen on the ground. While Taehyun remained standing strong, he smiled. The Predation's aura is much stronger and violent, and with this, it was finally confirmed that our boy was really indeed a national force level. The nighttime came, and it was raining. Inside the hotel room, someone can be heard acknowledging that Shui had taken action. A man and a woman were entangled in a bed. They were talking about how Tetsu had asked Shui a favor in return for a legendary item. The woman asked what the man would do. This man is named Chai Mingmin. He's also called Super Speed, and he's one of China's national-level players. He replied that now Shui is active, it's not good to have expectations. Since Shui is also a national-level player, he expected him not to lose to some brat from New South Korea. The woman is one of the 3 warlords, an S-rank demonic human named Pinghua. They were surprised when the phone rang. Mingmin got up. He answered the phone. The person on the other line expected that Mingmin would be with the warlord woman again. The one who called is Zhang Lung, the Chinese Player Association head, and also a national rank player. He informed Mingmin that Shin is dead. Mingmin couldn't believe it. Lung instructed Mingmin to bring him Taehyun's head. Back inside the abyss, Shui was engulfed with Taehyun's power. Predation has successfully completed. Taehyun's strength has increased significantly. Taehyun was amused. As he had expected, he doesn't gain skills from using predation on dead things. It only applied on the living targets. Of course, that doesn't seem to be the only condition to gaining their skills, and the concept of using predation on a human is a little weird for him. But Taehyun doesn't feel any sympathy for criminals like Shui. If anything, he's curious about the voice he heard while predation went out of control. He took that as a cue to learn more as he uses predation. When the greatest obstacle, Shui, died, everything went smoothly. Tetsu and his underlings were on their knees. Tetsu declared that he's on Taehyun's side all along. Tetsu and the other demonic humans had their memories about predation erased using complete hypnosis and were turned over to the association. As for Ryohei, since Taehyun had nothing else for him to do, he wants to send him back. But Ryohei protested since he's going to get killed by the Saintess. The Saintess can read memories, so if she finds out that Ryohei betrayed her, it will be the end of him. Taehyun told Ryohei that he'll be fine since the Saintess isn't interested in him. The oath that Ryohei made was to bring Taehyun to the Saintess, so if Taehyun wants to free Ryohei, he has to meet the Saintess. And even if the Saintess reads Ryohei's memories, she'll keep it alive in order to meet with Taehyun. Taehyun admitted that the Saintess doesn't have any high hopes for Ryohei anyway. It was funny how Ryohei was affected by that. Taehyun is thinking of his problem now, the two warlords. He found a few other possible hideouts from Tetsu using hypnosis, but as they know that he's after them, it won't be easy. He decided to park those thoughts and come back to it after he took a break. A few days after, they watched on a smartphone the report announcing that the Asian Exhibition Games is on the third day. China's national rank player Shui Xin went missing in the abyss. The Chinese government has requested assistance in the search. It was also reported that New South Korea's Kim Tae-hyun has captured one of the three warlords named Tetsu, which remains Tae-hyun in the first place. Tae-hyun expected Lung to know about Shui's death. He assumed Lung was hiding it as long as possible since it would reveal his identity. Tae-hyun was relieved that it lets him pursue the three warlords freely. Suddenly, he got a call. It was from Jinsu again. They met up, and Jinsu greeted him by saying that he's worried that he won't come and thanked him for coming. Tae-hyun smiled and replied that the information that Jinsu has left him with no choice. Tae-hyun asked if Jinsu is certain about the information about one of the three warlords, that Pinghua is there in the building. Jinsu replied yes. He explained that he can't reveal his sources, but the info is legit. Pinghua and her cronies entered the building last night. They likely intend to stay in hiding until the games are over. Inside his head, Tae-hyun admitted that it does seem like one of Pinghua's hideouts from Tetsu's memories. Tae-hyun looked at Jinsu and expressed how he thought Jinsu hated him, and because of that, he's curious as to why he would give him that information. Jinsu called him a dumbass. With bravado, Jinsu declared that he's doing it all to show Tae-hyun that he's not a spy. Tae-hyun had no idea what he's talking about. With enthusiasm, Jinsu expressed that he understood what Tae-hyun said last time. Being attacked by another country's hunter would make anyone doubt. But Jinsu doesn't want to let others doubt him all the time. So, he had prepared information that would make Tae-hyun accept him as his ally. Jinsu asked if Tae-hyun understands that. He emphasized that he's not a spy, he is Tae-hyun's ally. Tae-hyun was dumbfounded. And that was because he already knew that he's a spy. Before Tae-hyun met Jinsu, he received a call from Ayong. Ayong told him that there's a spy on their team. Tae-hyun asked if it was Jinsu. Ayong was surprised that Tae-hyun had already figured out who it was. Tae-hyun explained that he had his suspicions. He asked Ayong who Jinsu was spying for. He suspected Ren was from Japan. Ayong revealed that Jinsu is spying for China. That surprised Tae-hyun. They had found an intel that Jinsu frequently visits Chinese casinos starting a few years back. He probably made a deal to shave off his gambling debt. It made Tae-hyun ask how Ren knew, and that's when Ayong emphasized that it was unfortunate. She told him that there's likely another spy in Tae-hyun's team that is working for Japan. To have two spies on the team, it made Tae-hyun judge how sloppy the association is. Ayong told him not to worry because if she reports it to the association... Tae-hyun cut her off. He told her not to report it. Ayong was flabbergasted. Tae-hyun replied that he has two reasons. First, if Jinsu is arrested, the Japanese spy will go into hiding. And second, now that Tae-hyun knows that there's a spy, he planned to make use of that person. Back to the present time, Jinsu said that the building is likely full of countless demonic humans and traps, but there's nothing to worry about. Jinsu proudly says that not only he acquired Pinghua's location, but he also has the perfect route to get to her. But internally, Jinsu knows that he's just spouting crap. In reality, he was ordered to lead Tae-hyun into the building. He's aware that Pinghua isn't the only one there, because Ming Min, China's national level hunter, is also there to take care of Tae-hyun. But Jinsu was startled when he saw Tae-hyun release mana and statics. Then Tae-hyun made the building explode. Debris was flying in the area. Jinsu's mouth was gaped open from shock. Tae-hyun casually spoke that he's getting used to using predation and his overall power seems higher than before. Jinsu sweat profusely as his snot drips down while he screams, "Ah!" This guy knew that he fucked up. Big time. He got mad at Tae-hyun and asked if he's crazy. Taehyun argued that since Jinsu said it was full of demonic humans and traps, there's no reason for them to sneak in, especially when they can just bring the whole thing down. Jinsu saw Taehyun was a crazy bastard. Jinsu told Taehyun that it could be a human rights violation. Taehyun ignored him. He pointed at Gwa, who was pinned beneath the rubbles. Jinsu tries to get Taehyun's attention by calling his name loudly, but Taehyun keeps walking towards Gwa. Gwa cursed at Jinsu and called him a fucking gambling addict. Gwa was furious that Jinsu had betrayed them. Gwa vowed to kill him. Taehyun curiously asked Jinsu what Gwa meant about betrayal. Jinsu, in panic, spouted gibberish. Gwa addressed Taehyun that his laugh won't last long because he will be killed by another person. Taehyun uttered, "Chai Ming-min." That surprised everyone. Both Jinsu and Gwa asked how he knew. Taehyun asked if Jinsu was asking about if Ming-min is there, or that is how he knew that Jinsu is a Chinese spy. Jinsu was flabbergasted that Taehyun never trusted him. It made him angry that he wanted to punch Taehyun, but before he could, he spat out blood. Taehyun didn't expect that. The screen informed Taehyun that he has been affected by domination of 5 senses. A mysterious power has enabled partial resistance. All sensory abilities, including 5 senses, have been weakened. Taehyun's sight has temporarily decreased. Blood is coming out from his eyes. His hearing has been temporarily decreased. Blood is coming out from his ears. Also from his hands, since his sense of touch has been temporarily decreased too. Taehyun was amused with Ming-min's domination of 5 senses. All his senses aren't working properly. He didn't expect it to be that strong despite being blocked by Predation's passive skill. Ming-min appeared and expressed that he didn't expect Taehyun to bring the whole building down. He was wondering what kind of person defeated Shui, but now that he met Taehyun, he could say that he's deranged. Taehyun rebuts him by asking if it's any worse than a demonic human lover. He told Ming-min that he didn't really care much about him, since all he cares about is his skill. In another place, a gazebo in a pond, where a woman is standing, and a man is on his knees. The Saintess is looking at Ryohai's memories. Saintess was impressed that not only did Taehyun become a national-level player, he also defeated Shui. She asked Ryohai why he helped him and agreed to betray her. Ryohai couldn't answer, and his body trembled. The Saintess smirked. She assured Ryohai that there's nothing to be afraid of. She told him that like what that child said, she isn't interested in his life. In fact, since he will bring Taehyun to her, he is serving his purpose well. Although, the Saintess is a little displeased that things moved according to Taehyun's plans. She remembered Ryohai said that Taehyun is aiming for the 3 warlords. The Saintess decided to go and meet Taehyun instead. Just a little flashback before the Asian Exhibition Games, an old man was explaining that they have 3 objectives. The first is to win the Asian Exhibition Games. The second is to kill key players to weaken other player associations. And the third is to prove that the Chinese Player Association is the most superior player association in Asia by accomplishing the other 2 goals. Then they shall use their superiority to create a monopoly on dungeons and the monostone trade. He told the players that they can do any crime, such as murder, torture, or whatever it takes. He assured them that he will cover up everything for them. Shui didn't really care that much as long as he could get to fight strong people. Another person chimed in, saying that if everything worked out, then it's not so bad. Meanwhile, deep inside, Ming-min thought everyone was insane, though he didn't think much about it since it's not his problem. He had also killed countless people just to maintain his love with Gwa. So, he couldn't really call himself sane either, and this time, he was instructed to take Taehyun's neck. Gwa also told him that Taehyun is after the neck of the warlords, and she asked Ming-min for help. Because of that, Ming-min decided to kill Taehyun. While he was charging forward, he was taken aback. It looked like Taehyun had a red dragon behind him. The dragon roared and opened its mouth like it was charging a beam. Ming-min was flustered that his domination of the 5 senses isn't working. Since Taehyun had defeated Shui, Ming-min expected Taehyun to be a national-level player, but he was caught off guard with Taehyun's monstrous power. It made him certain that Taehyun is no ordinary national-level player. It was like Taehyun's power is past the realms of a human. Tae-hyun knew that domination of five senses is a force that disables all senses. If Tae-hyun is unable to use predation, he would have been in trouble. But he's okay with it. He told Mingmin that he will make good use of his skill. A large mouth with sharp teeth is after Mingmin. Mingmin screamed loudly. He was showered with the red mist from Tae-hyun. Afterwards, Tae-hyun was informed that domination of five senses has been recorded. A weapon got stuck on the ground. Tae-hyun picked it up while saying that he was lacking a weapon, so he was fortunate to have found one. He was delighted. A national-level player is using a national-priced weapon. It was good for him. The short sword is called Radic, and it has a unique rank. With what Tae-hyun had accomplished, China had lost 2 national-level players. Only one is left now. Even if that person is powerful, he won't be able to catch up by himself. New South Korea has 3,350 points, followed by China with 270 points, then Japan at 2,000 points, and Qatar in 4th place with 750 points. If Tae-hyun takes down the last warlord, Gwa, the exhibition games will be good as won, though Tae-hyun was worried about how quiet Japan has been. He noticed the change in the air. A helicopter flew above him. Its door slid open, and the Saintess jumped down. Tae-hyun was taken aback. She landed with a strong impact on the ground. The Saintess uttered that finally they had met again. She intended to see Tae-hyun. Yoshikawa Tsurara has a skill that can even regenerate missing limbs. It's called hyper-regeneration. She used this to cure many people, alongside holy orders, a skill that calms all mental distress and bestows a buff that enhances physical power. She ended up being called the Saintess. But the true power of holy order is in its ability to change memories and brainwash people. Yoshikawa Tsurara has used that skill to make her enemies into her zealots. And now, Tae-hyun knew it was his turn. He never told Ryohei his exact location, so he asked her how she found him. Tsurara replied that Tae-hyun should have known that she wasn't capturing the 3 warlords because she didn't know where they were. Tae-hyun replied that she went through lengths just to see her, and that it made him feel creeped out. Tsurara just smiled at him. She asked how Tae-hyun can be so calm even after seeing her. Tae-hyun was confused. She elaborated that she knows her duties as a saintess. She is to give others the willpower to keep living in the cruel world. But how does she do that? She declared that it's by making people worship her. Tae-hyun's nonchalant face to her proud proclamation was hilarious. Tsurara continued that meeting. Someone elegant and lovely and beautiful and sexy and holy and perfect as her is a joy to all. Worshipping her becomes the motivation of the people to continue living. That's why she asked how Tae-hyun is calm even after seeing her. Tae-hyun was dumbfounded. All he could think about is how that bitch is batshit crazy. She replied that it's fine. It's her duty to lead even people into salvation. Suddenly, several cars appeared. Tae-hyun wondered why there were so many civilians there. But then he realized that those people are brainwashed through her holy orders. Those people have pink eyes. Tsurara uttered that even though she dug into Tae-hyun and Ryohei's memories, there is just one thing she couldn't understand. It's Tae-hyun's source of information and the skill that he's hiding. That's why she came prepared. No matter how many secrets or how powerful Tae-hyun is, she came up with a strategy for Tae-hyun to not be able to use it. She dares him if he's going to kill the civilians who happen to be her fanatics. Or will he just accept her salvation? She made Tae-hyun choose. Tae-hyun was in a pinch since Tsurara used the civilians as a shield. He cursed at Tsurara and called her a subhuman. It was nighttime in Korea. The guild members were about to contact Ayong since they had found what they were looking for. They are pertaining to the hideout of the last of the 3 warlords, Shadow. In front of those guild members is a tall building in stealth. To think those people would be doing something as crazy as hiding an entire area. No wonder it was difficult to locate them. The guild member didn't receive a response from his colleague, so he asked what the other person was doing. But that person had already lost his head. A person with a gas mask grabbed the head of the guild member. He recognized the man as a night walker. The person with the gas mask commented that some pests have latched on. This person is Shadow, the vice guild master of Malignant Guild. He is also one of the 3 warlords and is suspected to be a national rank level. The man trembled since he knew his impending doom. And without mercy, Shadow had blasted the man's head off, causing the blood to splatter. The corpse dropped on the floor. It made Shadow think how a mere information guild is digging after him. He wondered if Tetsu leaked the information when he died. Shadow blamed Tae-hyun for ruining everything. They tried to eliminate him by using the other warlords and China, but Tae-hyun had killed Shui. An underling reported to Shadow that a gate is ready. In his head, Tae-hyun shouldn't be too complacent because he isn't the only genius in the world. Shadow claimed that he had already witnessed the pinnacle of all talent 10 years ago. He entered the gate to head to the abyss. Back to this fight, the civilians rushed towards Tae-hyun. They trampled over him. Tsurara laughed at how Tae-hyun tried to save many people's lives. Tsurara knew that Tae-hyun would be hesitant to use his skills against the brainwashed civilians. She plans to wait until Tae-hyun tires himself out and is rendered helpless. Then she noticed something. Tae-hyun emerged by punching those people away from him with his fist covered in stones. Tsurara panicked on what he's doing to those innocent civilians. Tae-hyun asked what she meant when those people were attacking him. Then he wrapped the chains around Tsurara, since she's the one who's controlling them. Tae-hyun kicked her in the face. Tsurara couldn't believe that her analysis was wrong. She didn't expect that the hero of the East Point would be such a piece of shit. But then she noticed that even if Tae-hyun had attacked them, he only used weak skills. Tae-hyun didn't kill them. She concluded that it was just a mere trick. She threw seeds in the air, and it became a tree with large vines. Its appearance caused the ground to shake, and it threw people and objects in the air. Tae-hyun grabbed those people with his chains. It's to safely let them down. Tae-hyun was surprised that a tree had shown up. It made him think that Tsurara applied her regeneration skill to seeds. More than that, he didn't expect Tsurara to harm the people that she controlled. Funnily, the woman that he's holding uttered that Tae-hyun had him too, so it's not like he's any better. Tsurara was able to confirm her thoughts. The act of violence earlier was only for show to make her believe that the hostages were worthless. She told Tae-hyun that if he's going to act, he should stick with it. But it was too late now. All of a sudden, the woman in Tae-hyun's arms choked him. The woman's eyes glowed yellow, and she didn't have eyeballs. It was like she's possessed. Tae-hyun was surprised since they shouldn't be able to move anymore. Tsurara told Tae-hyun that from then on, no matter if they faint or if their bones break and their flesh tears, those people would not stop. She told Tae-hyun that if he doesn't want to kill them, there's only one way, and that is to accept her salvation. They attacked Tae-hyun. He expressed his disappointment that someone called the Saintess would lack even an ounce of guilt. He told her that she's irredeemable. Suddenly, Tsurara was disoriented. She has been affected by domination of 5 senses. All her sensory abilities, such as sight and hearing, have weakened. Her sensory abilities and stats have decreased. Her mana flow has been disrupted too. She's now in a lot of pain. Tsurara knew that it's Mingmin's skill. She wondered how it's possible. She wondered if it's a coincidence that Tae-hyun had the same skill. But then she realized that if Tae-hyun always had it, there's no way that he wouldn't have used it till then. Tae-hyun told her that she needs a beating. Tsurara screamed loudly. Because Tae-hyun had slapped her real hard using predation. The tree had withered, and the civilians were laid in the ground while chained. Tsurara was on the ground, too. Tae-hyun commented that, as expected of the owner of hyper-regeneration, she had incredible recovery. To think she would still be alive after such a beating. Tsurara interrogated Tae-hyun on how he has the domination of 5 senses. She asked him what exactly he was. Tae-hyun replied that he has been waiting for her to notice that. Tsurara was confused. Tae-hyun knows that she's trying to brainwash him using the Holy Order. He encouraged her to try it. Tae-hyun had always planned on meeting Tsurara at some point. He didn't expect it to happen soon. But Holy Order is a skill that manipulates one's mind and memories, which means Tsurara can see into his mind, like the dream from East Point, or how Rosaria changed her treatment of him after seeing his memories. Inside his mind, there's a clue to the secret behind predation, and he was thinking of a way to dig through his mind to find that out. Tsurara bursts into laughter. She told him that he thinks too little of her abilities. Tsurara admits her defeat and tells Tae-hyun that if he wants it badly, He could have it. However, this bitch was still not done. She started casting another skill. Tsurara insists that he worships her. She used her power and a large eye with wings. She doesn't have an idea on what he's plotting, but no matter how powerful he is, it's futile once he's afflicted by holy order. She planned to make good use of his power. She enters his mind, and she saw a sea of blood with a staircase leading to a throne. Right at this moment, we all know that this is the place she didn't want to be in. She couldn't believe that the sea of blood was inside Taehyun's mind. She wondered who it was sitting on the throne. The person laughed and commented that Taehyun had finally used his head a little. This bitch was frozen in her position. This mysterious being didn't expect Taehyun to send a spying fly like that to take a peek at him. Tsurara realized that the person wasn't Taehyun. It isn't even a human. She was terrified. This creature told Taehyun that he's far from enough. He looked like Taehyun, but with a more sinister aura around him. As he casted his skill, an ominous aura surrounded Tsurara. Tsurara was attacked. She was eaten by a monster that emerged from the sea. Eventually, the ripple in the water had calmed down. And then all of it turned pitch black. Taehyun suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying in a hospital bed. He's disoriented. He looked for Tsurara. Suddenly, Ayong enters the room. She was delighted to see him finally awake. She expressed how worried she was and how his family was waiting in the hospital room until last night. Taehyun probed her on that. Ayong elaborated that he had no signs of waking up for a full day. Taehyun immediately asked about Tsurara. Ayong informed him that Tsurara was also found unconscious just like him. Same with Gwa and Jinsu, while Mingmin is missing. Ayong interrogated him on what exactly happened. In his head, Taehyun concluded that his attempt failed. Well, not that he's expecting it to work, but he's still hoping for something. To think a national-level player is nowhere near enough to approach the secret of predation. It made Taehyun even more curious as to what is in his mind. Ayong pats his head and tells him to focus on his recovery. Taehyun told her to take her hands off. Out of the blue, someone entered the room while yelling Ayong's name. It was Tae-wook. He saw Taehyun was finally awake. He expressed how worried he is. Tae-wook approached them while getting to the main point, and that is, they need the support of Nightwalkers. They have to send a search party to the Abyss. It's because Sungjin and the rest of the new South Korea team has gone missing. That news surprised Taehyun and Ayong. They were all surprised when Taehyun spoke, because Taehyun said that he'll go alone. Taehyun explained that a larger search party will only result in more casualties. Those people went missing in the Abyss, and Sungjin and the rest are veterans. Taehyun speculated that if those people went missing, then it's not just the attack of some monster. There could be involvement of parties with at least national-level force must be involved. That's why he decided to go alone. Tae-wook replied that if what Taehyun is saying is true, the more that he couldn't let him go, especially now that Taehyun is a patient that just woke up. Unexpectedly, more people enter the room and join the conversation. It's Taehyun's family, and they plead for him not to go. Jae-young expressed how worried they are. They even thought Taehyun wouldn't wake up anymore. Ayong shared that she called them. She reasoned that if he woke up, he would have to see his family. Taehyun's aunt suggested that he fully recovers first before going somewhere. Tae-wook agreed to that idea. Taehyun thought of his past. When he wasn't awakened, everyone was set on beating him down. No matter what he did, all he'd get were glared of hatred. But now, it was all different. He listened to what they're saying, and it made him smile. He thanked them for worrying about him, but he was firm that he's going. He explained that he has allies who are in trouble, and he's the only one who could save them, so he has to go. He reminded his family that they didn't raise him to be the type of man who gives up on their allies. Jae-young was teary-eyed. Ayong raised her hand, and she smacked Taehyun and called him babe for being so corny. Ayong said that it's decided. She told him to come back safely, and hopefully it would be with everyone. Now, inside the Abyss. Against the red sky, there's a tall tower in a sandy field. Several men were attacked and thrown in the sand. Sungjin coughed up blood. Seong rushed to his side. 3 men showed up and told them that Sungjin wasn't so bad. The man told him that the game of hide-and-seek is now over. This person is China's national force-level player, Bloodblade, or Liu Feng. He considered their effort, so he offered that if he becomes his servant now, he will let him live. He said that he's more graceful than the rumors say. Sung Jin clarified if Feng is seriously saying that he should betray his friends and country. He firmly refused. Feng was impressed that Sung Jin chose his pride over his life. But it looked like his allies didn't seem to agree. Hangul was raising his hand. They asked him what he's doing. Hangul was trembling. In his head, his teammates are stupid for not seeing that it's the right time to go along. He's aware that Feng is a monster, so it's their only way to survive. And Hangul also has his own circumstances. Back then, Tsurara wrapped her with tree vines while getting to know him. She had bestowed orders to him. She told him to become her servant and report on the other players, including Taehyun. She also threatened him just in case he refuses. But she knew that Hangul would see it as mutually beneficial. Hangul had betrayed everyone before, and it pains him to do that again. Sung Jin pats his back and assures him that it's all right. Sung Jin empathized with him and promised him that he would get him out even if it costs his life. He told him that it's not too late to betray them after he dies. Shang commented that he talks big for someone who is half dead. Hangul apologized to them. He wiped his tears away and decided to fight too. All three of them were ready for battle. Feng concluded that none of them decided to grab the only lifeline that they have. He assumed that those three must have not understood the situation because he's going easy. Feng decided to teach them the difference in their power. He flicked his fingers and a huge amount of aura came out from it. Hundreds of red swords float in the sky. The new South Korean team had their mouths gaped open while looking at it. Sung Jin definitely didn't expect that. Feng pointed out that now the three knew that they were still breathing because of his mercy. The swords rained down on them. They all screamed due to fear. Feng looked confident, until he had been informed that he was inflicted with domination of the five senses. The swords stopped, and they all broke. He thought that it was Ming Min, but he knew that the guy was already dead. He wondered what it was. He realized that it was the one who killed Ming Min. He was delighted to meet Taehyun, but his enthusiasm wasn't returned. Taehyun's attack caused a loud explosion, but Feng remained standing. Feng was confused when the smoke had cleared, because Taehyun threw one skill and then ran. He was getting fired up, though. Feng's underling rushed to his side and asked if he's okay. Feng replied that he's fine. His underling suggested they chase those guys, but Feng decided to leave them be. He could determine where they are heading for from the tracks that they have left, and that place is the Draconian Tower. It is a place considered to be the unclearable dungeon in the depths of the abyss. The tower was circular in shape and had several floors. We then see Sung Jin scream Taehyun's name, but before he could finish, Taehyun made him chug the potion. Xiang expressed her gratitude, but she's also curious on what Taehyun planned to do. Since the Draconian Tower made many players suffer for being an unclearable dungeon, she thought that they won't be able to leave until they find an escape gate either. Taehyun replied that it can't be helped since he can't protect everyone while he fights. He assured them that the tower is just a dungeon and there's nothing to worry about. In the background, Sung Jin had a bloated tummy from drinking all that potion. When Hangul saw it, he thought how poison can kill people too. It was funny. Taehyun announced that they can get out if they have cleared it. Xiang and Hangul's reaction was comical. It was so absurd that it made them dumb. Xiang reiterated that it's an unclearable dungeon. Hangul realized that Taehyun doesn't have a plan after all. The Draconian Tower is a tower in the depth of the abyss, considered an unbeatable dungeon. It has two special features. First is the immense number of traps on each floor, and the second would be the Draconians, monsters that have immense numbers, high intelligence, as well as durability. Xiang watched Taehyun. They all saw him crush the place so easily. They wondered how it was possible. Little did they know, during Taehyun's pre-regression, he's a repeated Draconian Tower survivor information interview 2,437 times. The Draconian Tower is called an unclearable dungeon, but it is not impossible to return alive. That's because there's an escape midway in the tower, much before they meet the boss. That allows a person to return to reality, but it hasn't been discovered yet. So, if Tai Hyun has the information of the traps and the power to defeat the monsters, returning to their world won't be very difficult. After a while, they ascend the staircase. With all the monsters that greeted them, these four barely had scratches in them. They reached the top, and there's a gate. Xiang couldn't believe it. Sungjin was grateful that they didn't need to go up any further. Hangul was relieved that they had made it. Xiang asked Tae Hyun if he knew about it before. Tae Hyun denied it, but in reality, he knew. He ushered them to head out before the monsters rushed in. They lined up to enter the gate, starting from Sungjin, then Xiang, then Hangil. Sungjin called Tae Hyun and thanked him for coming to their rescue. He promises to repay the favor. Tae Hyun smiled and replied that it's not a problem. He didn't expect that he'd get a thank you from Sungjin. He thought that it could be because it was because of his help that everyone got out safely. And since Hangul outed himself as a Japanese spy, the spy problem is also solved. The only thing left is to stop Ghostblade, who will be enraged at the Saintess's condition and Feng's plots until the exhibition games end. Tae Hyun looked pleased with that because it wasn't too bad. As he was about to enter the gate, he was blocked out, that it made him fall on his butt. He was informed that he cannot use the warp gate. The master of the tower, Kaiselin, is observing him. That doesn't sound good. Tae Hyun was nervous. The ceiling started to crack as flames seeped through it. Suddenly, a huge red-ass dragon appeared from there. The dragon expressed that he was wondering what brat was roaming in his tower. Tae Hyun was shocked to see a dragon. The dragon uttered that it was just an insignificant human. This dragon is Kaiselin, the master of the Draconian Tower. It's a red dragon with rank SS. Dragons, one of the species that is considered to be the strongest. The dragons found in the abyss are sorted into 4 levels. Hatchlings, which are close to S rank. Adult dragons, which are S+ rank. Worms, which are SS rank. And then the mythical, the unidentifiable, ancient dragons. And the dragon in front of Tae Hyun is at least a worm. The bone dragon was created from the corpse of an adult dragon, so Tae Hyun wondered how powerful this one could be. He's also curious as to why it appeared. Tae Hyun had never heard something like it in the intel that he had acquired. He planned to talk things out, but the dragon was evidently angry when it said, "Perish, insect." From that, Tae Hyun had deduced that talking won't work. Kaiselin let out a fire breath. Flames engulfed the area. Tae Hyun had no choice but to fight. He punched the dragon using predation. Kaiselin was surprised. Tae Hyun also wrapped chains around the neck of the dragon. Tae Hyun took out the weapon from his pocket and slashed the dragon. Tae Hyun was delighted that all of his skills are connected. It wouldn't be enough to kill the dragon since it's an SS rank, but he expected it to be injured. But that was not the case. Kaiselin was fine, but was more pissed off. It smacked the ground, which left Tae Hyun off balance in the air as the ground shattered. Kaiselin's durability is ridiculous. Even if it's an SS rank, it's still questionable on how it was reasonable. Tae Hyun knew he had to buy time, but suddenly, the dragon in a humanoid form appeared behind him. Tae Hyun immediately turned around, but it was too late. He had already been punched. It was a powerful hit. He nearly lost consciousness. The dragon is a polymorph. It is a skill that turns one's image into something else. Now, Kaiselin is in its human form. It looked like a human except for the long horns in its head. It created a fireball on its fingertips, but that eventually exploded. The area was in flames. The next thing we knew was that Kaiselin grabbed Tae Hyun on the face. Tae Hyun couldn't react. Kaiselin thought of something. He used Verify. Tae Hyun was being overwhelmed by draconic power. He resists using an unknown power, but resistance fails, and some power still interferes. All his abilities have been decreased, and the he can use have been limited. He cannot use stone skin, invisibility, paralysis, monarch's heart, night king's boar, chains of bondage, and domination of 5 senses. Kaiselin didn't sense anything wrong, but he felt a power swept through his tower, and the power is burning even brighter after touching his own power, and he's certain that it's not a mere human. Kaiselin inquired where Tae Hyun had gotten it. He demanded an answer. He insisted on knowing the identity. Taehyun wants to say that he also wants to know that himself, but his mouth was covered. Unexpectedly, tentacles appeared, and Taehyun used stone skin, and he used that hand to remove Kaiselin's hand on his face, and he yelled, "More than anyone, you bastard!" Kaiselin was surprised to see the tentacles. Taehyun blasted him away using the tentacles. Kaiselin crashed on the ground. Kaiselin was dumbfounded that he was knocked back by a mere human. Suddenly, someone in place of Taehyun said, "A red lizard! I need a new dog to guard my home." It was Rosaria. She told Kaiselin that he will allow him to be her pet. The skill, Queen's Man, has been activated. Then Rosaria addressed Taehyun. She told him that it took him so long to talk to her, and that's being careless. Taehyun replied that he couldn't possibly trust a monster. Outside the abyss, Jinwi asked, using a loud voice, what they meant when they said Taehyun is missing. He asked them how the rescuer went missing. Hangul insisted that they didn't know either, because they were just crossing the gate. Jinwi asked where Sungjin was. Shang reported that Sungjin is causing a scene to return to the abyss trying to save Taehyun. Taewook added that Ayong is stopping him at the moment. Jinwi agreed that they should do that, otherwise the situation will worsen again. It was such a headache for Jinwi, especially when they don't know what Feng and Zhang Lung will do. He decided to hide the fact that the new South Korean team is still alive. While Sungjin and the others lost, the exhibition games entered the 6th day. It means the exhibition games will end soon. At that point, the rankings are whatever. They wouldn't have been able to make it that far without Taehyun. And if Taehyun is gone, the exhibition games mean nothing. He prayed for Taehyun to still be alive. Back to these overpowered monsters, Rosaria fought with Kaiselin. It was such a huge fight that wrecked the area. Taehyun might really die if he gets caught up in it. He knew they're both monsters, but still, they just have a ridiculous amount of power in them. Taehyun realized that it could be the right choice to wait to call Rosaria until that moment. The skills that he got through forging a contract with her are complete hypnosis and the Queen's Man. Taehyun had a simple reason as to why he didn't use the Queen's Man, which summons Rosaria until the present time. First is the excessive use of mana. Summoning skills require additional mana to keep them going even after their initial cast. Of course, Taehyun can continuously consume potions through battle, but the real problem is something more serious. During the fight, Kaiselin used meteor. Large meteors fell from the sky. Taehyun was alarmed, but Rosaria was just calm. She easily sliced them off like they were some kind of feeble firestones. And that was the dilemma of Taehyun. She's just way too strong. Immediately, Rosaria used tentacles to wrap around Kaiselin, and she threw them to the wall. Power too strong is dangerous. Taehyun knew that even if Rosaria is bound to help him, he can't control her. She might burn the city down. However, Rosaria asked Taehyun what he thinks of her power. Taehyun thinks it is quite trustworthy. Kaiselin finally witnessed the power of the succubus queen, Rosaria. Now it made him confused even more. He wondered why an archduke of an abyss is helping a mere human. Kaiselin exclaimed, "Do you not know shame, you wench?" Rosaria commented that he's talkative for a lizard. Taehyun asked about the archduke part. An archduke serves the king. Now Taehyun had deduced that Rosaria knows about the king as well. He thought that she must have some relation to him. It made him curious as to what she knows. Rosaria interrupted his thoughts. She told him that she's aware of the questions that Taehyun might have, but as of now, he lacks the right to know, nor could do anything even if he knew. She reminded him of what he already knew, that he must continue down his path. Rosaria informed him that the current situation is not as easy as it seems. Taehyun was confused. She told him to look at his hand. There's a mana backflow. Kaiselin uttered that even if Rosaria is an archduke, she is still being summoned by a human. And a human cannot handle that power. Kaiselin returned to his dragon form. He declared that if Rosaria kept resisting, he would incinerate them both. He told them to perish as he created a fireball in his mouth. Taehyun yelled out Rosaria's name as if he was telling her to do something. The top part of the power exploded, and it can be seen from the outside. The tentacles formed a sphere. It was a barrier that protected Taehyun and Rosaria. Rosaria that Kaiselin is quite aware of is a lizard. Rosaria explained to Taehyun that, like the lizard said, her power is limited by his, and that was her current limit. If she were to use more power, or stay summoned, Taehyun would die from mana backflow. So she has a gift for him before she disappears. Taehyun replied, "A gift?" She kissed him on the forehead and told him not to die. Since he received a kiss from the queen, the rank of complete hypnosis temporarily changes. Complete hypnosis, rank S, is activated. Taehyun is engulfed in pink mana, and this pink mist extends to the dragon. Eventually, Kaiserlin was fully enveloped with the light. Someone said that Taehyun had done an interesting trick. Kaiserlin is in the Sea of Blood. This really looked like the domain expansions in Jujutsu Kaisen. The person on the throne cursed at the succubus for leaving the cleanup to him. Kaiserlin was confused. He thought that maybe it's inside Taehyun's mind. And then he looked at the person on the throne and wondered who it was. He thought that it was the human earlier, but then he realized that only the looks are the same, but the essence is different. In the first place, he wondered if it's really a living being. The man on the throne told Kaiserlin that he has no business with him. He told him to be gone from his world. A large creature resurfaced from the sea. Kaiserlin was confused as to what it is, and then he saw it coming for him. He got swallowed. Outside the domain, Kaiserlin's dragon form coughed up blood. He was back in the real world, and now he's furiously looking for the man who made that to him. Taehyun wondered what happened. He knew that the rank of his skill changed. But he noticed how Kaiserlin is acting strange. It made Taehyun curious if Kaiserlin also endured something inside his mind. But he didn't dwell on that, because he saw the opportunity now that Kaiserlin had gotten weaker. Taehyun drank a potion. He saw the chance to defeat Kaiserlin. He charged forward and seized the only chance. He ran as fast as he could towards Kaiserlin. He got his weapon ready. When he was close enough, he leapt and slashed Kaiserlin. He had done it several times. Kaiserlin roared loudly. Taehyun saw how his attacks are finally working. He charged up his hand with mana, as he remembers how Rosaria told him not to die. If there's someone who's going to die, it sure isn't him. He wants to learn more about the king and his power and revenge against Asmodeus, who killed him. He also never had a chance to live a proper life. So there's no way he let himself die right there. He exclaimed, "I will defeat you and return." He activated predation. And this time, the creature that the predation summons was far much larger than the freaking dragon. Kaiserlin couldn't accept that a mere human dares to act that way. Predation was successfully completed. Kaiserlin's head fell from its body when it took the hit. The rank of predation has changed. Taehyun laid on the floor while muttering that it was a crazy dragon. He really thought he would die this time. He supposed that it's time to head back now. Taehyun, a new South Korea National Force level player, has ranked up to A. Thank you all for watching. Please watch this next Giga Chad video, and I'll see you guys next time. Also, support the channel by joining the Summon Club membership. You can also support by just liking the video and being awesome.